Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Traveling at an extremely fast speed, lifted countless bolts of lightning into the air as he threw it directly. Although the sprint was impressively cool, the Tsuchi who turned his head to flee was also, without any hesitation, tumbling and scrambling away. Damn it. Who invented this kind of skill, with a 5-meter offensive range, and a 10-meter explosion radius? Fortunately, he had return spring which granted him bullet time. He leaped away in the blink of an eye, escaping the blast radius. Boom. The thunder orb triggered an explosion, unleashing an astonishing purple thunder. The massive blast reverberated through everyone's eardrums. The old director had no chance to escape, being engulfed at the center of the thunder, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. And the onlookers from the orphanage, already stunned, had never seen such a scene before. Those who knew Tsuchi's identity, like the snakehead men and others, had eyes full of reverence and an even more determined fervor. Tsuchi's gaze fixed on the dust rising from the explosion of thunder, as the entire front door of the house was blown away, showing how immense the power was. He had always thought that those transformations in movies and animations were absurd. Why not strike at its weakness and take its life while it's down? Instead, they had to wait for the villain to reach their final form. Only then would the heroes came to their senses, roaring as they charged forward, dragging out the battle for 10 episodes. Isn't that foolish? But as the dust settled, the old director was blown to pieces. You could see parts of his body scattered all around, bones and flesh everywhere, even the head was blown off. Dead? They couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at the remains, murmuring, "Is it really dead?" Every person couldn't help but show a wild joy, just about to cheer. Only to see Tsuchi's figure charging forward again, at an incredibly fast speed, still holding an axe he picked up from the ground. He furiously hacked at the remaining flesh and head. Everyone. Thud thud thud. The sound of the axe hitting the ground and Tsuchi being splattered with blood on his clothing made everyone's heart leap in terror. Tsuchi paid no attention to the gazes of those around him. The moment he landed, he was already prepared to immediately finish off the job, not giving it any chance to recover. And moreover, the most important thing is, this old director had not died. Tsuchi's axe struck the sheep head. It was like chopping on iron. The eyes of the sheep head were even still staring fixedly at Tsuchi, his lips just beginning to move. But the axe hesitated not and fell once more. It was the first time in his long life that the old director saw someone who gave no chance to respond, not even a chance to speak. He finally couldn't endure it any longer. Enough. Stop right there, old man. He roared in anger. Stop just because you told me to? Tsuchi bellowed in response, continuing to swing his axe down with full force. This time, the sheep head skull finally showed a crack. You! Get away! The old director's spirit shattered, his muddy eyes bursting with terrifying blood vessels. The next moment, runes flashed over the entire sheep head, erupting with a certain power that violently shook Tsuchi's axe away. Tsuchi was blasted away by this terrifying force. Vitality, 20%, his body had suffered an internal injury, and blood flowed from his lips. Tsuchi didn't wipe the corner of his mouth, nor did he attend to his vitality. His gaze was coolly fixed on the sheep head. He had already sensed a familiar yet terrifying presence. Various runes on the sheep head flashed wildly as massive amounts of blood poured in from all directions. Tsuchi intended to launch another thunderbolt, but he frowned deeply, realizing the blood hadn't flowed into the sheep head, but was instead rushing into the house. At the same time, the ground shook continuously. The fierce wind roared. The night turned red. Terrible screams seemed to tear apart everyone. Everyone in the orphanage was pale as if about to faint. Boom. The whole house cracked and collapsed. And everyone saw where the blood headed, a black vortex that had formed at the center of the house. Everything around was being sucked in. And those screams were coming from inside. The sheephead's hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. This old one has once had the honor of receiving the true God's gift. Although I have killed many people, I merely intended to become one of them and move on to that world to live forever. The sheephead roared. But after preparing for 10 years, just when success was within reach, you seek to stop me. Its voice, word by word, hoarsely burst from its throat, then. Even in death, I shall drag all of you down with me. Tsuchi watched as pale, gigantic tentacles began to extend from the portal, waves of powerful spiritual impacts surged out wildly. Spiritual power, 5, now at 155, spiritual power, 5, now at 150. Although Tsuchi's spiritual power was not affected by the instance's restrictions, the others. One by one, they had already rolled their eyes and collapsed. The portal is open. Whether it's you. Or this city, this world. The sheephead cackled, tonight, it shall welcome the true strength. From now on. Completely turn into hell. Tsuchi understood this strength better than the others, it came from pollution. Once pollution stepped into this world. At best, it became a doomsday city like the night demon. At worst, it would completely collapse, turning into a fully shattered world brimming with evil spirits. This, he had also witnessed. In the black vortex, a multitude of tentacles struggled to emerge. Strange phantoms entwined among them, simply looking could affect the mind. And by the feel of it, it had already surpassed a D-level pollutant. This was the old director. Using 10 years, collecting massive amounts of blood filled with despair, fear, and unwillingness, to open this death portal. I can only use it one more time. Tsuchi's expression was grave. If the last thunderbolt failed to work, he would be out of options. He was just about to move. And at that moment, an accident occurred. From inside the black vortex, countless burning chains were suddenly flung out, and the large tentacles were immediately bound, screaming in agony. Struggling. Screaming. But to no avail. In the next second, they were pulled back into the black vortex. Tsuchi abruptly stopped in his tracks. He looked towards the vortex with a shock, still unaware of what had happened. And the next moment, from the midst of the vortex, a figure slowly took a step out. This figure held a cane in one hand and a top hat in the other, clad in a purple tailcoat, and those chains came from his hat, dragging the tentacles back inside. Then silence. A rare, unpolluted world. The person's voice, calm as he spoke, lightly sounded in everyone's ears, clearly a soliloquy, yet carried an indescribable authority. Let's not toss this trash inside. Tsuchi's expression underwent a subtle change. Meanwhile, the sheephead's exclamation mark slowly flickered. Reunited with an old friend, completed, Chapter 50-50, the second meeting with the traveling merchant. You. Who are you? The sheep-headed creature stared dumbly at the man before it, unable to comprehend how the horrifying monster that was about to step into this world had suddenly been dragged back. Moreover, as soon as this man appeared, the terrifying aura brought by the black vortex and the faint shrieking as if it were all suppressed. Old evil spirit. I want to see the evil god. Indeed, a sheep-headed one. The traveling merchant looked at the sheep-headed creature, his eyes carrying a mix of undisturbed calm and indifference. It seems the followers of the beast god are truly everywhere. Just a bit of low-quality strength can gather a bunch of disgusting believers. Such stupidity. The traveling merchant slowly put his hat back on and adjusted it before he calmly looked towards the vortex and the blood-filled sky. Sealed in the abyss, trying to gather strength like this to break free from the ceiling. I can't let you succeed. He stretched out his hand. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread from his fingertip. Under the shocked gaze of the sheep-headed old dean, all the shrieking stopped abruptly, the surrounding pollution dissipated in the blink of an eye. The entire vortex channel stopped spinning, the surging blood and patterns around it all collapsed inch by inch. Not only that, the blood reflected in the night also gradually dispersed from the sky. The sheep-headed old dean dumbly watched all this unfold, a look of fear appearing in his murky eyes. Just a light tap of the fingertip. Everything he had accumulated over 10 years was easily shattered. You. Who exactly are you? Its voice trembled as it opened its mouth. The traveling merchant's gaze fell on it, his eyes devoid of any emotion, but in the eyes of the sheep-headed old dean, it was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. In the reflection of its pupils, flames blazed from the traveling merchant's body as if they were from a demonic god of hell. And only it could see this scene. Just that one glance. The sheep-headed old dean almost went mad. If it had a body now, it would undoubtedly be trembling and raising a finger in panic, crying. Demon, demon. The traveling merchant indifferently withdrew his gaze. Such a lowly creature was simply not worth talking to. He looked around. Then his gaze slowly fell on the only one still standing, and the small boy with rabbit ears. The traveling merchant gently spoke. Being able to keep your spirit stable in that channel just now and not be knocked unconscious. Little fellow, you do have some backbone. Tsuchi looked strangely. This guy didn't recognize him? Right, now he was not only restricted but had also turned into a small boy. However, little fellow, what just happened wasn't for free, the traveling merchant said with a light smile. If I hadn't appeared, You would all have died here, and even your world would gradually crumble. So, little guy, have you thought about it? Is there anything you can give me? Tsuchi was silent. Damn profiteer, charging even a child. Wasn't it agreed that everything below 1.2 meters was free? He sadly bowed his head. I have nothing now, nothing to give you. If you really want something. Tsuchi took a packet of tea leaves from his pocket. This tea was quite tasty. He had casually taken a packet from the Scorpion supervisor before. Although it may not look very valuable, it was left by a very important person before she passed away. In my heart, it is priceless. I've been carrying it since I was little, and I take it out and treasure it when I have nothing else to do. The traveling merchant was somewhat silent. Do you want to drink it? I'll make it for you right now. Although it seems a bit expired, traveling through various worlds as you do, you probably don't mind such a triviality. The traveling merchant narrowed his eyes, staring at the chattering Tsuchi, his eyes twinkling faintly. You give me a very strange feeling, like a familiar aura, and how do you know I travel through various worlds? Tsuchi blinked innocently. I don't know what you're talking about. The traveling merchant felt increasingly uneasy. Slowly, he took out gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on, and the moment he did, his gaze gradually changed. First, shock. Then silence. Slowly he said, it's actually you. He said he had felt a hint of familiarity the moment he saw this guy, but because he was restricted by some force, he hadn't thought much about it. Then from the moment this guy spoke, that scent became even stronger, involuntarily reminding him of the guy who had tricked him before. Tsuchi still maintained his innocence. I don't understand anything, I'm just a child. Enough. The traveling merchant's eyes darkened as he spat out these two words, then squinting, he regained his calm demeanor. To think that you, a mere mortal, deceived me, I kept sensing that familiarity. He cursed. Damn paradise power. Tsuchi also dropped his innocent demeanor, revealing a smile. Respectable traveling merchant, we thought it was a permanent parting, but it seems we meet again. The traveling merchant did not speak, seeing a hint of teasing in Tsuchi's eyes, knowing what Tsuchi meant because the last time he left, he had clearly stated it was their final meeting. How long had it been? Now the one being teased was him. The traveling merchant silently adjusted his hat. What goes around comes around, our connection isn't severed yet, I admit I was wrong. There are very few who encounter me a second time, consider everything just now on the house, no more. Tsuchi. Ahem, Tsuchi coughed. Don't you want to make a deal with me? According to the procedure, it should be about time. The traveling merchant silently watched Tsuchi. I don't feel anything interesting from you. Or are you saying you want to take out that ancient god's heart and return it to me? That's not it. Tsuchi paused. Actually, besides the finger bone my grandfather left, he also wrote down a piece of music. I wonder if you're still interested. The traveling merchant's body shook slightly, although barely noticeable. Tsuchi still perceived it. He remained silent, saying he wasn't interested would be a lie. With the residual aura from that finger bone, he had found some clues about the old days, but they were merely a hint. Not nearly enough progress. But now, there was something similar on Tsuchi. But, having been outsmarted by this guy last time, as a principled merchant, that was unacceptable. The so-called treasures left by his grandfather, he naturally wouldn't consider anymore. Even if Tsuchi demanded a ransom, he would keep the initiative firmly in his hands. Mortal. The traveling merchant spoke calmly, his hand slowly placed on his cane, caressing the pattern on top. What you mentioned isn't much use to me anymore. His gaze was profound, undisturbed. To secure a trade again, it won't be that easy. Tsuchi responded with a no, then forget it. He turned and walked away, leaving the traveling merchant standing there, his tailcoat somewhat disheveled in the wind. Chapter 51. Sorry. Traveling merchant. The traveling merchant looked at Tsuchi's retreating figure, still standing in the same spot. He had dealt with various great beings before, experienced epic sagas, and witnessed the rise, prosperity, and decline of the myths of old days. Now, he was being led by the nose by a mere mortal. And not for the first time. Mortal. The traveling merchant found himself faltering somewhat, as he actually knew after verifying the contents of that finger bone that such items were indeed helpful to him. Naturally, when he sensed there was another item of similar nature, he was determined to acquire it. He could have let Tsuchi demand an exorbitant price, as those things did not hold much value for him. It was just that he had suffered a small loss last time and did not want to let this fellow take the initiative again. But now, he seemed to be moving towards a familiar direction. The traveling merchant watched as Tsuchi walked further away, eventually shaking his head helplessly. Fine, the lad has seen right through me. To continue would be meaningless. He moved and appeared in front of Tsuchi as if he had teleported. Tsuchi, neither servile nor overbearing, blinked and smiled. Respected traveling merchant, do you need anything else? The traveling merchant, watching Tsuchi's smile, squinted slightly. When others see me under the influence of interest or power, everyone is exceedingly respectful, terrified of giving the slightest offense. Only your respect is a cheap adjective. Tsuchi? I'll sue you for defamation. The traveling merchant slowly removed his top hat, speaking gently. The most unwise thing a merchant can do is to reveal his bottom price. But now, there's no need to hide it any longer. I indeed need that item. Let's be frank with each other this time and get straight to the point. He gave his hat a slight flick. From within the top hat flowed a dazzling array of items, each encased in some kind of bubble. As soon as they appeared, their various auras stirred up a fierce wind throughout the orphanage, even more tumultuous than before. A multitude of lights shimmered in the darkness, as if a miracle had manifested. Tsuchi paused slightly. What are these? They seem to be on a whole different level than the speaker from last time. The traveling merchant spoke softly. As one of my principles, I never make disproportionately valued trades. I recognize the value of that finger bone, so in my heart, its value has exceeded its original. Therefore, I will offer you a corresponding item. Tsuchi gave a thumbs up. Good. Can you make up for the last time, too? No returns or exchanges after sale. The 7-day no-reason return policy doesn't contain this clause. Shut up. The traveling merchant couldn't help but say, his finger slightly hooking, as an item flew down to him. This is an axe stone, with the power to destroy heavens and obliterate the earth. One explosion can annihilate a small town. Tsuchi looked over and shook his head. Not satisfied. The traveling merchant snapped his fingers again and a gun wrapped in a blue aura appeared in his hand. This is an atomic energy gun obtained from a high-tech world. Its power may not compare to that stone, but the advantage is that it can be recharged and used continuously. Tsuchi shook his head again. This isn't satisfactory either. Just as the traveling merchant was about to continue, Tsuchi stopped him. Actually, there's no need to take anything more out for display. The traveling merchant paused, a surprised look on his face. You're not satisfied with any of these? It's not that I'm unsatisfied, but rather I am very tempted, however. Tsuchi slowly began. My item slot is restricted right now, I can't take out the item you want. At Tsuchi's words, the traveling merchant fell into a prolonged silence, profound and contemplative. Though he made no move. But, crack crack crack. A series of cracking noises came from his hand. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He quickly looked over. The traveling merchant's face remained expressionless, while the high-tech firearm in his grip cracked open under a powerful force. Goodness me. Tsuchi coughed. Calm down. I'm restricted, not unwilling to trade. After all, we're old customers here. It's not decent to attack a customer. The traveling merchant, still without expression. Rest assured, although I'd really like to throw you into that vortex, to experience what pollution hell is like, I'm still very kind. Tsuchi. Your grinding teeth tell me you're anything but kind. The traveling merchant took a deep breath, silently stuffed everything back, and donned his high top hat. It seems we will have a third encounter. But whether by fluke or fate, it shows there's some connection between us. So, tell me. His amber-colored pupils flickered slightly. Your name? He had never asked Tsuchi for his name. After all, from his unreachable heights, what he saw and heard was different from others. To him, mortals were just grains of sand, drifting with the wind, existing only briefly. Tsuchi paused slightly. Are you collecting customer information? My name is Suboxian, 21 years old, single, likes to play musical instruments. Enough. The traveling merchant's mouth twitched as he interrupted. A name is enough. He raised his staff, and gradually inscribed in the air with it. Mysterious symbols flashed between them, filled with the miraculous. In the end, they transformed into a stream of light that surged into Tsuchi's body. You have received a breath mark from? Note, he can use this mark to meet you again. Tsuchi paused slightly. So the name of the traveling merchant is Invisible. It seems to indicate a great disparity in strength between himself and the other party, unable to know any information about him. He didn't ask, though, and if he wanted to know, sooner or later the question marks above his head would tell him. Tsuchi thought for a moment, then said. So when do you plan to meet up? The traveling merchant was already immune to this guy's choice of words, busy with tasks at hand. I'll deal with some matters first and naturally will find you when the time comes. Alright then. Tsuchi didn't really care, then I'm off, since the main quest is already complete. He suddenly paused, looking somewhat bewildered at the main quest that was still flickering with light. What's up? Tsuchi hesitated for a moment. It seems I haven't actually completed the main quest. The traveling merchant was unfazed by the term main quest, narrowing his eyes with the keen intuition of a businessman. What is your task? If it's difficult, I can lend a hand, but of course, it's not free. Tsuchi slowly said, the task is to find the key and escape from the orphanage. The traveling merchant stared wordlessly at the surrounding destruction. Houses collapsed into ruins, everywhere bearing the marks of a great battle. You call this escaping? Not important. Tsuchi rolled up his sleeves. What are you doing now? Doing the task, of course. The traveling merchant watched, somewhat shocked, as Tsuchi rolled up his sleeves, took up an axe, and stood in front of the sheep head. As he fiercely chopped down, he demanded loudly where the key was. He silently looked up into the night. This guy surely was different from the others he had met. Chapter 52 Despicable person. Under Tsuchi's harsh interrogation, the sheep-headed old dean, left with only the head of a sheep, finally spoke out in terror about the location of the key. And a series of passwords. Tsuchi mused. To think it was placed in a secret compartment with a password, getting it through the normal game process seems quite difficult. Old director. Is this why you chose to directly overthrow the orphanage? At this moment, the traveling merchant also came over, his gaze fixed on the sheep-headed old dean. As soon as he appeared, the old dean's fear flared up like a fire, and he began to tremble violently. Tell me frankly, what's the deal with this sheep head? It's not the first time I've seen it. Tsuchi asked, then paused and added. You're not charging for this piece of information, right? The traveling merchant didn't respond to the latter part but calmly said. You can consider it as a totem of some deity. These totems are scattered across countless worlds. When evil thoughts are born and guided by it, a horror descends upon this world. His eyes behind those golden glasses were utterly calm. This guy was originally human, afflicted with a fatal disease. It seems he performed some ritual to survive, turning into this form, and everyone else around, due to the pollution source from the ritual, has turned into monsters. Pollution source again. Tsuchi's eyebrows raised. He looked at the group of orphans lying unconscious on the ground around him. They had turned abnormal due to pollution and were abandoned by their families before this old dean brought them to this prison-like orphanage. In many worlds, this happens often. Some are even more tragic where everyone lives in a completely collapsed, apocalyptic hell. The traveling merchant's gaze shifted as he stared at the old dean. But I'm more curious about something. Who taught you that ritual? Upon hearing the traveling merchant's question, the old dean, overwhelmed with fear and not daring to disobey, hurriedly spoke in a trembling and hoarse voice. It was a group of strange outsiders. They wore different clothes, they said. If I spread the true God's power to this world, I could be liberated and embraced by the true God. That sales pitch sounds familiar. Tsuchi's eyes flickered, and he drew a pattern on the ground with a spike. Do they have tattoos like this on them? Although the old dean had only half a neck left, he still managed desperately to nod. His murky eyes not yet completely lifeless, making his last excuse. I just wanted to survive. Even at the end, I only plan to venture alone to that world after successfully transforming myself. Tsuchi nodded calmly and swung his axe. That's well said, but enough talking. However, the traveling merchant stopped him, speaking softly. I have a question for you. Since you claim to be a follower of the true God and are a pollution source yourself and have used this ritual, it looks like you have had dealings with those things in the abyss. Do you know the word despicable person recently? The old dean was slightly startled. No. Bang. The traveling merchant flicked his fingertips lightly, and the entire sheep head suddenly exploded. What's going on? Tsuchi was surprised as he tried to dodge the exploding flesh, but he worried needlessly. The opponent left not even a trace of flesh or ashes, but turned to dust. Almost all the polluted worlds have been spreading this about. This guy claims to be a follower of the true God, yet he's completely clueless, the traveling merchant stated calmly. He has no value left, there's no need to waste more time. Tsuchi. This old dean's life was too tragically misspent. After 10 years, he hadn't even achieved the basics. Well, not quite, he nearly did before I messed it up. Tsuchi asked. Now the question arises, what does despicable person mean? The traveling merchant glanced at him. You are too weak, such beings are too far removed from you, and curiosity comes at a price. All are almost dealt with. At this moment, a surge of power flowed towards the traveling merchant's staff, and he gently tapped it in the air, opening a pathway as ripples burst forth like waves. He stepped forward through it. The traveling merchant's voice drifted lightly. Anyway, keep growing, little one, maybe the next time we meet, that thing of yours might have appreciated in value. Tsuchi silently watched the traveling merchant disappear amid the chaotic ruins. He shook his head. Why bother playing the riddle man? Despicable person, huh? The name was obviously a code name, the one it referred to must be someone not very above board, And given it was spreading across the polluted worlds, there must be a super big shot involved. He muttered to himself. We will find out eventually. Suchi didn't just stand there, he had just learned about a hidden compartment in the ruins and sure enough, there was a mechanical numeric keypad on it. He turned it to open it and then retrieved a key. How much effort it took to get this key, Suchi said as he left the ruins. The dazed people around him were covering their heads and gradually regaining consciousness. They looked around blankly. Broken walls and devastation everywhere, the terrifying black vortex they had seen earlier had vanished, and the old director was no longer there. What had happened? Was it a success or a failure? As for Suchi, he emerged from the ruins and looked at the confused crowd, awake. It seems you still have some potential. Ordinary people, if struck by that spiritual pollution, would not wake up for a day or two. And yet, these folks had only slept for a short while before waking up. The pollution source had left them looking like this, but it had also given them some unusual physical attributes. Brother Su. Pomelo Cat looked at Suchi and murmured. Did we succeed? Did we win? Suchi threw the key he held toward them, the main gate key, once opened. You can't leave the orphanage. Everyone shouted in unison, some hugged each other with tears streaming down their faces, others knelt on the ground and cried out. We can finally go home. Pomelo Cat quickly picked up the key, eager to run to the front of the gate. But Suchi's voice reached their ears. You must understand one thing, although the source of the terror has been eliminated, its effects are not erased. You weren't sent here on vacation, you were cruelly abandoned, thrown away like monsters. And according to the operation of the pollution source old director over 10 years, this number might not be small. Are you really ready to go back? The crowd stood still, dazed. Having been in this enclosed place for so long, they sometimes forgot some things, but when Suchi mentioned it, their expressions revealed utterly soulless emotions. Yes. They were still just abandoned orphans. Suchi glanced at them, the others were wavering, but the snakehead man and his two companions bowed their heads, their eyes thoughtful as they seriously considered the matter. At this moment, the orphanage's main gate had been opened by Pomelo Cat. The despair of the old days had been buried, and a new hope accompanied by hardships was waiting for them ahead. Suchi watched as the main mission completion prompt and the instance countdown appeared, throwing the non-transferable return spring to Snakehead Man and his group. This might be of some use, take it. Snakehead Man received it and seemed to realize something, looking at Suchi with some astonishment. Sect Hierarch, are you leaving? Suchi nodded. The next steps are for you to consider on your own. He activated the instance transfer. Immediately after, his body gradually dissipated like particles of light. The crowd stared blankly at the scene, as if witnessing a miracle, and all knelt down. And Snakehead Man, Croc Brother, Spider Boy, especially, cried out hoarsely, Sect Hierarch. Their voices echoed in the orphanage for a long time. Chapter 53 Settlement and Update 3 Lunatics. Suchi returned to his personal login space. Why the hell are you shouting so loudly? It's like you're at a funeral. Player Subuxian has cleared solo special limitation instance number 978,913, game difficulty, nightmare, game rating, 100, settling rewards, received perfect level dungeon clearing experience points and 3,000 game coins, eligible for 1 lottery draw, your level has been raised to 12, acquired 23 attribute points to distribute, instance summary, the pitiable lives trapped in the cage land have finally been liberated with your arrival. Although your method deviated from the main storyline, it still concluded well. Regardless of intent, you've spun the wheel of fate and altered their future, 2 levels at once. Suchi looked at his experience points, looks like the experience from these special instances is higher than others. Add the nightmare difficulty and solo instance bonuses, and it's not that surprising. Your level has surpassed 10, and the newbie protection mechanism has been disabled. Caution, after level 10, dying within an instance triggers a punishment mechanism, resulting in the loss of experience points and game coins. The higher the level, the greater the punishment cost. This excludes PvP-type instances. Caution, the team instance matchmaking system will no longer differentiate between new players and beta testers. Instance content limitations are lifted, and the balance algorithms adjusted. The death penalty. Upon reading this, Suchi thought of Xunxiahuan and speculated. Could that guy have been kicked out of paradise and forced to start over because of the death penalty? He could control flying knives, but it wasn't due to equipment traits, nor did it seem to be a skill. It was more like a kind of telekinesis talent. I've just lost the newbie protection, so it looks like there's a lot more to explore. Suchi was looking forward to it. At that moment, a notification from his mailbox suddenly popped up forcefully. Notice, on October 22nd at 12 p.m., the first game update will commence. Please note, matchmaking is now disabled. But this will not affect players currently in instances. The updated version will be 2.0, and is anticipated to take 2 hours, an update. Tsuchi paused for a moment, remembering the official announcement that the daily marketplace would go live after the update, along with many other features. The matchmaking interface had already been dimmed, rendered unusable. Tsuchi also checked the lottery system. It was the same situation. He couldn't even distribute his attribute points. It seems the personal login space is temporarily suspended, so I can only log off for now. The update time for Abyssal Paradise was not entirely unreasonable. Since the open beta of the game, many players had been sacrificing sleep, steeped in the game round the clock. Some were able to play 4 or even 5 instances within 24 hours. Of course, the game's sleep mode hasn't been launched yet, so players would still feel tired and sleepy upon returning to their personal space, even if they could sleep in instances. Tsuchi got out of the gaming pod and checked the time. It was just past 11 o'clock. He paced over and pulled open the curtains. Looks like the weather's nice today. I could go to the market and buy some stuff. The fridge has been empty for a while now. He threw on a coat and headed straight for the market. Tsuchi was always good at haggling even before he could see question marks. Now it was even easier. Hey, young man, buy a chicken. Wait, buy what? The chicken vendor offered a sincere smile. Home-raised chicken, grown eating millet. But Tsuchi saw, dead from illness, contains medicinal residues. Goodbye. You want 3 pounds of fruit? Yes, exactly 3 pounds. The fruit vendor showed Tsuchi the scales display. Oh. 1 pound 7 ounces, he immediately put it down and walked away. After a round through the market, Tsuchi felt like he was opening blind boxes. He finally managed to buy some stuff and returned home. He took out his phone and sent all the problematic vendors' addresses and reasons to Liu Yishu. Then he forwarded a few videos, every video titled Deep in Thought. Rectification, urgent, don't let waiting become a regret. They dare to do this now, I can't even imagine what they'd dare in the future. About 10 seconds later, Liu Yishu replied to the message. He slowly said, I hope you haven't forgotten that I'm part of the investigation bureau. This kind of matter should be sent to market supervision. Tsuchi forwarded another message. Shocking. After numerous unsuccessful reports, a customer actually went to chop someone. Forget it, I got it, I'll pass it on. Liu Yishu was somewhat helpless. After a few seconds, he sent. Did you have any nightmares or something last night? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Tsuchi didn't hide anything, that black shadow had already become his servant, serving him tea and water overnight. That's good, but still be careful. Liu Yishu slowly continued. Supernatural phenomena like this are tricky to deal with. You have to rely on yourself, and it will grow day by absorbing the negative emotions of its host. And it's connected to the spiritual attribute. That girl is now focusing on spiritual power and has improved a lot. You've just been entangled with it, and the supernatural entity hasn't grown yet, so there's still time. Okay, I'll be careful. Before, there was no sign of the supernatural happening. Now he also knew that the black shadow could grow by absorbing negative emotions like fear and dread. But being a sunny and optimistic big boy wasn't for nothing. Plus, since it was related to the spiritual attribute, there was even less to worry about. By the way, I have another question. Did you queue up for a game this morning? Liu Yishu asked out of the blue. He had to do this because Paradise had no record of Tsuchi, so the only option was to ask Tsuchi himself. Solo queue. Perfect clear. Tsuchi didn't hold back. Perfect on hard, huh? Impressive, must be at least an 80-point score. Liu Yishu felt reassured. With this, he could report back, and Tsuchi's spot would be secured. Tsuchi sent him apostrophe? In response. What? Did I say it was hard? Ordinary? Thinking downwards, huh? It was nightmare difficulty, score 100. For real? Nightmare 100 points. How did you do that? Liu Yishu typed out a string of bewildered characters. Tsuchi's message came, don't ask, as long as you have the skills, it's all that matters. After returning home, Tsuchi soaked some dried shiitake mushrooms, cut the bought chicken thighs into pieces, used cooking wine to remove the gamey taste, then poured in some of the water used to soak the mushrooms. In terms of cooking, he felt he was no less skilled than Pighead Man. If it weren't for the conditions at the time not allowing, he felt he could have argued with the guy. An hour later, the aroma of stewed chicken had already wafted out. Tsuchi then added chunks of green and red peppers, let them braise for a few minutes, and served the dish. These days, you still have to cook for yourself. While enjoying his lunch, Tsuchi opened up his phone. He scrolled through short videos, quickly felt bored, and then opened up a forum. With a slight scroll, he saw a post. Shocking. Abyssal Paradise actually appeared a long time ago. This. Upon opening it, Tsuchi saw a photo of an old newspaper. It contained a report on a suicide case where before dying by suicide, the person left a blood-written note on the floor: "I should have never entered this abyss." And the date on the newspaper was from 20 years ago. People in the forum thread took it as the original poster playing a prank. After all, the word abyss had many implied meanings. Yet Tsuchi examined it closely, but half a minute later, the post suddenly disappeared. Deleting the post? The power from the officials. If there is indeed a connection, then the underlying scope is not small. And this part of the content can only be understood after entering that so-called paradise. After finishing his meal, the update and maintenance were about to end. He wasn't in a hurry to go in. After the meal, he took time to wash the dishes and digest. Before lying down in the game pod. Let's see what they've updated this time. Chapter 54, Acquiring a Divine Skill. Neural connection in progress. Connection successful. Welcome player 985,211, Suboxian, to the game. Tsuchi's vision gradually brightened. The entire login space seemed a bit different, the most significant change being the return of that familiar voice. He looked toward the sealed windows and doors. Although he couldn't see outside, he could hear a group of abnormal noises whispering and screeching behind the door, as if they wanted to get in. To tear Tsuchi into pieces. Still using the same background music for version 2.0. Isn't that a bit slapdash? But as before, it came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Tsuchi hadn't had the chance to check out the updated content when someone from his friends list sent a message. "Brother Su. You're finally online." Yes, you seem to have been online waiting for him. Duo Q? Team instances now have lifted the newbie restrictions, increased experience and game coin gains, and the MVP of each match gets an extra 30%. And yes, you added. There seems to be new content. You know so much? Saw it on the forum. Don't rush, I'm still looking at the updated content. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tsuchi closed the chat and reviewed the new content. First, the club system was updated. It was only online for a short while, but astonishingly required level 15 and 100,000 game coins to establish. Although the number of clubs that made it onto the list wasn't large, each one was probably not that simple. A solo player can't hope to reach level 15 and have 100,000 game coins in such a short time, he thought. Tsuchi skimmed over the club content, then turned his attention to the daily store. Daily store is now open. Attention, daily store refreshes at 0 o'clock. Each refresh only offers 3 items. Attention, once purchased, items are non-refundable. Any issues, please contact the seller directly. Attention, players can consign their own items to the store system. A processing fee will be charged based on the item's value. After reviewing these notices, the daily store successfully opened, refreshing and presenting 3 items. Peach Blossom Peanut Milk quickly restores 300 physical strength points in instances, priced at 1,000 game coins, from an anonymous player. Not a bad potion, just a tad expensive, but Tsuchi elected to purchase it anyway. The importance of physical strength in the game goes without saying. He shifted his gaze downward. Pretty Crystal, a specialty from home, shines continuously, only supports item exchange from a seller in a certain instance. Tsuchi raised an eyebrow. So there are sellers from the instance world in this store? Interesting, but this item seemed to have no use. His eyes moved to the last item, and they slightly shook. Let's die together. Skill, player expends all physical strength to perform a self-destruction. Power is based on the consumed physical strength, and the player will also suffer explosion damage, priced at 7,500 game coins, from player number 2,383,790, a self-destruction skill. The moment Tsuchi saw this skill, he immediately purchased it. To think it's only 7,500 game coins. He was surprised it was so cheap, but he could understand why. It looks like it's mainly because of the punishment mechanism. Each use is suicidal, not only losing experience and game coins, but also deeming the entire instance a failure, totally useless. However, Tsuchi's tone shifted, his eyes gleaming. In my hands, it becomes a divine skill. He possessed his Roland badge, which could negate an attack that would cause direct damage to his vitality once in every instance. This was like having a super bomb on hand. And the most critical point, its power could grow with added physical strength. This attribute was the reason it could be called a divine skill. Dear player, let me say thank you. Tsuchi slotted it into the 3rd slot on his skill bar, the one he had gained upon reaching level 10. Now, at last, it had been filled. He then proceeded to draw loot. The loot pool had been updated, too. Additional game coins, experience, special items, and more were added. However, this time there was nothing of interest. Just an ordinary small knife that added 5 points to strength. It seems the skill I just drew has used up all my luck, he mused. Tsuchi promptly put it up for sale in the daily store for 100 game coins, leaving it to fate to find the right buyer. Then, Tsuchi allocated 23 attribute points, assigning 13 to vitality and the rest split between strength and movement technique. Vitality, 530, strength, 25, movement technique, 25, physical strength, 53, spiritual power, 229, spiritual power. It's growing like I've got a cheat, Tsuchi could only thank Brother Evil God with gratitude. The significance of this attribute was becoming evident, all interactions with pollution sources were impossible without it. Tsuchi opened his friends list to find that Nightwatcher was still online, waiting, and he had just connected to voice chat. Only to find that Old Tomato had just come online, too. Nightwatcher immediately pulled him into the voice channel. Trio queue? No. I can't queue with you guys right now, Old Tomato said somberly, refusing the offer. What's up with that? Nightwatcher was taken aback. It's because his level has dropped. Tsuchi noticed that Old Tomato's level had changed to 6. What happened? Old Tomato was silent for a moment, then began slowly. Actually, I played all night yesterday, and by dawn I'd reached level 11, then in the morning, I entered a team instance. Did you fail to clear it? No. Old Tomato's voice wavered slightly with anger. I was ambushed by other players. They were hiding among us the whole time, and just when we were about to complete the main quest, they struck. They didn't care about the mission. They chased us down and attacked us. Old Tomato's voice revealed his frustration as he seemed to recall the incident. They had a strange pattern tattooed on them. It emitted a mental shock. We couldn't resist at all. Once they revealed their true intentions, they ruthlessly slaughtered everyone in the instance. Even a high-level player like Old Tomato had red in his eyes. He had clearly been shaken. Nightwatcher fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tsuchi pondered before asking. Is it this kind of pattern? He described it. Old Tomato was shocked. Yes, that's it. How did you know? When we were in Swirlin, those murderous outsiders had the same tattoo. Nightwatcher spoke with more severity and seriousness in his tone. I logged in just to warn you guys, be careful if you come across this group of people, Old Tomato said through clenched teeth. Tsuchi didn't argue, sensing the great impact on Old Tomato. Understood, you rest up. We'll be careful. Old Tomato logged off. Nightwatcher didn't rush to start the game, but instead spoke seriously. Brother Sue, please take what Brother Tomato just said seriously. After reaching level 10, there's a chance of encountering. He hesitated, not naming them, but pausing to add. These evildoers. Be very cautious. If something isn't right, exit the instance sooner rather than later. If you're killed by that group, your experience can be significantly plundered, which is what happened to Brother Tomato. Otherwise, if it was just the normal death penalty, he might not have dropped in level, Nightwatcher explained. Of course, if you manage to kill them, you can plunder them as well and even receive system rewards. But in the early stages, no one has the spiritual attribute or spiritual equipment, so it's impossible to fight against their methods. Nightwatcher suddenly realized he had been talking for a while and Tsuchi had not responded. Brother Sue, did you hear all that? Huh? Hearing Tsuchi's brief answer, Nightwatcher couldn't help but press on. Brother Sue, I'm not joking here. Don't worry, I'm on it. Tsuchi's tone remained even as he looked at his spiritual power attribute. Do I look like someone who does whatever he wants and ignores the team? Kind of. Chapter 55-55, Entering the Team Instance. Sudden Accident, Player Subuxian, Level 12, Player Night Guard, Level 11, Matching for a difficult team instance in progress. Note, both players' levels have surpassed 10, team instance restrictions have been lifted. 1. Team instances will increase the probability of triggering worldviews, paradise exploratory missions. 2. Players will unlock the reputation system, which can be accessed upon entering the instance. 3. Team instance experience and game coin gain adjusted up 10%. The system will allocate based on players' performances within the instance and will announce the MVP upon main storyline completion. The MVP player will receive an additional 30% experience and game coins and may trigger extra rewards. Previously, after leaving the novice protection, team matching. It was going to change. Tsuchi read these 2 points. Seems interesting. From Night Guard's side, a voice transmitted. The system seems to encourage everyone to explore together and also prevents slacking and passive behavior. As for that reputation system, it should be related to titles. He hadn't finished speaking when it was abruptly cut off. Match successful, team instance confirmed, number of players, 8, entering now. Listening to the cut-off voice, Tsuchi also saw darkness surge like a tide. about to drown him. And at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The darkness abruptly stopped, as if time itself had paused. Tsuchi raised an eyebrow. If this happened in-game, it's usually termed a lag, typically followed by a crash. But this isn't an ordinary game. That rule doesn't apply here. He already sensed something was wrong. Tsuchi asked Night Guard, "Are you still there?" However, there was no response. It seems some force temporarily kept him in personal space, preventing him from immediately entering the instance. Tsuchi lifted his head slightly, his gaze subtly shifting toward the sealed window of his personal login space. A massive amount of black fog was spreading outside the room. There stood an eerie figure, seemingly watching him. A strange voice then faintly resounded, strange because he couldn't tell if it was male or female, nor discern whether it was a monster or a human. It said a sentence. "Suboxian. Welcome to the Abyss." Tsuchi called out. "Buddy, if you have something to say, why not say it clearly instead of talking through walls?" But the other party seemed not to hear him, or perhaps ignored him. In the next moment, the personal space seemed to hit the play button again, time began to move, and darkness roared forward to swallow Tsuchi. "You have entered the team instance." Tsuchi didn't bother with the prompt, he was pondering what just had happened. He didn't believe it was just for show. Who was that figure? Why did it suddenly appear and call out his name? What was happening outside the room? He was unclear about all of it. At that moment. Beep. A clear mechanical prompt sounded close to Tsuchi's ear, carrying a sense of urgency. As he opened his eyes, he discovered he was lying in a narrow space akin to a game pod, a respirator on his face, surrounded by nourishing liquids, next to a red button. Is this a hibernation chamber? Tsuchi guessed, having seen so many sci-fi movies. The chamber wasn't transparent and was soundproof, so he was unaware of the outside situation. He decided to put what had just happened out of his mind for the moment. Tsuchi reached out to remove the respirator from his face and looked at the conspicuous red button, probably the control switch to open the chamber door. He considered whether or not to press it. Lying here is actually quite comfortable, but from what it seems, staying put won't advance any main lines. And since it's a team instance, perhaps his teammates are in other hibernation pods as well? Tsuchi decisively pressed a button. Beep. Again, the sound of a flute from the beginning, followed by the sound of the cabin door releasing pressure. Tsuchi drew out the 100-man slaughter blade, ready to defend himself at any time. When the door finally opened, Tsuchi heard all kinds of noisy voices. Block it. Brother Moen. Don't let those things in. Watch out, that thing is pouncing. I've got this. A voice shouted. Snap. Damn, awesome, truly worthy of a big shot from the first sequence club. That big shot's voice was very calm. Hurry up and close the door. Outside there was a cacophony of intense fighting sounds and the thunderous noise of a falling door. Meanwhile, Tsuchi lay comfortably in the sleeping pod, living in peaceful times. He realized he might have missed something. He silently got up, only to see a group of blood-stained players, panting heavily, then leaning against the closed metal door. It's too hard. Let's rest and recover some physical strength before thinking about. The talking player suddenly stopped, staring stunned at the sitting Tsuchi. And the others looked towards Tsuchi too. An odd silence fell in the air. With everyone staring at him, Tsuchi felt he should say something at this moment. So he stood up and waved to the people around him. I'm out of the pod, feeling good. Everyone. Night Guard couldn't help blurting out, damn. Brother Su, you were still in there. A player complained, the team was one man short right from the start of the 8-person dungeon. I thought you had quit the game. You were just lying in the sleeping pod. Regarding that, I'm very sorry. Tsuchi stepped out from the sleeping pod, wearing a high-tech bodysuit, and said, I think I need to explain, my home is in a remote village, the internet cable is pulled from the neighboring village, so there's a delay. Night Guard rolled his eyes. I don't believe that. Plus, who needs a damned internet cable for this game? Anyway. A middle-aged man holding a firearm, with a naive smile, said, now that we have an extra fighter, that's a good thing. Tsuchi looked at the middle-aged man's ID, secretly playing games behind my wife's back. Besides, there were other players he had met offline like Junmoen, who nodded indifferently at him. The rest. 4 people. Night Guard walked over and introduced each one to Tsuchi. The ponytailed female player was Love Eating Jam, the chubby, bespectacled male holding a crossbow was Stain Not Okay, the young man crouching in the corner was panting, his ID was a bit long, you must return to validation as the following format. Tsuchi couldn't help but take a second look. The young man turned his head, don't look at me, I was careless when choosing a name, who knew I couldn't change it after. Then I'll call you Brother Oat? The last one was about the same age as Tsuchi, already at level 14, Named Yun Zanshin, Night Guard said. Brother Yun is a key rookie personally groomed by the First Sequence Club, very strong. If it wasn't for Brother Yun just now, we probably couldn't have pulled back. Though Yun Zanshin's name sounded domineering, he himself was not arrogant, he smiled. No worries, we are all a team. Now with this player. He glanced at Suchi's ID, Suboxian, we just gained an extra chance to break out. Now that Suchi had met everyone, he looked at the battle marks by the door and the faint sounds coming from behind the door. So, what's going on now? Chapter 56-56, Familiar Faces? About 2 minutes later, Suchi came to understand the whole situation. The team had entered the instance for half an hour now, and after emerging from the hibernation pods at this spawn point, they realized they were likely on a spaceship currently in voyage. And soon after, they received the main mission, but only a short distance from this place, they encountered a monster attack. Hence, the team was forced to retreat back here. Suchi blinked, the plot seems awfully familiar. However, he didn't expect that in just the few seconds he was left in his personal space, they had already experienced so much. At this moment, his gaze suddenly shifted, as a script summary began to emerge gradually. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Suchi spoke. Instance introduction is coming. The teammates were taken aback. You really are lagging. A voice like that of a robot began to speak slowly in Suchi's ear, emotionless, as if reading from a script. This is a spaceship drifting through space, it is very special. Its initial purpose was to head toward its mother star, but things seem not as easy as anticipated, accidents happened, abnormal whispers, panicked mutations, the spaceship is no longer safe, and you are urgently awakened to deal with all of this, please remember. First, read the employee manual. The robotic voice gradually faded with the jumbled sound quality. A mission also popped up in front of Suchi. Main mission, find the employee manual in room number 7, and the layout of the spaceship's corridors was simply plastered on the wall. Hibernation room, corridor, final control room, but, the most important thing was the many rooms alongside the corridor. Their hibernation room was number 10. After leaving, there would be a room every 15 meters along the corridor, in sequence. With the final control room being number 0. We were just about to go to room number 7 to find the employee manual, but as soon as we reached zone 8, from an open door, all sorts of abnormalities rushed out. It was very dangerous, Brother Oat began, he sighed. We were just killed and forced to return here. Anyway, no need to rush, it was just the first tentative exploration. Now that we know about the existence of those abnormalities, we can slowly formulate an action plan. Currently, if we want to enter room number 7, we'll have to be a bit blunt, though this carries a sizable risk, and we can't guarantee everyone's survival. So we need to plan every detail well. Escaping pursuit is no simple task, Junmoen pondered aloud. As someone experienced in escape room speedruns, he had expertise in this area, his words were coherent and his demeanor calm. At this very moment, someone was observing all this, watching Junmoen's analysis. It squinted its eyes slightly. This one is a player proficient in strategy and analysis. And Yun Zanshin, the young man leaning against the wall, smiled and said, I'll go along with you guys, just call on me when there's fighting. It seems this is a pure combat type player. No panic needed, it's not a big issue, and whatever happens as long as we stand united, we will surely succeed, declared Night Guard loudly. A player who encourages and enhances team cohesion with their social skills? Finally, Night Guard turned to Suchi. Brother Su, do you have any thoughts? But when he turned around, he found that Suchi was not by his side. Brother Su? At this moment, Suchi was standing next to a glass terrarium by a hibernation pod, looking inside. Look, these flowers and plants are quite pretty. The teammates. This person also fell into silence. What kind of player is this? Alright, everyone has had enough rest, let's make a plan of action. Those abnormalities outside have left. Junmoen watched the surveillance on the wall. The surveillance footage only covered the corridors from Zone 9 to Zone 7. Their goal was simple, enter the room in Zone 7 and find the employee manual. After explaining for about a minute, the plan wasn't really that complicated, it was just a matter of division of labor, matching strength, and then striving for as much time as possible. However, Suchi still stood in front of that glass, then suddenly spoke up, why didn't you guys check out room number 9? After all, abnormalities surged out from gate number 8, but room number 9 hasn't made any noise at all. The middle-aged man scratched his head. Well, about that, we tried, but room number 9 has a password lock, we can't open it, and we didn't find the password here either. Is that so? Suchi looked at the potted plants, I'm not very certain, but let's proceed with your method first. He left some words unspoken. The hibernation room was only equipped with 8 hibernation pods, and logically, they should have all just woken up half an hour ago. And although the plants in the glass bonsais had a simulated cycling nutrient ecology and didn't need to worry about withering and dying without care, but it was clear that someone had recently pruned these plants. The pruning was very slight, as if someone was performing surgery, utterly precise, down to the last millimeter, not easily noticeable without know-how in gardening. However, Tsuchi had, so it was no issue. In any case, besides these players who had just entered the instance, there were others. But this information didn't seem to help advance the main storyline for now, and what's more, Tsuchi felt something filthy was watching them, so he chose not to reveal it at this moment. At this moment, the group had made a decision and stood next to the button that would open the metal door. The most important thing is speed, no dawdling. The door to room number 7 is also a metal door, estimated to take 20 seconds to open. Of course, there's no need to fully open it, just enough for us to get through the gap, so we have to hold out for this time. They prepared for the night watch. Let's go. The group rallied once more. Yun Zanshin was already holding his weapon and striding forward. I'll start us off. Suboxian, you didn't come to listen just now, I'll remind you. Junmoen looked at Tsuchi. Based on our previous experience, some abnormalities cannot be harmed by physical means, some are extremely sensitive to sound, and others will emit a spiritual impact, though spiritual power does not get depleted, but it can cause one to become dazed. Tsuchi made a gesture. Don't worry, even though it's delayed. I heard it all. Boom boom boom. The sound of the heavy metal door activating echoed. The corridor was still silent for the moment. The creatures had all retreated. But nobody dared to let their guard down, because as soon as they reached Zone 8, creatures would rush out from the never-closed gate number 8. Ready. Go. They didn't hesitate at all and immediately sprinted forward. Tsuchi followed behind them, glancing at the metal door of Zone 9, then withdrawing his gaze. He quickly entered Zone 8. Gate number 8 was wide open, and the group of monsters inside emitted faint hissing sounds in the dim environment. And just then, Tsuchi's expression froze, seemingly spotting something unbelievable among the crowd of creatures. He looked surprised. It seems there's a familiar figure. Chapter 57. I told you it was someone I knew. The room number 8 was steeped in darkness, the space vast and open. Tsuchi's gaze penetrated the interior, where the night vision and physical strength recovery were passive abilities that functioned regardless of conditions, while the strength and movement technique double enhancement needed either darkness or nighttime to activate. However, it seemed as though the concept of night didn't exist in this universe. Utilizing the night vision function of the night demon gene, he saw a dense cluster of abnormalities inside, among which were 2 figures at the very back. That almost made him think he was seeing things similar. Too similar. But now was not the time to confirm his suspicions because the monsters by the door had already noticed them and burst into ferocious roars, charging out towards them. They're coming. Everyone's scalp tingled. Be careful. Tsuchi also saw what those monsters were like. Winged ones, long-fanged ones, spiked-head ones. Various oddly shaped mutants, as if they were not from the same world, but each and every one was not the least bit civil, roaring as they pounced towards them. Junmoen's palm slammed down, activating a skill. Get away from me. A barrier appeared in front of the corridor, and the monsters crashed into it. But it didn't hold for even a second before being breached. The distance was only about 10 steps, and they quickly closed in. I'm here. Night Guard ran the fastest. Tsuchi only then noticed that this guy was decked out in equipment, gleaming brightly, seemingly having purchased quite a bit offline. He pressed a button to open door number 7, and the metallic doors of room number 7 began rumbling, opening slowly. Good. Hold them off for 10 seconds. Then we can go in. And a vast crowd of dense monsters also reached the front of the group. Crack. Yun Zanshin leaped up, weapon in hand, mercilessly slaughtering all approaching monsters with swift and uncompromised action, each strike demonstrating his seasoned combat experience, his equipment slightly gleaming. This scene greatly stabilized the minds of everyone engaged in battle. Strong. Brother Yun. Yun Zanshin was about to showcase even more of his combat prowess, from the first sequence club, when a terrifying low droning suddenly vibrated everyone's eardrums, directly penetrating into their minds. Damn. It's a spiritual impact. The countenances of the group shifted to fear, their concentration disrupted, instantly affecting the battle. In the midst of the monster horde, a creature with a horn-shaped head, surrounded by abnormalities, was emitting the spiritual impact. Yun Zanshin's complexion also altered. He was the prime target of the creature, his whole body trembling, his movements clearly slowed down significantly. He was just about to grit his teeth and unleash a skill. Come back here, Tsuchi's foot suddenly stomped down on his shoulder, kicking him back. He then relentlessly swung his 100-man slaughter blade, beheading one monster after another that lunged at them. The spiritual impact that put everyone else on high alert didn't affect him in the slightest. This was the confidence that Brother Evil God had given him. It's open. We can go in. Night Guard's axe cleaved through a monster flying down from the ceiling, shouting loudly. The group then entered through the gap that had opened. Yun Zanshin, however, did not move but was instead watching Tsuchi, his eyes steady as he clutched a glowing pendant before finally rushing forward without hesitation. I'll help you. Let's go together. His equipment seemed to be able to withstand the spiritual impact. Why the hell didn't you use that earlier? Yun Zanshin was indeed a formidable character. Once free of the mental disturbance, he went all out, fighting 10 at a time. As a newbie with a focus on cultivation from the first sequence, he was not to be compared to ordinary players. Although Tsuchi wasn't utilizing many enhancements, he was not at a disadvantage. Moreover, his style of combat was completely different from Yun Zanshin's. Simply put, it was brutal. A stab into the eye socket. Another knife through the groin. If it roars, just drive it straight through the throat. A fierce attack on 3 fronts. Let's see if the abnormality will continue its ferocity. Yun Zanshin, though engaged in battle, noticed Tsuchi's fight and his eyelids twitched violently at the sight of the distinctively different combat style, a wave of fear washing over him. Retreat quickly. Junmoen's voice came over calmly. We're ready to close the door at any moment. Let's go. Yun Zanshin barked an order, and Tsuchi moved in a flash. After slaughtering several fearless abominations that rushed them, they finally made it into room number 7. Boom. The metal door fell immediately after, crushing the abominations that were still trying to get inside to pulp. Yun Zanshin gasped for air. Although he could unleash a powerful burst, his physical strength was rapidly depleting and he couldn't keep up. He couldn't help but turn to look at Tsuchi, only to find him calm as usual. And still finishing off a few of the abominations, now only half of their bodies remaining. The act of delivering the coup de grace was indescribable. The group watched Tsuchi's actions and couldn't help but swallow nervously. That was just a lump of mush now, and you're still stabbing and chopping? Are you trying to make meatballs? Guojian, as a female player, had already turned pale and covered her eyes. Too cruel. Brother Oat couldn't help but whisper to the Night Watch. You guys should be duo partners, right? Has this brother experienced something unpleasant or oppressive in reality, or does he work in some kind of dangerous profession? The Night Watch fell into silence, only to raise his head and firmly interject. I have no contact with this player named Subuxian in reality. You know, game friends. After a few meticulous cuts, Tsuchi tilted his head and looked at everyone, puzzled. Why are you all standing so far away? There's air conditioning over here, it's quite cool. Yun Zanshin couldn't help but say. They're scared by you, Brother Su. He instinctively adopted Night Watch's form of address. What are you doing? Tsuchi expressed surprise. Finishing off enemies, can't you tell? Everyone. Tsuchi spread his hands. Folks, don't look at me like I'm a killing demon. Abnormalities have really strange fatal points. Haven't you all said that some won't die even if their bodies are chopped in half? So, what I'm doing is just normal finishing moves. He pondered for a moment. I suggest that you all do the same later on. Alright. Junmoen even lost his composure a bit. He had met Tsuchi offline and hadn't communicated much, and didn't expect him to be crazy in the game. But he also agreed with Tsuchi's idea of delivering the coup de grace. Let's all search for the employee management handbook now. Room number 7 wasn't very large, so they quickly found a portable tablet. Please note, the employee handbook information file requires a password to unlock. Currently accessible information, Zone 8, F-level abominations, 138, E-level abominations, 87, D-level abominations, 2. Note, these 2 D-level abominations are critical cargo. Highly powerful and self-aware, having suffered severe trauma to the mind. They're reluctant to talk about it, seemingly terrified even by the mention of their names. Despite this, their threat level remains very high, and it is imperative not to provoke them. The tablet displayed the abominations. One was the split-mouth woman, her body stitched with various threads. The other was the swollen man, with a gigantic lump growing on his back. Everyone's eyelids twitched. It's kind of horrifying. Feels like we'll be torn to shreds if we get too close. Humanoid monsters. And they are D-level, likely extremely dangerous. Tsuchi's eyes brightened slightly. See? I told you they were familiar faces. Chapter 58. I know this too. Tsuchi looked at the familiar image and confirmed that it was indeed those 2 people. They were the tenants in Tentacle Man's apartment. His old neighbors. When he and Tentacle Man had left the apartment, They spent several days remodeling them to help him enter the source of collapse. Of course, Tsuchi was involved, and his methods were a bit rough. But how did these two guys end up in this instance? On this spaceship? Tsuchi couldn't help but fall into thought. He also noticed the two words in the manual. Cargo. Huh. At that moment. Finding the employee management manual is complete. Please keep it safe, as it will be key to your survival. Main mission updated. Please connect to the system socket in rooms 5 and 6 for 10 minutes to unlock some archival information. Everyone saw the new main mission. We still don't know what happened to this spaceship or where it's headed, mumbled Junmoen. But it looks like all the information is in this tablet, and we must unlock its key information to understand everything. Yishao nodded. As of now, we can only follow the main mission. Everyone prepared to take a rest before setting off. Guojian was asking if anyone was hurt. Her skill could restore some vitality and physical strength. The middle-aged man was chatting with Brother Oat and another person. The three seemed quite distant from each other, each with a generational gap, creating an oddly awkward atmosphere. Brother Su, did you discover something just then? Yishao approached and asked. He noticed Tsuchi's behavior in the hibernation room and, as a former teammate, he felt Tsuchi might have sensed something. Tsuchi spoke indifferently. It's hard to say, I'm afraid of causing team strife. Ah. Yishao was somewhat baffled. Since when have you been so concerned about the team? Your surprise is a bit peculiar. Tsuchi glanced at the other 6 people. Let me put it this way, I suspect that among the 8 of us, one might not be a player. This time, Yishao was genuinely surprised. Not a player? Why do you say that? Tsuchi briefly explained his findings from the hibernation room. Yishao grew wary. That's the case, but who could it be? How would I know? Tsuchi said calmly. Each person is a composite of countless pieces of information. Although they highlight key information, sometimes it's not what Tsuchi wants. So generally, he refreshes it from time to time. Like with Pighead Man that time. Tsuchi waited until the end just to get all the information. As for everyone present, their information looked normal. His suspicions stemmed from the prune bonsai, just trimmed. It was easy to treat it as key information and display it directly. But I think they all seem normal. Yishao looked over. I haven't spotted any anomalies. Could it be some other presence on the spaceship? All possibilities exist, which is why I haven't mentioned this in public. Firstly, to avoid making everyone suspicious of each other, and secondly, to avoid alarming the potential impersonator. Yishao was somewhat moved. I didn't expect you to trust me so much, Brother Su, telling only me. Tsuchi glanced at him. Above his head? It showed that before entering the game, he had bought a pair of leopard pattern underwear. He patted Yishao on the shoulder. Of course, if someone were pretending, they surely wouldn't pretend to be one of the duo players. Just be careful going forward. Understood. 5 minutes later. The group set off again. This time was much easier. The abnormality of Sector 8 had returned to its room, so they didn't have to pass through the earlier dangerous section. They soon arrived outside the gate of Area 6. The place wasn't large, only 2 pianos. One splattered with blood stains encased in tempered glass, the other seemingly prepared for the players. And they also saw the control panel, to the left. We need to connect the tablet for 10 minutes. The group slowly walked over, remaining alert, but nothing happened when they reached the control panel. However, just as they had plugged in the tablet. Ding ding. The bloodstained piano suddenly played 2 keys automatically, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly as they felt a spiritual impact. Although they didn't lose spiritual power, the connection between the control panel and the tablet broke. What's going on? Did that piano interrupt us? Junmoen reconnected the tablet again, and at the moment of connection, ding, ding. The piano sounded again, this time even more piercing as if it were filled with emotion. And likewise, the connection between the console and the tablet was severed once more. It has a spirit. Guojian blinked. And look, those 2 keys are being held down. It seems to be preparing to play. Could it be? It wants someone to play with it. Junmoen looked at the second piano and the music scores on it, pondering. Tsuchi seemed somewhat interested. It seems it doesn't want us just to retrieve the password, it wants someone to perform a duet with it. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Yishao sighed. At this moment, Stain suddenly pushed his glasses up and volunteered. Then I'll do it. I've been studying the piano since I was a child, known as Piano Little Fatty, skilled in various high-order pieces. He excitedly took a seat at the other piano. Tsuchi paused. He had wanted to go, but since someone else was going, he left it to him. He cautioned, if I'm not wrong, you need to keep up with its rhythm and play for 10 minutes to let us retrieve the password. Tsuchi paused again. And you can't miss a single note, otherwise, The connection will break again. That's difficult. I regret this. Stain's face stiffened. Also, Tsuchi added. There might be danger. At this statement, the piano keys started to move. Stain quickly focused all his attention on the music sheet, and his hands began to follow along. His piano skills were quite good, evidently honed since childhood. Though there were a few imperfections and panic at the start, he soon caught up with the rhythm. At the same time, everyone hastily reconnected the tablet to the console. The sound of the duet echoed through the room, growing increasingly unsettling and eerie as they listened. What kind of piece is this? Why does it give a chilling sensation? And it feels more and more abnormal. Tsuchi looked intently in that direction. It's starting to convey emotion. The piano sounds continued, growing more intense. Like venting, like screaming. From the keys of the blood-stained piano, more blood began to ooze. The listeners grew paler as they listened, and Stain was already sweating profusely. He was almost unable to keep up, and the sound seemed to place him in a terrifying dark room, ready to be devoured at any moment. And at this moment, his fingers trembled, hitting a wrong note. The piano stopped abruptly. Bang! Stain was thrown backward, crashing hard against the wall. Ding! Ding! The blood-stained piano returned to pressing two keys, the sound sharper and filled with rage, as if displeased with the recent wrong note. At the same time, the connection between the tablet and the console was severed again. Watching this scene, Yishao swallowed, asking, "So, does anyone else know how to play the piano?" Three nodded simultaneously. Junmoen said gravely, "I started practicing in junior high. I stopped for a while in college, but I can give it a try." Yunzanshin also said, "I've practiced for a long time. Our club provides comprehensive training. We must master various skills to cope with odd requirements like this in the game." While Guojiang was treating Stain and overheard this, both were surprised. "Your club is that professional? It feels less like playing a game and more like grooming all-round geniuses." Yunzanshin just smiled without a word. Yishao looked at Tsuchi. "Didn't expect Brother Su to know as well. Did you also start when you were a child?" Tsuchi nodded. "Sort of. Last month, because of a certain incident, I bought a music score and practiced it a bit." Everyone fell silent. Then Yishao burst out, "Does that even count as knowing how to play?" Chapter 59. Give it a little nursery rhyme shock. Junmoen went up first. He sat down at the piano with a serious expression. Then, ding, ding. The trembling sound of the piano began to play incessantly. Junmoen's expression was very calm and focused, his gaze constantly fixed on the music score. "Very impressive," said a man with a stained face and a pale complexion. "But he needs to be careful of the spiritual impacts later on." A look of fear appeared on his face. "When I played further into the piece, it was as if I could feel the presence of a monster behind me, monitoring my practice expressionlessly. And it was getting closer and closer. That feeling was truly too terrifying." Yunzanshin spoke up. "It seems that this thing can create illusions." Tsuchi, however, pondered. "Or perhaps it is really behind you? Have you tried headbutting it?" Meanwhile, the sound from the piano suddenly intensified, and even the cool-headed player Junmoen now showed a change in his face, as if he was frightened, and his focus scattered. The sound of the piano shrieked in everyone's eardrums. It was as if the piano tones were sawing through something. And in the next moment, Junmoen made a mistake, and his body trembled. Bang! A loud burst, and his entire body was violently thrown back, hitting the wall heavily. Clearly, the force of this blow was greater than the last. Blood leaked from Junmoen's mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Junmoen was helped up by a middle-aged man. He had a bad complexion and said hoarsely, "Gentlemen, this challenge is very difficult. Not only do we have to keep up with the rhythm, but we also have to directly face that terrifying spiritual impact. And the next one might be fatal. Our consecutive mistakes have enraged it greatly." He looked at Yunzanshin. "Brother Yun, are you confident?" Yunzanshin hesitated for a bit but shook his head. "Although I can play the piano, spiritual power is my weakness. I haven't enhanced it at all. My only spiritual defense equipment can be used only once per instance, and I've already used it. I'm afraid it's unlikely." Everyone fell silent. Tsuchi looked at the group of people sighing and lamenting. "Have you all forgotten that there's still one among us who can play the piano? Brother Su, what are you thinking of doing?" Yishao watched as Tsuchi slowly walked over. His gaze was as serene as a master's, looking at the piano keys. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice gentle and indifferent. "Learning is a matter of talent. Some people can write research papers before they're 10 years old, some can drive a McLaren right after graduating, and some get promoted to senior levels as soon as they enter a relevant department. The same goes for the piano. I've read about the first case. That paper was written by her dad. The latter one is a rich second generation, the other a powerful official's child. What does this have to do with talent, you jerk? The man with the stained face became pale and out of breath. No, there are too many errors, I can't get them all out. That's not important. Tsuchi had already adjusted his clothes, making a formal bow in the direction of the bloodstained piano, with etiquette and a smile that seemed fitting for a concert, exceedingly standard. He then slowly sat down. The crowd was somewhat astonished, but no one spoke, afraid of disturbing Tsuchi. After all, the moment had come where they had to go through with it. Ding! Ding! The impatient piano sound abruptly started up again, this time even more agitated and filled with a sense of chill. Tsuchi stretched out his slender fingers, and the harmonious sound gently flowed from his fingertips. The duet gracefully commenced. Though the piano's tone was abnormal, it was orderly and methodical. He really knows his stuff. The crowd exclaimed in amazement, thankful that they had connected the tablets and control panels right away, avoiding the kind of blunder only a foolish teammate would make. Tsuchi focused intently, his movements relaxed and comfortable, hardly seeming like someone who had just started playing the piano. Stain pushed up his glasses. He needs to be careful now. He's about to enter the main melody. The rhythm and the spiritual impact will both intensify. The music lasted for a long time, about 10 minutes. As it progressed, the bloodstained piano played more intensely, more abnormally. The sound of the piano suddenly moved into a higher order. Here it comes. Stain and Junmoen both stared intently, having personally experienced it. They understood the difficulty of this section better than anyone else. Tsuchi showed no change in expression, he even played more fiercely, as if he was more into it than the other side. The duet seemed to turn into a competition between the two. Why do I feel like Brother Su even wants to overpower the opponent? Night Watch murmured. He didn't understand piano or music, but he knew Tsuchi. At this moment, on the modeled piano in the middle, blood appeared. Lots of fresh blood seeped out from between the keys. And with a violent press of the keys, the blood splattered out, as if chopping away at flesh and bone. The abnormal phase is starting. Junmoen and Stain's complexions changed as they said gravely. This is where we failed. The spiritual impact will lead us to hallucinate, making us see abnormalities, black shadows. Not sure if Brother Su can shake off the influence. Wait, Brother Su doesn't seem to have moved at all. He's so steady. And on Tsuchi's side, the abnormalities and black shadows indeed appeared one after another around him, but as they attempted to draw close, they trembled and were forcefully suppressed, unable to advance. Tsuchi's spiritual power was so high, they were outdated. The so-called stern spiritual impact was just like a breeze passing by, without causing a ripple. 10 minutes finally passed slowly by. During that time, everyone felt several terrifying bursts, but Tsuchi caught them all. They weren't performing a duet. They were fighting tooth and nail. And the middle-aged man, looking at the control panel, quickly said, "Success." The tablet had begun to flicker, showing progress. And the piano music started to slow down, entering the finale. Ding. The last note came from the bloodstained piano, its vibrato echoing throughout room 6. It seemed somewhat content, as if to say that Tsuchi was quite good and had passed. The crowd's faces lit up with joy as they cheered, "Brother Su, well done. To think you said you only started a month ago, turns out you were joking. Do you want to take a rest before we move on to room 5? But Tsuchi didn't stand up. He looked at the on top of the bloodstained piano, where red characters emerged. Defeat it, and perhaps you'll get a reward. The just-finished duet was only a mutual contest. After all, the other side had been in control, and it had not been defeated. Brother Su? The others looked at the unmoving Tsuchi with some surprise. Then they saw Tsuchi slowly reach into his pocket and take out another piece of sheet music. You go ahead. It was a tattered piece of sheet music, contaminated material that the traveling merchant needed. It was already so worn and the ink had faded, barely able to make out the lines, which Tsuchi had handwritten to record the sound of the past of horror nursery rhyme. Tsuchi placed the sheet music on top and softly said, "I'm going to give it a little nursery rhyme shock." Chapter 60 Mixed Fish Piano. Everyone was confused. Yishao, the experienced one, sighed, "Let's just go ahead for now. Brother Su is very much a team player. He must have something else he wants to do, and he'll catch up later." Okay. Junmoen, however, pondered, he might have a special mission after playing the piano. But since we've all failed, let's leave this to him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yishao silently walked among the crowd. Although he said that, he was the first to disbelieve it. They activated the door to room 6 and then headed down the corridor. The door fell with a thunderous crash, leaving only Tsuchi and the piano opposite him. Tsuchi looked at it, and it seemed to be watching Tsuchi as well. Ding. Ding. The bloodstained piano issued a somewhat provocative note. It was inherently spirited and had already sensed what Tsuchi intended to do. Challenge it? Don't rush, let's start with a warm-up, he said. Tsuchi's fingers touched the piano keys, and he began to play a nursery rhyme classic. The DJ version of Two Tigers. The melody was melodious, spirited and lively. However, this clearly confused the bloodstained piano. At the same time, it also made the people who hadn't gone far exchange puzzled looks. Yishou, are you really sure he's doing something serious? Yishou? He strode forward, I know nothing. Although the bloodstained piano was confused, a nursery rhyme was just a nursery rhyme, a DJ was a DJ. What if the rhythm was merry? It didn't need any music score, and followed the tune directly, without missing a beat. Tsuchi judged the piano's speed. Such a rapid imitation suggested that defeating it would indeed be extremely difficult. The song concluded. The bloodstained piano let out a trembling note, as if to say, "That's it? That's all? Don't be impatient, that was just a warm-up," said Tsuchi with a smile. "Now for the main event, I have a nursery rhyme that's quite ancient, from the sound of the past. I wonder if you can withstand it." Ding. The bloodstained piano was defiant. "All right." Tsuchi withdrew his gaze, looking at the music score he had brought out. The sound system given by the traveling merchant contained the horror nursery rhyme from the sound of the past. The sound was not simple. The sound system was probably just a restrictive shell. He wrote it down, not to study it but to prepare to inquire about it when handing it over to the traveling merchant. The bloodstained piano seemed to notice Tsuchi was pondering and impatiently emitted a sound. Ding. Ding. Aren't you challenging me? Come on, then. Tsuchi laughed, his hand touched the piano keys. And gently pressed down. You think you can copy the background music designated by the leader of the Hustlers sect? The sound of the past vibrated under Tsuchi's fingers. The melody was rising. The fifth note started. It was different, a strange aura began to spread, as if the temperature of the air around was dropping. The bloodstained piano was visibly stunned, slowing considerably. Is this a nursery rhyme? Is this a children's tune? Only a child-eating monster would listen to this. And why did it feel a shiver? The bloodstained piano was still following, seemingly wanting to face it head-on. But the trend did not stop. Tsuchi's fingers moved swiftly. Horror, strangeness, and screams. They were pervading the space, like a rising tide. And everything seemed to have only just begun. Tsuchi sat there, his expression unchanged, all the horror was generated between his fingertips. Boom. The entire room visibly darkened. The bloodstained piano was completely dumbfounded. The piano key seized up, not daring to continue, even the body of the piano was trembling, as blood continually gushed from within the keys, beyond its control. Fear. Fear had actually invaded such a contaminant. It became aware of endless abnormalities. It sensed that all space centered around Tsuchi was fracturing. Roars were coming from everywhere, along with boundless darkness as if they were approaching from all sides. Then erupted burst. It trembled crazily, as if it would be erased the next moment. And just at that time, clang. Tsuchi withdrew his hand, and all sounds abruptly ceased. All the scenes from just a moment ago vanished as if they were hallucinations, as if nothing had ever happened. After stopping, Tsuchi himself appeared somewhat dazed, muttering to himself. I played less than 1/10 of Sound of the Past. And directly lost 100 units of spiritual power. And Tsuchi turned to look at the blood-stained piano. All its keys were trembling non-stop, the friction of the key sounded like screams, and blood continued to spray everywhere from between the keys. It's getting a bit too much for children. Tsuchi walked up to it. The other party seemed to have no response at all, still performing an endless blood spray. Does this count as defeating it? Tsuchi held the 100-man slaughter blade in his hand. If not, then I'll have to defeat it on a physical level. And at that moment, driven by a desire to survive, the blood-stained piano seemed to come back to life. The music scores on it changed, revealing inscriptions. Please. Don't erase me. Damn it, I shouldn't have contended with you. I was wrong. You want. I can do anything, just don't use that terrifying sound again. The twisted inscriptions that continuously appeared showed it was indeed incredibly frightened, constantly begging for mercy. However, Tsuchi did not see the finishing exclamation mark. It seemed that at least in terms of piano playing, it still thought it wasn't defeated. Then you. Tsuchi paused. Carve these words onto your piano. The blood-stained piano. Half a minute later. On a conspicuous part of its piano, deep carvings were made. One dared to compete with the sect hierarch of the Hustlers sect, yet was not a match, mixed fish piano. And Tsuchi saw the exclamation mark slowly disappear, a sphere of light fell from within the music signature. A skill? Suchi grasped it, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Artificial Team's Counterattack. Type, Skill, Function, possesses a 50% chance to cause mechanical, electronic, equipment, and other such items to malfunction on their next usage. If the equipment quality is higher than ordinary, then the success rate decreases to 10%, 5%, 1% progressively. Each use requires a 10-minute cool-down. Consumption, 100 units of physical strength. Note, let's see how the mechanical team performs now. He. Suchi looked at the skill, his gaze shifted slightly. Equipment has 6 levels: low quality, ordinary, excellent, perfect, immortal, and legendary. That meant it had a 50% chance of causing ordinary and lower items to malfunction, and a 10% chance for excellent quality goods, while flawless items had a 5% probability. It could even affect immortal equipment, though the success rate was only 1%. But the most important thing was, this skill could be used over and over. Not a bad skill. Suchi was very satisfied with it. He looked again at the piano. Oh right, the first song I played. You practice it well. No matter where you get shipped to afterward, you can proudly play it and say it was taught to you by the sect hierarch of the Hustlers sect. Remember to carry on the legacy. The bloodstained piano remained dazed for a long time. And at this moment, in room 5, the people at the door had finally overcome that hurdle, unlocking the information that was blocked on the tablet. Phew. Luckily, it's a direct combat pollution abnormality, which is much easier than room 6. Junmoen and others gasped for air, having just been through a battle. Brother Su hasn't arrived yet, but let's check it out first. The content on the tablet appeared before everyone's eyes, but it was flashing with alarming red lights. Everyone's eyes tightened. Please be careful, the LHS-87 model robot is a high IQ robot capable of perfectly simulating another person's appearance, voice, and behavior. It was originally used to manage and monitor the ship's various cargo after personnel went into hibernation, but it is now influenced by something and has developed a dangerous autonomous consciousness. Caution, ship personnel, it may be among you. Chapter 6161, The Ultimate Main Quest. Seeing such information, the expressions on everyone's faces became slightly somber, and almost subconsciously, the experienced players all maintained vigilance and a certain distance. Did a robot arise among us? That's pretty fierce. Pollutant couldn't help but blurt out his teasing, then quickly corrected himself. No, who was disguised as a robot? Junmoen spoke seriously. It's unclear, but everyone needs to be a bit more careful. What should we do next? Find it out? Not easy to find. We all queued alone, not understanding each other. The voices of the people were slightly uneasy. As expected, everyone's starting to doubt each other. The Night Watch had been previously informed by Suchi, but even though everyone knew about it, it seemed they couldn't directly identify the culprit. And at this time, the main mission has been updated. All eyes turned to the briefing that appeared before them. The Tanki Star is a planet dominated by technology, but they were powerless in the face of an abnormality invasion. They had no choice but to seek shelter from a powerful entity. They successfully gained the protection of a terrifying and greedy sovereign, and the price was to pay tribute once a year. This spaceship, loaded with sky gold, had collected a huge amount of tribute from various worlds and was on its way back. The envoy of that being will arrive in 10 days, but a mishap occurred. The spacecraft has stopped traveling, and if it does not start again, it will be unable to arrive on time, and then they would face not only the wrath of that sovereign but also Tanki Star's loss of sanctuary and a destructive end caused by contamination. The briefing slowly disappeared, revealing the true nature of the spaceship to everyone. So these goods were actually tribute? What kind of sovereign would enjoy such abnormalities and pollutants? As pets and toys? And the next moment, the final main mission has been updated. Please enter the control room within 5 hours and restart the ship. This is. Pollutant was about to speak, but Junmoen narrowed his eyes and stopped him, shaking his head. Don't say anything related to the content. He looked at everyone. That robot. It's not a player, it can't receive system announcements and tasks, it's just been following our movements. Now, it must not know what we've seen. And this is precisely our chance to find it. The expressions of the people lit up slightly. Junmoen said in a heavy tone. Since there's only one of them, I suggest we pair up and compare the content with each other. I agree. Yun Zanshin nodded. But be careful. The robot might not hesitate to attack outright. Alright. The Night Watch looked around at the others. No one seemed panicked, rather, everyone was cautious, their eyes filled with suspicion, fearing that the other person might be the robot and launch a sudden attack. However, Suchi was not there. So Yun Zanshin took charge of pairings. After all, his reputation was well known, and he was the least likely to be impersonated by a robot. But 5 minutes later, Junmoen's expression gradually grew solemn. Why? This is unscientific. Everyone present could repeat the content that the system had just provided. Not one person was the issue. That leaves only one possibility: the robot isn't here? He looked confused. Just then, the metal door of door number 5 slowly opened, and everyone was slightly startled. Only to discover Tsuchi's figure at the doorway. After seeing everyone, he apologized. Sorry I'm late, I hope I haven't missed anything. The gazes of the people shifted slightly. Suboxian, you shouldn't be lagging now, right? That's not the case, don't look at me with a doubt, Tsuchi said with a smile. I too saw the content just now, how about? Do you want me to repeat it? Nobody spoke. Tsuchi recited the entire content word for word. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Night Watch looked at Tsuchi. Brother Su, you stayed in room number 7 for so long? What were you doing? Tsuchi chuckled. That blood-stained piano was quite troublesome, it wouldn't let me leave. I had to exert some effort to get out, but it looks like you made good progress. Junmoen frowned, scrutinizing everyone else, completely at a loss. In any case, since everyone's fine, let's complete the main mission. They decided to head straight for the control room. The group began to move. The Night Watch tugged at Tsuchi's sleeve, lagging a few steps behind. Brother Su, you were right in your guess earlier, you had foreseen the existence of a 9th person. Tsuchi paused slightly, and humbly smirked. Oh, I'm just good at observing. The Night Watch paused. Tsuchi strode toward the team. Let's go, we should catch up with the team. The group passed rooms number 5, number 4, and number 3, which weren't open, but they learned from the staff files that these rooms held various precious antiques, ingenious trinkets, and specially collected fine wines from different places. Not particularly dangerous. As they entered zone number 2, they were met with a heavy metal barrier door across the corridor. It looks like the final area has been sealed off. I thought we could go straight to the control room, Pollutant said with regret. It's never that simple, is it? Strange. Junmoen was puzzled. If they didn't want us near the control room, why not block each area with these doors? Hey. That would be too difficult, the control room is very close by, why bother considering it? Pollutant said. It's not a matter of considering, it's that the logic is flawed. Junmoen shook his head. Forget it, I'll take a look at the staff manual. The tablet revealed not only information about the robot but also unlock procedures for the protective doors in each area, all of which had separate systems. So, to open area number 1, we must connect the tablet to the console inside door number 2 and decrypt the password, he sighed. Why make it so complicated, who's it trying to stop? After door number 2 opened, what was inside made everyone's expressions shift subtly. It was a maze composed of numerous mirrors, and there wasn't just a single entrance. Yun Zanshan's eyes shimmered slightly as he grasped his slightly warm necklace. These mirrors are pollutants, same as that blood-stained piano, capable of spiritual pollution. These mirrors may look complex to the eyes, but they all seem unreal. He smashed one with his weapon, shattering it, but in the blink of an eye, it was restored. It's definitely a replication of the original. Yun Zanshan looked at everyone. I think we'll have to split into groups to find the console. Junmoen nodded. Alright, 4 entrances. That's perfect, we'll go in pairs. And naturally, the Night Watch teamed up with Tsuchi. The Night Watch looked at others who were prepared to enter. He also said, let's go, Brother Su. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 62. Tsuchi always appears where he shouldn't. Pitiful. Truly pitiful. Completely unnoticed. We are among you, yet no one knows. And now you won't be able to complete the so-called main mission. What awaits you is a dead end. Brother Su. Yeshu suddenly spoke up. Tsuchi looked at Yeshu. What's up? You help me keep an eye on our back. Okay, don't worry. These mirrors aren't just part of the maze, some of them will suddenly attack the players or reach out and drag them away. If one isn't careful, it's easy to encounter danger. And very soon, they ran out of road in front. Yeshu looked at the mirror in front of him, which surprisingly presented a mathematical problem. It's even calculus. Tsuchi pondered. It seems we'll have to solve this problem to proceed. Yeshu waited for 2 seconds, then smiled. No problem, I'll do it. Tsuchi nodded. Okay, it's all yours. Yeshu squatted there, beginning to write numbers on the mirror. While writing, he also started a conversation. Brother Su is exceptionally reliable today, huh? Tsuchi paused, then said with a smile. What's that? We're all teammates, of course, I have to fulfill my responsibilities. He acted as if he was truly keeping watch for Yeshu, slowly approaching to guard against any sudden mirror attacks. And just as Tsuchi drew near from behind, Yeshutsuke. Before, I told everyone that you, Brother Su, were a team player, but I didn't expect. Someone actually took my words for real? Tsuchi's figure faltered slightly, curious. What do you mean, I? Yeshu cut him off mercilessly. Politeness, sarcasm, resignation. In short, all social niceties, but of course. You might not understand these. After all. A flash of cold light struck from behind. Yeshu's words carried a chill. You're just a robot. And the next moment, he spun around, his axe blocking a silver spike coming from behind. A clashing bang. Sound echoed. Yeshu stared hard at the Tsuchi in front, whose hand had turned into silvery metallic liquid. You discovered me? Tsuchi looked perplexed. Yeshu sneered. Setting aside everything else, Brother Su is someone who is never modest, never team-oriented, speaking with a pinch of jest artfully. You're not like him at all. Tsuchi revealed a smile tinged with regret, eyes flickering. As expected, humans are hard to understand. I thought I had imitated him perfectly, not missing a single action or expression. Yet, I'm still exposed? Yeshu's eyes turned cold as he said calmly. You can mimic Brother Su's appearance, but you can't mimic his terrible personality. You're just trying to imitate Zai Shi's frown. It should be Dong Shi's frown, the robot corrected. Fuck. Is it so bad that I didn't study hard, and the real Brother Su wouldn't have me do calculus because, you see, I can't do it at all? With a roar, Yeshu swung his axe fiercely. Tell me now where the real Brother Su is. The robot, composed of liquid metal, began to revert to its original appearance, its cold mechanical exterior. Its hands transformed into weapons as it fought emotionlessly. That one called Subuxian has been locked away in a previous area, and by now he's probably been torn to pieces. Yeshu's expression shocked. What have you done? Its eyes carried a cold indifference as its mechanical voice emitted. I have set that entire area's system to emergency escape mode, the doors will not close, and I've cut the corridor's power, plunging it into darkness. And all the abnormalities in gate number 8 will step out of their rooms. His chances of escape are virtually zero. Yeshu's complexion changed, he knew all too well how terrifying the number and strength of gate number 8's abnormalities were. If what this robot claimed was true, Tsuchi's chances were slim. If that's the case, Yeshu gritted his teeth. Then you can go die. The things he had been writing on the mirror were not numbers, but the activation method for one of his skills. He had been on guard all along. And the next moment, a blinding white light burst from the mirror, surging straight toward the robot. Boom. The terrifying wave of light directly shattered all the surrounding mirrors, and sent the robot flying, with half of its metallic body destroyed. The inner mechanisms were exposed. Liquid metal continuously repaired the damage, emitting an electric zzz sound. It was, after all, just a cargo management type robot. Although it had some fighting capabilities, its strength in combat wasn't strong. And at that moment, Nightguard's brows suddenly jumped. He saw something strange within the damaged inner mechanisms of the robot. He was slightly stunned. Had he seen wrongly? It was during this moment of distraction that the robot suddenly activated the propulsion jets on its feet, smashing through a nearby mirror, and then escaped. Its voice, ice cold and devoid of emotion, followed. It's no use, all of you will be killed, one by one. This is my task, Danki Star. Has no reason to exist, it must become a land of pollution. Everything here, shall be given to ZZZ. The voice faded away. And Nightguard, watching the shattered mirror return to its original state, said with a slight change in expression, that they must hurry to regroup and not allow the robot to fully repair and impersonate again. And at that moment, all the mirrors suddenly shattered. Yun Zanshin held a blood-stained mirror shard, his body covered in minor injuries, and the middle-aged man next to him also seemed to have been through a battle, bearing wounds as well. Certainly, they had just experienced a fight of considerable intensity. Yun Zanshin said with cold, hard eyes. I found the main body. After the mirrors shattered, other people also came into view. Where's Subuxian? Junmoen immediately noticed Nightguard standing alone. Nightguard breathed a sigh of relief and slowly began. The Brother Su just now was impersonated by a robot. It has already escaped, but I managed to shatter half of its body. It will take some time to repair. Then the real Stains were somewhat shocked and doubtful. Nightguard spoke gravely. And the real Brother Su, I'm afraid he's been trapped in the previous area. He hesitated for a moment and then uttered 4 words, alive or dead unknown. And the real Tsuchi. He was in the tightly sealed room number 9. The space was small, more like an office area. And Tsuchi was languidly leaning back in an ergonomic chair, holding a cup of a coffee-like beverage, staring at the person tied up in front of him. Who are you? The man was somewhat surprised and doubtful. How did you manage to break the password lock and come in? His voice grew louder. And after coming in, you went straight to drinking coffee without saying anything. Shouldn't you say something first, or untie me? Tsuchi paused and leisurely took a sip of his coffee before replying. Mainly because I wanted to try the taste of beverages from other planets. Hey. I asked you so many questions, and you only answered the least important one. The man roared. Calm down, you are. Tsuchi glanced at his uniform. Spaceman. I'm the navigator of this spaceship, damn it. He said agitatedly. The navigator chosen from thousands on Tenki Star. Okay, spaceman. He had never encountered someone like Tsuchi before. Opening his mouth but unable to continue, he slumped his shoulders like a deflated balloon. Fine, you can just call me that. He hung his head in defeat. I've been locked up here for half a month already. Time is almost up, and the fate of the entire Tenki Star lies in this cargo. Whoever you are, he lifted his head, urgently pleading. If you can get me out and help me restart the spaceship, I would be eternally grateful. And Tsuchi's eyes slightly moved. Exploration World Personal Task triggered. Please help Russell fulfill his request. After completion, you will receive a world puzzle piece. This task. Sounds. Tsuchi put down his coffee, straightened up slightly. Not so easy, Mr. Russell. Russell stared blankly at Tsuchi. Looking at the other party, he said. You'll have to pay extra. Chapter 63-63, This is Networking. Russell froze. He hadn't expected Tsuchi to call him out by name. Nevertheless, he was now at a dead end and, though Tsuchi's smile made him tremble, he still gritted his teeth and said. Add, just add. Do you trust me that much? Russell's voice was hoarse. Because you're a descender, it's not surprising you have special means. As long as you can get me out of here, everything is still salvageable? Tsuchi, slightly surprised, said. Descender. Before, in the city of Srilin, he had been called an outsider. And now, on this spaceship, this man before him called him a descender. Does this refer to players? Russell nodded. That's what they call themselves. It really seems. Russell fumbled with the electronic lock on his wrist. Could you please help me unlock this first? I'll tell you everything that happened in the past half-month. Okay. Tsuchi pulled out the 100-man slaughter blade, its sharp edge tracing a chilling arc as he chopped off the locks on his arms and legs. But this isn't free? You say that after chopping? Forget it, it's not important anymore. Russell hurriedly opened the cabinet beside him, revealing a control panel. He carefully picked up a hidden chip and began to disassemble and install it on the control panel. As he worked, Russell said. This device can monitor the corridor outside. Of course, that's all it can do. I almost got caught a few days ago, then the robot bound my hands and feet. Damn it, Russell cursed. Don't they know who its real master is? As he successfully assembled it, the surveillance footage soon appeared. This is. Tsuchi saw 8 men and women in uniform cautiously emerge from the hibernation room. He didn't recognize any of them, but he could tell who these people were. Other players. It's footage from over 10 days ago. Russell watched the screen, softly saying. In the half-month since the treacherous robot locked me up, several batches of descenders have continuously arrived. But they, all without exception, were killed. The footage switched, players were killed by abnormalities, murdered by concealed robots, slain by blood-stained pianos and other pollutants. Tsuchi. That mixed fish piano can kill people? The most important thing is. Another scene appeared on Russell's screen. In the footage. The 2 players who had survived until the end shouted angrily and jointly attacked the robot. And then. One of them suddenly leapt out as near, violently changing the direction of his blade, piercing through his companion's body. Nice backstab. Tsuchi, with a sharp eye, noticed a fleeting symbol on his body and said with interest. It seems I really have run into it. The person who had slaughtered the survivors of the Tenki Star Tower, and pursued Old Tomato, had finally appeared. Russell's gaze was heavy, he gritted his teeth furiously. This person has existed from the beginning, hiding among every batch of descenders. Even the LHS-87 robot was controlled because of him. He wants to take everything on the ship. And our Tenki Star will lose its sanctuary and be eroded by pollution. Meanwhile, in the footage, the corridor of Area 2 appeared. Night Demon, Yun Zanshin, and the others had just come out, preparing to open the barrier door to enter the final Area 1. That dangerous guy is hidden among you, and he is about to make a move, Russell said anxiously. We better hurry now. We should be able to stop this. Can you unlock the passcode again? He was in a hurry. Although he didn't know how Tsuchi had gotten in, by conveying all the information to him, there still was a chance to salvage the situation. However, Tsuchi slowly drank from his cup and shook his head. That, I cannot do. I still have a few minutes of cool down. But why open the passcode lock? Russell became frantic. Because only by opening it can we get out. Tsuchi looked at him strangely. I didn't close the door after I came in. Russell turned his head blankly, only to discover that the door of room 9 had a large gap. Outside, the sounds of abnormal breathing came through, and the dim corridor seemed to harbor pairs of terrifying eyes watching inside. Russell jumped in fright, his voice trembling. Why is the door open, and they haven't rushed in? He knew the corridor outside was full of abnormalities, and even the slightest gap would have them tearing them to pieces like hungry tigers. But now, they were all motionless outside? Because Tsuchi walked over and pushed the door open with his hand. My connections, you wouldn't imagine. The door was completely open. In the dark corridor, 2 of the most powerful D-level abnormalities stood by the door like guards, not daring to move. The surrounding groups of abnormalities gathered further away, seemingly wary of Tsuchi. Russell's body stiffened. This is... Why? Russell watched in amazed disbelief as Tsuchi walked out, but the next moment he felt an immense chill. And the source of the chill was Tsuchi in front of him. No reason, just some old acquaintances, Tsuchi said. His eyes were as red as a blood moon, emanating an aura in the dark not inferior to D-level pollution. In that instant, all the abnormalities bowed their heads. Even Split-Mouth Woman and Swollen Man trembled slightly, their eyes showing fear. In fact, Tsuchi's Night Demon gene had an intimidating effect only on abnormalities below D-level. But these 2 old acquaintances had a deep fear of him. After all, in the apartment, he and Tentacle Man had meticulously altered them. They indeed were stronger, becoming the leaders among the group of abnormalities. But now, sorry, no longer. Tsuchi looked at Split-Mouth Woman and Swollen Man. Stand straight, chest out, hands raised high. I told you the key stance when I entered the door. Russell couldn't help but speak. What did you do? How could these 2 abnormalities possibly? And the next moment, the 2 D-level dangerous abnormalities, who had devoured a mass of pollution and evolved, actually trembled and complied. Darn. Russell was overwhelmingly shocked. He couldn't understand and was greatly shaken. Tsuchi nodded in satisfaction. Don't just stand there stunned, let's go. 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 Russell opened his mouth and then came to his senses, realizing that now was not the time to be shocked. With complicated and bewildered feelings, he followed alongside Tsuchi through the darkness. He couldn't help but look back at the 2 D-level abnormalities and the surrounding groups of crawling abnormalities. Every batch of descenders existed in fear. But in front of Tsuchi, they had already become subservient. He had thought it would be a tough and desperate battle. But now it seemed something was a little off. Chapter 64. The script seems incorrect. A pair of eyes was watching the group in discussion. His gaze was serene, blending in with the crowd. Although inconspicuous, whenever he spoke, he was not ignored. Today, it was probably the last day of the main quest. As long as he killed this batch of players, everything would come to an end. He glanced at his game panel. He was a disciple of the evil god. His main quest was naturally different from the others. Unlike the panels of other players, his was filled with shades of blood, horror, and strangeness. Most importantly, it featured a sheep head totem. The panel was wrapped in black mist, unbeknownst to Paradise. If it could get him power faster, what was killing people? After countless rounds of killing players, he had accumulated a massive amount of experience and game coins. He could settle this after leaving the instance, and the true god would reward him. Moreover, apart from the main quest, he had another mission, one issued directly by the true god himself and was not restricted by the instance. With a terrifying blood-red color, it starkly loomed in every disciple's field of vision. All my disciples, mobilize at once. Search every world for that despicable person. Every word was laden with boundless murderous intent. Even though he didn't know who the despicable person was, any clue would be handsomely rewarded. Greed flickered in his eyes. If he could complete this task, he would be more than a nobody. Of course, it wasn't just him. Various organizations, powers, evil spirits, and even some significant figures were interested. But what difference does it make from daydreaming? Even the true god seems unclear about the despicable person's appearance. How could I possibly encounter them? He had examined the transmitted image. It was a blur, seemingly with a gun on the back, a knife in hand. Beyond that, he only knew it was probably a man. To hell with it. Who could find that? His gaze was serene yet flashed with killing intent. Better just to kill these players. Without any defense, the expressions of teammates being stabbed would certainly be interesting. At the moment, everyone was discussing a plan to enter through Gate 1 and retrieve the key. Junmoen spoke gravely. Room 1 contains the most precious yet most dangerous pollutant. Everyone must be cautious. Any misstep could lead to our complete annihilation. Stay alert, let's start the operation. He nodded in agreement, very cooperatively. Understood. Room 1 was cramped, leading only to a narrow corridor, and deep inside stood a bunch of abnormal giant dolls. These dolls seemed to be crudely stitched together, their bodies bristling with various blood-stained weapons. Among these giant dolls lay a small Barbie doll, seemingly delicate and frail, but protected amidst them, maintaining a creepy smile. Is this the most dangerous pollutant? Look there, the control panel seems to be right below those giant dolls. Yun Zanshin felt his scalp tingle. What's going to happen? Junmoen spoke with a heavy tone. No matter what happens, we must approach that control panel. At this moment, the creepy Barbie doll unexpectedly made a sound, like a little girl singing, but the voice was not like a songbird's. It was screaming. Everyone's faces turned pale, the terrifying voice causing a spiritual impact on every person. Their expressions shifted. This time it was an attack that directly damaged their spiritual power. Once it dropped to 0, that would be death. What do? We must deal with that doll first. Junmoen's face was somber. And just when they started to move, the weapons on those fierce giant dolls suddenly launched. Those who had stepped forward felt a deadly crisis. The quick ones managed to dodge, while the slower Guojian was pierced through the calf, crying out in agony. Yun Zanshin seemed to have realized something, his gaze shifting. Don't move, everyone stop all movements, do not move. And everyone paused, stopping in their tracks. The weapons on the giant puppet indeed ceased locking onto them. The little girl's voice slowed to a halt after about 20 seconds. Now, it seems we can move. Junmoen immediately realized, his voice low and growling. Charge. Without any hesitation, everyone started sprinting immediately. And just as they had covered less than 10 meters, stop! Bellowed Yun Zanshin. She's going to sing again. Everyone was about to halt. But someone's face revealed a sly smile. Guojian shuddered. Being the weakest female player, she became a target and felt dizzy, her whole body about to topple backward. Watch out! Yun Zanshin's face darkened. A true team player, he disregarded his own safety and sprinted forward, grabbing Guojian's shoulders and then flinging her towards the distance. But he was also blasted away by weapon shooting from afar. Yun Zanshin's equipment glowed. Although he lost a significant amount of physical strength, he was not fatally wounded. As long as people stood still, they wouldn't be attacked. Yi Shao spoke gravely. What just happened? I don't know. Guojian's face turned pale with fright. I just felt dizzy all of a sudden, totally unable to stand. And at that moment, Junmoen also grunted, swaying, utterly unable to keep still. Damn it! Yi Shao roared, being the closest to Junmoen, he activated a skill, and a 2-meter-tall light shield materialized in front of both of them. The next moment, boom! The shield shattered after being hit by several weapons. Yi Shao's complexion turned a shade paler, the spiritual impact along with the recent depletion of physical strength caused his condition to deteriorate. This was the downside of hoarding too much equipment without enough physical strength. Be careful, it's a skill. Junmoen recovered from the dizziness and immediately realized, shouting out. Yi Shao looked at the others with a grim expression, suspecting something. There's a saboteur among us. The singing of the Barbie doll also came to an end. But in this precious time to advance, everyone stood still, wary of each other. What do we do now? The middle-aged man was unsettled. Yi Shao's face was grim. If we drain our spiritual power, it's only going to get lower, more dangerous. But if we move forward, someone might backstab us. Continuing like this, there was no way out. Yun Zanshin's gaze turned steely, and he said. You don't all need to go, I'll go alone. My speed is fast, and I have both equipment and skills. Just keep an eye on everyone else, don't let them activate any skills. Activating a skill required certain movements, it couldn't be completely silent. And just as he was about to dash forward, a figure leaned against the doorway, making a light clicking sound. Not too loud, yet it reached everyone's ears. The script seems off. The group's faces turned pale with shock. They looked back and saw Suchi. Suchi faced them and muttered to himself. According to the script, you all should have been backstabbed by now, thrown into a tough fight, heavily wounded, maybe even lost 1 or 2. Everyone roaring in desperation and anger, yet powerless, hoping for someone to change the situation. Then, I would appear invincibly and solve everything. Everyone grateful with tears, wishing to hand over their equipment to thank me. Suchi shook his head. Seems I've arrived too early, goodbye. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared at the doorway. At this moment, everyone, even the hidden traitor, was in a stupor. Chapter 65 Danger bursts. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, all gazing at the other's dazed expressions. Brother Knight was the first to snap out of it, bellowing, "Brother Su, don't go." Suchi's figure paused slightly. "Why, do you want to keep me for dinner?" Brother Knight was too drained to retort, and quickly said, "We're already in a deadlock. That thing emits spiritual impacts and drains spiritual power. And when it screams, we can't move, otherwise the giant puppet will also attack. We won't be able to hold out for long. And watch out, one of us is sabotaging us." He spoke rapidly, conveying all the information about their situation to the young man before him. "Hold on," rasped Junmoen. "How can you be sure he's Subuxian and not that robot? Keep in mind. From what we're seeing now, the robot and the traitor hidden among us are in cahoots. The mission details must have been leaked this way before. Moreover, Subuxian was trapped deep behind enemy lines. Could he really have survived amidst so many abnormalities?" "I don't know," Brother Knight muttered under his breath. "But this sense is too overwhelming. My instincts tell me it's him." Suchi looked around with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Turns out I've been impersonated. I wonder how much that robot resembles me." He walked in slowly. People's gazes became slightly wary, seated on pins and needles and utterly blind with uncertainty, trusting no one. And in such a state, they had to face the lethal threat emanating from the pollutants in room 1. As Suchi walked, he said, "Don't rush forward, let me sniff out the traitor first." "Do you know who it is?" "Of course." Suchi's gaze suddenly turned towards Guojian. "You." Guojian was startled. Everyone's face changed, pointing their weapons at Guojian. "You." Suchi spoke calmly. "If you're injured, go get treated, or you'll become a dead weight." "Damn." Even Junmoen couldn't help but curse. Brother Knight roared. "Brother Su, stop joking around." If there were any doubts before, they were now 90% certain. Suchi watched as Guojian hobbled out of the room. "Joking? I'm just keeping those still able to fight in here. If she stays in that condition, it's a dead end. And the real traitor has already made their move." At that moment, boom. A sinister aura exploded violently. One of the people standing in the room had a pattern on their chest that was red hot, scorching their skin. The flames on the circular design seemed to be truly ablaze with faint blackness entwining around the materializing lines, emanating a terrifying impact. And then, the Barbie doll, as if awakened by this aura, let out an astonishing scream. Everyone felt their heads reel, a horrific wave of dizziness assaulting every person. And on this person, the totem power was exerting an immense force of suppression. Everyone's faces paled, wanting to block, but they were completely unable to. Their spiritual power had never been augmented with attributes, and now, under the assault of the Barbie doll, they actually could not resist at all. "Don't move." Junmoen activated his skill, barriers crashing down one after another, keeping the spiritual impact outside. "To think it's still a spiritual defense skill," the person said with a surprised look, smiling. "But how long can you hold out?" He pointed a finger toward the distance. "She has entered a berserk state, and she won't stop now." Junmoen didn't answer, his gaze fixed firmly on the person standing in place, a mix of disbelief and gritted teeth. "It's actually you." Everyone looked at the ID stain. Not okay, the chubby guy with glasses, with complex expressions. The light reflected off his glasses, and a pattern flared on his chest, which, when the power of the evil god totem was used, would manifest like equipment, naturally impossible to hide. "How about that? Surprised?" Stain asked calmly. "Why?" Brother Oat opened his mouth to murmur, unable to accept it. He, along with the uncle, Stain, and Guojian, were considered the weaker group of 4. Throughout the journey, he had the most in common with Stain, and from the guy's performance, there were absolutely no doubts, he had never suspected Stain. Now, Stain's gaze was no longer as innocent as before, but he sighed softly, looking at everyone. "Indeed. Why? It's not easy to say, everyone has no grudges, just different missions. Actually, I rather enjoyed being with you all. Guojian healed me, the uncle looked after me, and Brother Oat's ID was real, even sneakily saying he could sell it to me cheap. And you?" Stain looked at Suchi. "You probably just wanted to scare me just now, right?" Suchi was also inside Junmoen's spirit barrier at this moment. He didn't reply but tapped the barrier. "Going out from here won't affect anything, right?" "It won't." Junmoen's face changed slightly. "But why are you going out?" With the Barbie girl's power coupled with Stain's totem, no one could contend now. "You might as well stop struggling. Everything I do is to complete my mission, and now." Beneath the white light in Stain's glasses, cold, piercing eyes emerged. "I must ask you to meet your deaths." The pattern on his chest suddenly emitted an even more ferocious low roar. And at the same time, from the totem on Stain's chest, black fog surged out, transformed into a black shadow, crouching there, its face terrifying, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone's faces changed slightly, they all felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if it possessed great terror. We must take action, or else we will. Yun Zanshin looked pale, his strength, although not fully realizable at the moment, was still ready to burst forth. Why bother, this is power you don't understand, Stain said expressionlessly, it possesses great terror. Either choose to die at the hands of the Barbie doll, or buy it. He suddenly couldn't finish his sentence, his voice abruptly cut off. Because Suchi had already walked out from the barrier, not only had he stepped out, but he also rushed forward at a breakneck speed, a long blade suddenly appearing in his hand. And a strange, chilling tune echoed in everyone's ears. Yeshu shuddered all over. It sounded so familiar. Suchi's voice also rang in everyone's ears, get ready, I'm going to solo kill you now. Stain was a bit stunned, his move had almost always been foolproof, never had anyone not been bewildered under the power of his totem. How could someone withstand it? No, this guy was completely unaffected. Stain's eyes widened as he watched Suchi charge unstoppably toward him. Just as he thought to counterattack, it was already too late. Suchi's blade was fast approaching, the dark wind boots at his feet coupled with the power of the 100-man slaughter blade, and the sound system. The formidable explosive power had already made Stain feel a huge fatal threat. Go, kill him. Stain roared in anger, the black shadow on his chest howled, and it actually pounced directly from the totem at Suchi. Chapter 66 Princess, please shut up. Suchi's eyes flickered. After all, the black shadow was a familiar face, a pitiful little victim bullied in his dreams. But, he didn't know if things would be different in the instance. And as Suchi opted to give it a try, everyone's faces changed at that moment. Quick, get out of the way. Brother Su, be careful. Because at that moment, the black shadow's eerie howl nearly tore everyone's eardrums to shreds, its figure growing 3 meters tall, its claws condensed from the black fog filled with terrifying pollution. It brought a sense of oppression that seemed impossible to resist. Could it be? Crack. With a slash from Suchi, the black shadow was cleaved apart without any resistance, and the figure that was once considered a great terror with deadly might, struggled like brittle paper, issuing a painful scream. Echoing throughout room 1. Everyone fell into silence. And Gan's eyes were about to pop out of his head, his eyes splitting with rage. How is it possible? That's the black shadow from the totem. It's a power granted by the evil god. But Suchi didn't give him any time to react, plunging his blade directly through his body. Spurt. Gan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, his vitality plummeting rapidly. Wanna know why you lost? Suchi spoke with a calm expression. Gan tried to open his trembling mouth, but the pain was too intense for him to speak. Although these people could gain strength more quickly, they were no longer under the sanctuary of paradise, the pain felt unbearably real, and if they died too often in the instance, they would be completely devoured by the evil god's totem, and they would die in the real world as well. Because, Suchi said softly, you lack judgment, always wanting to control. So you always choose the most erroneous way to fight. That's also why you ended up losing. Gan was about to spit out another mouthful of blood. Who the hell are you talking about? His voice was hoarse and resentful. I still have preparations. Soon the power will be cut off here, and the abnormality will break out, tearing you to pieces. Oh. Suchi chuckled lightly. If you're referring to that robot, before it could do any of that, someone already took care of it. And about the abnormality. Suchi yanked out the blade, lifting Gan out in an instant. Gan looked on dumbfounded at the neatly organized rows of abnormality. Oh! And Buojian, who didn't dare to move. Suchi clapped his hands. Everyone, gnaw off his limbs for me and then keep a close watch on him, but don't kill him. I still have a lot to pry out of him. The split-mouthed woman and swollen man stood in the front, standing erect, issuing a hoarse voice, yes. At that moment Gan chose to self-destruct with a thunderous boom. Luckily, Suchi reacted quickly, nearly avoiding being splattered with blood. He muttered. Turns out you can self-destruct too. Clearly, the opponent only did it for suicide, with no real power behind it. Moreover, Suchi's panel showed that it was he who had killed him, and he had also obtained all of Gan's experience and game coin. You guys go back to your rooms first. Suchi gave the order, then looked at room 1 with a calm gaze, now to deal with the most dangerous guy. Gan and that robot weren't much, one was just an evil player, the other barely a combat-capable, managerial-type machine. This instance, the real boss was actually the Barbie doll of room 1. This was the last hurdle, but also the toughest enemy. At this moment, the Barbie doll had already entered berserk mode, and Suchi guessed that anyone who got close enough would enter this state as well. and the giant dolls were now not attacking from a distance but each holding a large weapon, mercilessly slashing down anyone who approached. "Help me, Brother Sue!" Nightwatch screamed. "I can't hold on much longer." Brother Oat was on the verge of tears. "The barrier is starting to crack," Yun Zanshin said calmly. "That Barbie doll is being guarded by the other giant dolls. It seems that the real body is fragile. If we could just attack her, then everything should come to an end." His voice trailed off, and even he lacked confidence in his own words. Even following the normal course of action would be extremely difficult, let alone in this current situation. "Forget it, let's give up." Junmoen sighed. "This skill can last at most another 10 seconds. And us?" He glanced at the Barbie doll still far away. "It's too far, we won't make it in time. Brother Sue, you should withdraw first, conserve your spiritual power. When she finishes her rampage, you can challenge her alone." But Suchi, looking at the panel, shook his head. "Even with the audio boost, I don't have enough physical strength, huh?" He took out the peach blossom peanut milk he had bought for 1,000 game coins from the daily store, gently popped the cap, and took 2 sips. Everyone was startled. After finishing his drink, Suchi said lightly, "Consider this saving you guys, 2,000 game coins, don't forget to reimburse me." His physical strength instantly recovered by 300 points, reaching 586, and then Suchi stretched out his hand, launching the skill Magic Cube at the Barbie doll. Magic Cube type, skill quality, perfect function. Once activated, you can drag any enemy into the Magic Cube domain. Others can't enter or attack. This domain lasts 5 minutes and cannot be used continuously on the same person. Note, the domain will block external attacks, but it will be breached if it exceeds its limit value. Consumption, 500 physical strength. Note, real men start a 1v1 duel. The moment Suchi activated it, he also saw the panel. Physical strength consumed 500, currently remaining 86. Suchi felt as if all his strength had been siphoned by a succubus, a strong sense of emptiness pervading his body. This skill, for his current stage, was quite the limit and not lightly used. The next moment, a huge virtual shadow cube appeared around Suchi, and at the same time, the Barbie doll was abruptly transferred into this Magic Cube domain. The crowd blinked in surprise. What is this thing? Although they had played many instances before, this was their first time seeing such a skill. More stunned were the Barbie doll and the giant dolls. When the giant dolls turned around, they almost collapsed. "Princess. Where is she?" Suchi smiled at them, then turned to the still rampaging and screaming Barbie doll, who seemed a bit panicked. "Where were her guards?" and then screamed even louder. Suchi paused for a moment. "What was that phrase again, Princess? Please." He gripped the Barbie doll's throat, smiling. "Please, shut up." The Barbie doll trembled and closed her mouth because not only was Suchi choking her, but he had also raised his long knife with a threatening tone. "Moreover, Princess, you wouldn't want your pretty face to be scarred, right?" All the terrifying noises and spiritual impacts came to an abrupt end. And the barrier of Junmoen and the others also shattered. "It seems it's over. I have rescued the princess from the dragon's clutches." Suchi held the Barbie doll. "I'll leave the rest to you." The crowd looked at the frozen giant dolls. Just like that, they were resolved. Once they grasped what happened, they headed straight for the control panel. The Magic Cube domain may last only 5 minutes, but as long as the doll Barbie was in Suchi's hands, the giant dolls wouldn't dare to act rashly. He silently examined the Barbie doll, the dangerous sore palpable, obviously a pollutant not to be underestimated. Suchi murmured to himself. "A tribute, huh?" Chapter 67-67, Russell's Gift, main quest completed. Congratulations to player Subuxian on becoming the MVP of this game round. You will receive a 30% bonus to experience and game coins. Player has completed the instance. Immediate transportation is available for departure. Upon opening the control room and starting the spaceship, this message appeared in front of everyone. And a countdown began, limiting their stay to only 5 minutes. It seems it's finally over. The middle-aged man and Guojian were the first to greet and then leave. Guojian couldn't stand the pain in his shins any longer. The middle-aged man had been caught playing games by his wife and logged out in a panic. Brother Oat was also waving his hand at this point. "I couldn't say it in front of the lady player just now, but now, guys, I have lots of great stuff here. If you're interested, add me. It's definitely a good deal, and the prices are favorable. You really are all about the oats, aren't you?" Nightwatch couldn't help but retort. "Nonsense, if I don't hustle for oats, where would I get the money to buy equipment?" Eventually, Junmoen also greeted and took his leave, leaving only Nightwatch, Yun Zanshin, and Suchi. Suchi had already gone over to Russell by then. Yun Zanshin looked at Nightwatch, curious. "That's Subuxian. He's the player you guys picked?" Night Watch coughed and nodded, adding, "He's one of them." He patted his chest. "I'm here as an evaluator, to assess him." "Really?" Yun Zanshin glanced at him. "I somehow feel that you've been constantly calling for Brother Su to save you." "Cut the crap," Night Watch shouted, but with a lack of conviction. "Anyway, from what I've seen of Brother Su so far, he's still hard to read. But I think he should be able to compete with you guys." Yun Zanshin shook his head. "Difficult. Beneath the various major powers, their clubs have some outrageous fellows, each one very formidable. Some people have even reached level 20. That fast? With paradise resources being wildly skewed, it's quite easy to level up quickly. However, now that level 20 is capped, although resurrection isn't unlocked yet, everyone is now scouring for special resurrection tools, preparing. I suspect that when the time comes, it'll be like gods clashing." Night Watch nodded. "Got it. Anyway, we're prepared on our end as well," Yun Zanshin said. "Okay, I'll be going first. Pass a message to Brother Subuxian for me. Tell him I hope to see him at the pre-Paradise entry competition?" Night Watch puzzled, pointed at himself. "What about me? Don't I deserve to be there?" Yun Zanshin smiled without saying a word, then teleported away. Damn. Silence hurts more than denial. This is forcing me to tap into my bloodline power. Night Watch found Suchi in another place, and as soon as he got there, he saw Suchi aiming a knife at the robot, while the guy named Russell was crying out to stop him. What happened?" Suchi glanced at him. "There's a grade D pollutant inside this robot. It's because of this thing that it was controlled. I'm about to remove it." Russell yelled. "You call that removing? That thing's in the core area. If you brute force it, it will be scrapped. And this robot is my companion. You can't do this." "Cut the chatter. This is the part that pays extra." Suchi's cold blade unsheathed. "Ah." Night Watch watched this scene, his eyelids twitching. "Well, I'll be teleporting away first." "Oh, Brother Su, don't rush to start the instance tomorrow. I've got something very important to tell you." "About the reimbursement?" Suchi looked up. 100 times more important than that kind of thing. Night Watch roared. Unable to hold back, Night Watch teleported away first, leaving only Russell and Suchi. "Don't fight!" Russell shouted. "I can remove the thing." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "You never gave me the chance." Suchi watched Russell lying there, carefully taking tools, disassembling the robot's pollutant tinged with ominous aura. His character panel was different from other people's because he had triggered a world exploration quest, allowing him an extra half hour. He spoke up. "Where did all the cargo on this ship come from?" Russell, busy working, replied. "Where it came from? Of course, it's purchased. That place sells everything, and every kind of person is there, commonly known as Chaotic City. For this tribute, our world also bled heavily to trade for these things." He worriedly added. "I just hope that after submitting it, the big shot will be content." "Purchased, huh?" Suchi was somewhat surprised, but then again, Russell's personal combat quality wasn't strong, he couldn't possibly be withholding these things. Chaotic City. Suchi noted that down. He had long sensed that each instance seemed not to exist independently, as if a chain connected all the worlds. 10 minutes later, Suchi successfully acquired the grade D pollutant, and to express his gratitude for Suchi's help, Russell also brought over a large chest, slightly saddened but resolutely handed it over to Suchi. "This is a product from Tenki Star. This is to show my gratitude, and I ask that you please accept it." Suchi opened it. 15 vitality potions, 15 bottles of physical strength recovery potions, 15 bottles of frenzy potions. Besides that, there was a glob of encapsulated liquid metal. Name, D238 liquid metal, type, equipment, quality, perfect, function, has strong defensive power, consumes physical strength to change shape at will, possesses self-repair attribute. Note, now you can cuz whoever you want. Suchi instantly knew this was a great item. He opened it and directly touched the liquid metal. And it all surged up his arm. After consuming 139 points of physical strength, the liquid metal on him had morphed into an ancient warrior wearing a black cloak and a headscarf. Suchi pressed down on the headscarf, speaking slowly. "The Jianghu isn't all about fighting, it's about human emotion and worldly affairs." Russell couldn't help but say. "Its strongest suit is defensive power, it can block armor-piercing bullets, and you're trying out the outfit first?" The clothes on Suchi transformed into a set of kasaya. He spoke indifferently. "Benefactor, the Buddha's law is boundless, you're being ignorant." Russell roared. "Enough already." Of course, this fun couldn't last. The liquid metal required physical strength for each transformation, the amount dependent on the extent of the change. It also required time to repair, But most importantly, it was the liquid metal's defensive power. 5 minutes later, Tsuchi's figure disappeared aboard this spaceship. Meanwhile, the LHS-87 model robot had also returned to normal, its voice somewhat crisp and puzzled. Master, since the resources on Danki Star are already scant, that type of D238 liquid metal, it might be tough to produce more, handing it over to him, isn't that? Russell shook his head, looking out into the starry sky. It's okay, being able to get back to Danki Star alive is enough. Chapter 68. Tsuchi's old friend? Teleporting out of the instance, player Subuxian has successfully completed team instance number 643,853, game difficulty, hard, number of players, 8, game rating, 95, instance summary, the wings of a butterfly are stirring the storms of the future, your seemingly trivial actions may change the future landscape, also. You lost those 5 points for being AFK at the start, Tsuchi? What's with that confusing summary? And how is it my fault for being AFK? They deduct points for that too? At the same time, the next moment. Calculating rewards, you've earned perfect level experience and 1800 game coins, plus 1 lottery chance. As the MVP of the game, you receive an additional 30% experience and game coin bonus. Note, you've successfully killed a cultist and obtained all the experience he plundered. Due to death penalty, the cultist's level drops by 5, earning 22,866 game coins. You have leveled up to 16. You have received 58 attribute points to distribute. Nice. Jumped 4 levels directly. That experience pool from the pollution was more than I expected. You know, the higher the level, the more experience needed, and where an initial instance would get you 3 to 4 levels, it slows down later on. Of course, this doesn't mean it takes many instances to fill up a level, since the instances that match your level have corresponding difficulty, and the experience gained actually increases. Additionally, Tsuchi noticed another thing. Worldview quest complete, exploration 3%, received a puzzle piece, gather 30 puzzle pieces to go to any part of the instance world depicted in the puzzle, game coins needed for consumption, the exploration rate is so low. Tsuchi felt a bit regretful, as it was hard to explore much of the worldview on that spaceship. But this is a nice thing, if I need certain resources, I can directly choose an instance to enter without having to match randomly. At this point, Tsuchi also submitted that D-level pollutant from his item slot. Paradise Invitation Task 1, collect 1 piece of D-level pollutant, task complete. Paradise Invitation Task 2, kill an entity above level 20. Tsuchi closed the panel and distributed his attribute points. Physical strength, 830, strength, 40, movement technique, 38, physical strength, 83, spiritual power, 403, priority goes to physical strength naturally, and spiritual power is skyrocketing. Even though many players have noticed the importance of spiritual power, they can't catch up to Tsuchi even if they rocket ahead. After all, he's not cheating. Ah no, he's uniquely talented. And of course, thanks to Brother Evil God. After completing all that, Tsuchi started the lottery. After a shakeup, 650 game coins came tumbling out. Has my luck taken a dive since the prize pool was updated? Come on, be human. Tsuchi comforted himself, believing luck accumulates and after a few misses, there's bound to be something big waiting for him. After logging off, Tsuchi stepped out of the gaming pod, heated up a bowl of noodles, and added a fried egg. To make do. He took out his phone and started searching for Abyssal Paradise clubs. Wait a second. Tsuchi suddenly paused. Now, except for eating and sleeping, I'm playing the game, and I start searching for related content whenever I have time. Shoot, I've become an internet-addicted teen, Tsuchi, but I'm no longer a teen, so no worries. The phone displayed the club contents, with lots of registrations back and forth. The involvement of capital shouldn't be underestimated, not to mention various wealthy big shots. They want to build clubs quickly, just keep pouring in money. Once you join a club, everyone gets 3 pieces of equipment and a skill, see if that scares you. Although the quality isn't very high, what counts is the abundance. Tsuchi glanced at Liu Yishu's avatar, which hadn't replied since yesterday. Seems like he's really busy. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Tsuchi suddenly received a message. He had muted the notifications for various old clubs and activity groups, so there weren't many people who could make their messages visible to him. Tsuchi thought it would be Liu Yishu, but he realized it was someone else. Tsuchi, I'm back. The ID was called Yan Nang. Here's the thing, even Tsuchi. He had friends. They had met 5 years ago during a cycling event around Lake Hart Island. At that time, Tsuchi rode a shared bicycle and left all those expensive road bikes in the dust. Yan Nang swore he had to get to know this guy. Though Yan Nang later regretted it, they kept in touch. But then, 3 years ago, All of a sudden, there was no more information from Yan Nank's end, and he had been offline ever since. Who are you? Suchi typed 2 characters. Yan Nank typed a question mark, then helplessly said. Seriously, it's me. I'm back. Were you sold off to Myanmar in the last 3 years? Yan Nank didn't deny it immediately. He paused for a moment before saying. It's more or less the same. Fate is always full of ups and downs, but fortunately, I survived. I just came back from somewhere recently and got in touch with you first thing. Suchi's eyes flickered slightly. That sounds very familiar. You haven't joined a pyramid scheme, have you? You're the one who joined a pyramid scheme. Suchi paused, then said. I infiltrated one 2 years ago, but after 2 days, they told me to leave, saying the pyramid didn't feed idle people. After shutting down a few of them, I found it boring. Yan Nank fell silent. Seeing that you're still the same old you, I feel relieved. What have you been up to lately? Playing a game called Abyssal Paradise. Oh, I've heard of it. Yan Nank and Suchi chatted for about half an hour. Until Yan Nank suddenly mentioned he had something to do and had to leave right away. That's when the conversation ended. Suchi critically mocked the guy, as the saying goes, if someone you haven't been in touch with for a long time suddenly messages you, they're either getting married or they want to borrow money. But this guy just mentioned Abyssal Paradise, didn't he? Right. At that moment, Yan Nank, currently somewhere in paradise, smiled faintly. I just knew. With your personality, you wouldn't miss it. Nank. A voice came, it's time to go, the teacher is ready. Coming. Yan Nank stood up and looked at the woman at the door. Sister Allen, we're going to meet. That entity. Isn't old Zoo coming? The woman, smoking a cigarette. That guy's busy with the open beta, it's important too. But with the teacher here, we don't need to worry even if we're entering their territory. She had a frightening scar on her face and her eyes were somewhat world-weary. Surrounded by smoke, she complained, after all, we came out through the bloodshed of the Blood Sea. Sometimes I think the newbies are really lucky, arriving at such a good time. Yan Nank just smiled, offering no reply. They set off toward the dignified, though somewhat emaciated figure ahead, respect showing in their expressions. Teacher. The middle-aged man calmly gazed at the dark sky above. One of the 7 Spirit Kings, the Sunset Spirit King, is whom we will be contacting this time. Be cautious. The Spirit King is capricious and must not be provoked in any way. Its greatest weakness lies in its only offspring, whom it dotes on exceedingly, often gathering various pollutants from all over the world, just to please it. So if we want to approach the Spirit King to negotiate, it would be best to start with this offspring. Sister Allen squinted as she looked through the information. But as the Spirit King's child, having an interest in the arts? In music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Yan Nank helplessly said. Anyway, I have roughly collected about 7 pollution-related items related to it, hoping they'll be useful. Meanwhile, an envoy had just arrived at Sunset City from Tanki Star. Presenting the tribute from Tanki Star. And a young figure in the room looked on in anger. I don't want these things. Why doesn't that damned father understand? I hate pollutants and those creepy things, like paintings smeared with blood or ancient kints that emit eerie screams, ugly as hell and such an awful sound. But the envoy dared not look up as he spoke. The young man's gaze turned icy as he viewed the pollutants. Destroy what should be destroyed, throw away what should be thrown. The envoy, not daring to argue, quickly said. Understood. At that moment, the young man suddenly frowned. Wait. Leave the piano. Yes. Don't want to be erased? Then play. The young man's aura was terrifying as he lay back in his seat, calmly commanding. Play the most pleasant piano piece you have. Of course, if I'm not satisfied with it, you know the consequences. The blood-stained piano trembled in fear. For a pollutant, those screeching, wailing sounds were the sweetest music. But it hesitated for a few seconds, finally choosing to play the latter between the terrifying and bizarre piano notes and another melody. Sect Hierarch. I trust you. Chapter 69. How did my reputation increase out of nowhere? Late at night, Suchi stepped into the room of his dreams. And the room welcomed a new guest. That's right. The second black shadow. It lurked in the darkness, its gaze cold and fixed firmly on Suchi. This was a nightmare. Its own territory. This guy was about to experience true terror. At that moment, another black shadow emerged from the staircase. It was startled at first, then broke into a sinister cold sneer. This guy was actually haunted by a bizarre abnormality. This was just perfect. It and its companion would devour this guy completely. But the next instant, the black shadow did not pounce on Suchi as it had anticipated. Instead, it lowered its head like a servant, cautiously retrieved tea leaves from the attic, and began to brew tea. Black shadow number 2 didn't understand. Was this some new ploy? Then, Black Shadow number 1 began to clean the room, meekly heeding Suchi's call to play chess, silently fixing the flickering light bulb in the living room. Black Shadow number 2 was flabbergasted. It was a segment of power derived from a pollution totem, representing terror, abnormality, danger. But why was its companion now acting like a servant? And at this time, it suddenly realized Suchi was gone. A figure was standing behind it. Its body stiffened slightly as it struggled to turn around, only to find Suchi grinning at it. The shadow army of the Hustlers sect, finally a new recruit has been added. It was seized by a hand, the terrifying power stupefying it. Then it was violently dragged away, letting out a difficult and desperate roar, its claws tearing drag marks on the floor, as if crying out, no. Black Shadow number 1 silently came over, began to repair the floor, cleaning up the debris. It watched its companion being dragged into the room with an eerie scream, feeling a pang of sympathy. Then it remembered something. Oh. It still had to paint the stairs. The master had asked for a light blue color. The next day, as soon as Suchi logged on, he received a message. Your reputation plus 236, he was slightly startled. Then he opened his reputation system. Title, Sect Hierarch of the Hustlers, 1241 out of 10,000, current level, Obscure, achieving the next level grants title ability. Note 1, methods of acquiring reputation are related to the spread of your name or title. Note 2, reputation acquisition value starts at 1 for an individual object, memorable, and fluctuates based on personal identity and strength. The higher the identity and power, the greater the fluctuation, with a maximum of no more than 500. Suchi was somewhat surprised. In fact, after joining the team instance the day before, he had already seen this reputation system. Until he returned to his personal login space, the reputation value had been consistently at 1,005. 500 of that came from the traveling merchant, and the rest were reputation points accumulated from past instances, occasionally seeing slight increases. It's just that, why did it suddenly increase by 236 now? I don't seem to have done anything special. Suchi was puzzled. This wasn't just about remembering a name, after all, merely remembering a name would add only 1 point for anyone, and even if an ordinary person reached the level of faith, at most they would only add 100. The fluctuation was so large, the other party's identity seemed far from simple. Thinking over and over, he still couldn't figure it out. Suchi quickly turned it off. This thing worked autonomously and didn't need constant attention. At that moment, he also received a message from Night Guard. Brother Su, there's something important to discuss with you. Accept the invitation quickly, I assure you, you absolutely don't want to miss this. You've been invited to enter the Linjian Club's main hall. Suchi's eyelids twitched as he said. Using the name of the city as the club's name seems a bit lazy. Nonetheless, Suchi clicked to confirm. After confirmation, his entire personal login space seemed to hang on a chain, echoing with the grinding sound of machinery operating. Following that, the whole room appeared to move swiftly, as the black fog outside the windows dissipated at high speed. 5 seconds later, boom. The house finally stopped shaking. Suchi looked out the windows, the horrendous black fog was gone, and instead, a pale yellow light shone through the frosted glass. The door can now be opened. He pushed open the door. What met his eyes was a brightly lit grand hall, with doors to various rooms along the sides and a large conference table in the middle. Night Guard, seeing Suchi, brightened up and greeted him. Brother Su, come over here and sit. Suchi paused for a moment, then walked over. I'm surprised you actually went all out to establish the club. Naturally, the club is a challenge for ordinary people, but for Zulinkyu and the others, it's a walk in the park. But that's not the important part. Night Guard nudged Suchi and whispered mysteriously. Actually, I've got ties to the investigation bureau, too. Suchi said. Stop nudging me or I'm going to lie down. And anyway, is this worth whispering about? Night Guard. He had hoped to see a look of surprise on Suchi's face but found that Suchi seemed to already know. Night Guard seriously said. Brother Su, do you still remember that a few days ago, Brother Zu and Uncle Liu came to see you, right? Back then they said. If you managed to pass their review, they would unveil the mysteries of Abyssal Paradise. Well, seems like there was such an incident. Suchi thought for a moment. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd almost have forgotten. Isn't this a very important matter? Meanwhile, a door opened, and the figure of Zulinkyu slowly emerged. His ID was Linkyu, with nothing else besides the name. However, Suchi still saw a question mark on Zulinkyu, an attribute from his character panel. Physical strength, 61,381, it was incredibly high. By level, it must be at least a few hundred or possibly through some other means. The next moment, The question mark changed. Profession, Dark Strider. Tsuchi's gaze flickered slightly, but then no further information was forthcoming. The only thing of value was, just killed an A-level pollution abnormality, Night Guard called out, his voice a tad low. Brother Zu, I've brought the person. Tsuchi. The way you're talking makes it sound like you're planning a bullying session. It's been a while, Tsuchi. Zu Linkyu revealed a faint smile. Tsuchi replied. It hasn't been that long. Even though it felt quite long in the instance, it's only been a few days in reality. Zu Linkyu nodded. That's true. Do you remember what I once told you? That if you perform outstandingly in Abyssal Paradise, I will disclose to you the secret content about the abnormalities and Abyssal Paradise. Tsuchi nodded slightly, although he had seen and conjectured quite a bit, he had not yet directly come into contact with the core information. And now? Zu Linkyu looked at Tsuchi earnestly. I've come as promised to explain to you the other side of Abyssal Paradise. Chapter 70 Memories of Abyssal Paradise. Zu Linkyu was very serious, and the Night Watchman was quite earnest too, even though it was not the first time he had heard it. He really wanted to see Tsuchi reveal a look of fear. After all, the history of Abyssal Paradise was filled with cruelty and despair, which had a profound impact on him at the time, and later he chose to become a spirit investigator to strengthen his courage. However, clearly, the Night Watchman was about to be disappointed. Tsuchi suddenly spoke. Hold on a second, please. From under the club's closet, he actually took out snacks and beer. The Night Watchman roared. Do you think this is story time? And those damn snacks and beer were bought with game coins, how did you know they were there? Here's a bottle for you. Thanks. The Night Watchman subconsciously took it and then widened his eyes, wondering why he should thank him for something he bought. Do you want one? Tsuchi offered a bottle to Zu Linkyu. Zu Linkyu. He had intended to create a serious atmosphere, but he realized he was mistaken. He shook his head helplessly. Never mind. Let's go ahead and say, after the story, this guy should understand what Abyssal Paradise really is, even if he is not frightened, at least he should have some respect. Zu Linkyu took a deep breath and slowly said. First, you have to understand that Abyssal Paradise didn't have the last two words before, it was just a bottomless, bloody, and terrifying abyss. Let's start from the very first beta test. Zu Linkyu gently began. That was probably 50 years ago. People using the internet or their phones would suddenly see a pop-up message that contained only one sentence. Do you want to understand the true meaning of life? Tsuchi's gaze shifted slightly. This wasn't the first time he had seen this sentence. The masked figure had written these words in blood in front of the big screen at the shopping center. Anyone chosen would be sent into a space and then begin a cruel trial. Zu Linkyu said calmly. You should know that death back then was different from now. There was no revival to personal space after death. If you died, you were really dead, and nobody would know. That year the Investigation Bureau discovered a large number of disappearance cases, nearly over 80% were related to it. The first beta test lasted 3 years, and everyone who entered struggled through blood, horror, and despair. Very few people were able to leave that place alive. Death and fear were the norm. Tsuchi listened silently, clinking beer bottles with the Night Watchman. The second beta test was 20 years ago. This time it was different. Each selected person would be transferred directly into an instance, but afterward, they could leave and return to the real world. And it was for this reason that the Investigation Bureau quickly discovered something in the early stages and set up a related department to investigate, with many pioneers bravely entering the abyss. Zu Linkyu paused and then added. Actually, if you search carefully in the news and newspapers from around 20 years ago, you should be able to find a lot of related information. Tsuchi nodded. I've seen posts on forums before about suicide cases, where the victims used their own blood to write I shouldn't have stepped into that abyss. Zu Linkyu ignored the fact that he and the Night Watchman were peeling peanuts and nodded. Backstabbing and slaughter were the norm then. The Investigation Bureau was just one of the powers that hadn't firmly established a foothold. This beta test lasted 10 years. Zu Linkyu's eyes turned towards Tsuchi. The atrocities during that period are indescribable. It was total chaos. Back then, the Investigation Bureau couldn't establish any order, but eventually, with the help of a certain being, many exceptional predecessors grew rapidly and burst through a place of chaos, cut through the cultists, and finally established a firm foothold. The Night Watchman's action of eating slowed down a bit, and he only sipped a little beer at a time. Clearly, he knew who these predecessors were and dared not be too presumptuous. But Tsuchi's eyes flickered with curiosity. Who was the being that helped the Investigation Bureau? Zu Linkyu didn't expect Tsuchi to ask this. He shook his head. It's too far removed from you. Very few people are fortunate enough to encounter him. This entity traverses various worlds, and even we are looking for him. Tsuchi drank his beer, his gaze calm. He seemed to know who it was. Swindler. And then what? Tsuchi asked. Night Guard paused, broke off a piece of stewed pig's trotter, and lifted his gloved hand. I know this. In the last year of the second internal test, Paradise was born. The specific details I don't know, but all the major forces have settled into Paradise, and currently, the situation is harmonious. He picked up the bottle of alcohol. Here's to you, Brother Su, let's drink. Zulinkyu. Tsuchi clinked bottles with him. Keep it down. Zulinkyu said helplessly. You guys. I had originally wanted to create a serious atmosphere. Besides explaining these things to Tsuchi, he had also wanted to give Night Guard a heads up, to let both of these new players feel a bit of cruelty, but now it seemed his efforts were unnecessary. Zulinkyu stretched out his hand. Forget it, give me a bottle too, I've been craving it for a long time. Tsuchi passed one over. Don't mention it, it's on me. Night Guard. Thinking you're a big landlord, huh? Zulinkyu actually relaxed as well, his expression no longer as solemn. He shook his head. I hadn't expected it to turn into this kind of situation. He didn't care about that anymore, quietly saying. The third internal test was 3 years ago when I was chosen to start delving into Abyssal Paradise. Though it wasn't as cruel as before, where dying all the time was common, and we also had the help of Paradise. But you must reach a certain power level before entering Paradise. And those who fail to enter Paradise, or are kicked out, will have their level, equipment, skills, and so forth all reset to 0 when the internal test ends. Zulinkyu looked at Tsuchi. Many of the internal testers you see now are actually those who have failed to enter Paradise. Tsuchi thought of someone else. Xunziahuan, that guy. He had mentioned it before. Now that I think back, everything makes sense. And this open beta, Zulinkyu spoke slowly, is now available to everyone, at the same time. All the major forces have started to become active. Zulinkyu went on. Night Guard mentioned to me, you encountered players with patterns on them in the last instance, right? Tsuchi nodded. They are one of the most dangerous of these forces, the entities behind their patterns indescribable, extremely horrifying, the taboo of all taboos. Zulinkyu's eyes revealed a deep fear. Tsuchi. Don't you talk about my evil god like that. Anyway. Zulinkyu looked at Tsuchi. The situation in Paradise is more complex than you imagine. Clubs are just a facade, the forces behind them are the true powers at hand, while some adhere to order, some neutral. There are also those who aren't content with the status quo. And now. Zulinkyu's expression became stern again. He put down the beer bottle he had been drinking from, and seriously said, Tsuchi, what I'm about to tell you is the real crux of the matter. Tsuchi reminded. Remember to call me by my ID in the game. Suboxian. Zulinkyu reluctantly spat out these 3 words, his gaze intense. I have an extremely precious spot available that allows entry into a certain instance, targeted exclusively at new players below level 20. If you enter that instance, whether or not you succeed in the end, as long as you don't die, there are generous rewards. But at the same time, the opponents are very powerful, including super rookies from clubs under the major forces, plus a whole bunch of cultists eyeing it covetously. They will all make a move to snatch it. Zulinkyu's tone was icy. Do you dare to accept it? Chapter 71-71, Tsuchi, participated in a show. Tsuchi returned to his personal space, carrying a case of beer in his hand. The stuff was bought by Night Watch from the Paradise side, and it was pretty expensive. A case for 1,000 game coins. Although Night Watch is also a new player, it is no surprise that, as a wealthy third generation with connections and background, he managed to get it reimbursed for Tsuchi directly. However, the history of Abyssal Paradise is actually like this, Tsuchi muttered to himself. And he only talked about the outer world, without mentioning too much about the internal information of Abyssal Paradise. Sneaky three-dimensional. Tsuchi didn't start matchmaking immediately, he was summarizing the information Zulinkyu mentioned later. Zulinkyu specifically mentioned 3 points. 1. The instance level was very high, the place was named Linyuan Land, and all beings inside were not something a rookie player could contend with. 2. Not only did the Investigation Bureau find Tsuchi but also Zulinkyu had several other spots, the other owners were all super rookies with resounding names. At this point, Night Watch proudly winked at Tsuchi, saying directly, Brother Su, you should thank me, this spot was something I fought for you. 3. The most important thing being contested was an extremely rare hidden resurrection tool. Level 20 is the true starting stage for players, so naturally, the resurrection tool is particularly important. Just like a supreme technique about to be born, it's no wonder that so many people want it. Tsuchi found this interesting. He was now only 4 levels away from 20, and the matter of changing his class was something he would soon need to consider. However, Tsuchi looked at the ancient god's heart in his item slot, He was actually more curious about what the thing would be like after level 20. Previously it seemed to have regained a sliver of life after absorbing a D-type pollutant source, but that was just a sliver. The relationship between the pollution source and the pollutant, one is the matrix, the other the infected body, the latter would give birth to various abnormalities or abilities, considered to be independent entities. Sometimes a terrifying pollution source can spawn endless pollutants and abnormalities, just like the ancient god's heart that had transformed into a pollution source before. Right. Zulinkiu also handed over a piece of equipment to him. It also counted as a fulfillment of a previous promise, and a form of support. With the virtue of don't reject what's freely given, Suchi accepted it without hesitation. This was a slightly wide shoulder pad with a certain university's emblem on it. Name, rugby player shoulder armor, type, equipment, quality, ordinary, function, increase the upper limit of physical strength by 500 points. Note, only one piece of equipment per body part can be equipped. If stacked, only the equipment of the highest quality will take effect. Note, when you're ramming through on the playing field, you will need this piece of equipment. It was still a life-saving piece of equipment, which also matched Zulinkiu's description of the instance, suggesting that it might be even more dangerous than imagined. Of course, the specific details would not be known until tomorrow, and at the same time, Suchi would also have to meet with the other several Super Rookie teammates in this contest. They would be the Investigation Bureau's power. Suchi closed his item slot and chose the solo mode. To control his level, he didn't choose a team, in case he ran into some cultists again and became the MVP, directly leveling to 20. That would blow it. Solo hard mode matching, match successful, mode difficulty, hard. Please note, this instance is fairly special. Your player ID has been concealed. Special? Suchi hadn't understood yet when the personal login space suddenly plunged into darkness, as if the ground beneath his feet had opened up. His whole body began to free fall crazily. But this time, the voice seemed to have a hint of an announcer's inflection, speaking like a host, and laughing, it said. Welcome to Abyssal Paradise. Really though? Occasionally, such an experience was quite thrilling. Suchi felt as if he was bungee jumping. He hadn't even opened his eyes and he could feel as though he was sitting down. Moreover, his body seemed to be restricted by something. He slightly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was darkness. It didn't seem to be outdoors because 100 meters above his head was a beam of light shining down, like a spotlight at a concert. The focal point. Obviously, the giant round table in front of Suchi. Not only was Suchi seated beside the round table, but there were also 12 others. Sitting around the table, not illuminated by the spotlight, enshrouded in shadow. However, Suchi was still able to make out the appearance of these people with his night vision. How should he put it? Most of them at least had a humanoid form. What kind of situation was this? He was just about to look around. Boom. It was as though someone had pushed a button, and suddenly a torrent of lights came on fiercely. The place, previously dark and silent, had now revealed its true appearance, a massive arena, packed with dense crowds of spectators. And there, Suchi and the others were at the center stage of the arena. Cheers and roars rose from tens of thousands of people, who were cheering with extreme excitement. Countless streamers were shot out from 100 meters in the sky. What a scene. Suchi felt what it was like to be in an atmosphere of overwhelming enthusiasm. Had he come to the wrong place? Before, it had been all about killing demons, pollution, and abnormalities, but now it suddenly felt like a concert was taking place. Moreover, Suchi found that his body was fastened to the seat. Though he could move his hands, his body could not leave the chair. Only level 1, my item slot and skill bar are restricted, but there was no prompt before entering the instance, which means I can use them later? And at that moment, the lights surrounding the area dimmed once again. Around the entire arena, 4 holographic screens popped up at different angles, and the screens changed, showing the image of the stage. A man with a straight posture, wearing a pink suit, appeared on the screen. He smiled, held up a microphone, and announced in a high-spirited voice. Oh. Welcome to the 2378th edition of Love, Death, Super Players. His voice echoed through the arena, and the passionate music coupled with the abundance of holographic images lit up the excited expressions of the massive audience. And I'm today's host, your favorite Nancy. Do you love me? This somewhat flashy host put his hand by his ear and pointed the microphone towards the crowd, prompting a tumultuous cheer of love from the audience. Quite a showman, indeed. And then Suchi saw the, above Nancy's head. Vitality, 199,999%, what kind of monster? Suchi's eyelids twitched, and he also noticed the audience around him. It didn't seem to consist solely of ordinary spectators. There were beastmen, abnormalities, silicon-based life forms, jellyfish whose hoods concealed energy brains, and several gigantic figures sitting in an area at the back, like a black hole, as if not showing their true forms for fear of intimidating the other ordinary spectators. Nancy, pleased with the response, took back the microphone and snapped his fingers. The light around the area grew even dimmer, and the voices of the audience also gradually lowered. He looked towards the stage. Today, the show has invited 12 contestants from different worlds. They each hold different identities, different abilities. They might be the fearsome killing demons, or they could be ordinary people who know nothing. And before we officially start, Nance's eyes sparkled like gems as they reflected the images of the 9 figures. The spotlight began to shift, and he laughed. Now, let's have them introduce themselves one by one. Chapter 72. Sitting in front of you is. All the spotlights from around the grand arena converged on contestant number 1. The surrounding screens also displayed his figure. Contestant number 1 was somewhat mysterious, wearing a strange mask on his head that concealed his face. He looked at the microphone in front of him and spoke with a hoarse voice. My name is Carl, and I am a knight. No sooner had he finished speaking than the seat flashed red, and a shrill noise seemed to make contestant number 1 a bit flustered. The next moment, the entire seat glowed red hot, and he let out a scream of agony in the horrific heat. The surrounding audience let out a sigh of tsk and hissed in response. Nancy, holding the microphone, laughed and said, "It seems contestant number 1 didn't read the rules before entering. Introductions must be truthful. You have to provide at least 3 important pieces of information, yet you lied about everything." Contestant number 1's body, wherever it had been in contact with the seat, was already showing scorch marks, and the smell of charred flesh and blood drifted over it with the smoke. He spoke tremulously. My name is John. I'm a serial killer, and my weapon is a chainsaw. Nancy snapped her fingers. It seems this time it's true. However, you, having been punished, are still very cunning, splitting chainsaw killer into 2 pieces of information. Contestant number 2 was a clown smeared with bizarre watercolor makeup and clothing, the mouth cracked open with a creepy smile. I am here to bring joy to everyone as a clown. But also immense terror. My favorite thing is to toy with my opponents little by little. Nancy held the microphone. It seems the second contestant has made a dangerous declaration. Suchi was number 9. And the ones before were all sorts of abnormal figures, creatures, with few being normal. A gentleman with a burned and terrifying face, wearing a hat, had claws on his hands as weapons, laughing strangely. Suchi was astonished. This could also make a sound. Everyone was on guard against everything like usual, wary of each other, speaking extremely briefly within the rules, careful not to reveal too much key information. But it was obvious that all of them radiated extreme danger. Contestant number 8 was a doll, with a head of red hair, dressed in overalls, short in stature. My name's Aji. I'm good at killing people, it doesn't matter what weapon, The laugh was childish, but it carried an air of terror, as if something else was hidden. It was Suchi's turn now, and the microphone twinkled with light. A large number of spotlights gathered on him, and the screens also displayed his figure. The other beings around the round table also watched this seemingly most harmless guy, with varied expressions but eyes radiating a startling chill. Very obviously. In their eyes, Suchi seemed to be the weakest of them all. Suchi moved the microphone a bit towards himself and began to speak slowly. Comrades. His voice echoed through every corner of the arena. I'll keep it brief. First of all, I am very honored to sit together today with so many dragons and young phoenixes, in front of so many audiences from different places. One cannot help but feel a bit excited. Nancy was somewhat stunned, as everyone else had given brief self-introductions. What are you going on about? The other abnormal stared coldly at Suchi, who wouldn't stop talking. Secondly, to the other 11 contestants, I hope you can put friendship first, competition second. And not always have killing on your lips. Think about it, everyone sitting together harmoniously, eating hot pot and singing songs, sharing contact information, discussing life, wouldn't that be nice? Nancy. Was this contestant showing weakness to the others? And after talking so much, all of it was nonsense. Not a single useful piece of information. Suchi gave a faint smile. Of course, if you don't accept that, then that's too bad, just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Nancy. He really wanted to ask, what the hell are you doing? But since the other party didn't break the rules, he couldn't do anything about it. Lastly, Suchi spoke into the microphone, let me introduce myself. The person sitting in front of you now is. His gaze turned sharp, his voice thunderous, the champion of the 3rd quarter marble championship. Winner of the 38th Junior Firepower King. the reigning champion of the neighborhood landlord card game. The youngest winner in the old folks home mahjong competition. A soccer enthusiast, a haggling expert, a swindler spotter, the savior of Srilan, a sunny and cheerful big boy, sect hierarch of the hustlers sect. A series of rapid sounds filled the entire arena. The audience was dumbstruck. The abnormals also paused in amazement, apparently not having caught on. Nancy's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, unsure what to say. What the hell was all that? It sounded impressive, but on closer inspection, it felt like nothing. Key point was that it somehow didn't break the rules and trigger punishment. Nancy fell into a cursed silence. Suchi paused for a moment, seized the brief gap and commenced. It seems you all haven't had enough, so let me say just a few more words. His tone was sincere, reaching every ear. That won't be necessary. Nancy responded quickly as a professional host, hurriedly interrupting Suchi. But I haven't finished yet, I was just about to talk about the $5. Cut this guy's mic, Nancy couldn't help but roar. Suchi's voice abruptly stopped, and Nancy wiped his forehead where there was no sweat, let out a dry laugh to the audience and said, "Sorry for losing composure there, but for the sake of the show's progression, let's first listen to the next few contestants introduce themselves." Suchi's microphone even automatically moved 2 meters away from him. Suchi looked dissatisfied. "Don't you understand freedom of speech? Besides, didn't I pay a registration fee to participate in this show?" The last 3 seemed much more normal. A regular cat just meowed a few times to complete its self-introduction. A starfish wearing shorts, seemingly not very clever, smiled dumbly. "I don't have a brain, I'm an idiot, I like to catch jellyfish." Somehow, also did not break any rules. And the last one. He had 3 eyes, all with a mysterious gleam, and when he extended his hand, he actually only had 3 fingers. "I am a gambler, from Lin Yuan land. If I lose, I will cut off one of my own fingers, otherwise. It's the other guy's fingers that get cut, he. He laughed creepily, high-spirited. Suchi sighed. It seemed that besides himself, there was not a single normal person here. Nancy sighed as well. This batch of contestants were all bizarrely abnormal. Chapter 73-73, Wisdom, Luck, Strength, and Cheating. The 12 contestants have finished introducing themselves, so now I will announce. The show has officially begun. Nancy regained her composure, her voice echoing through the venue, the shocking music mixed with some indescribable weirdness and shrieks making the audience seem excited as well. As everyone knows, in love, death, super player, to truly become a winner, intelligence, luck, and strength are all indispensable. She gestured broadly, and now, let's move on to the random theme selection. Above the huge round table was a lottery machine, spinning at high speed. Let's see what the first theme the contestants will face is. Nancy snapped her fingers, and 3 identical patterns appeared on the lottery machine, a stick figure with a question mark above its head, chopped in 2. At that moment of confirmation, the lottery machine flickered slightly, emitting the sound effect of a completed draw. Nancy's tone drew out a long sound, with a touch of awe. "Oh, it's the death choice. This theme purely depends on each person's luck, sometimes a simple choice can cost you your life." Suchi looked at the excited Nancy. All he could say was, this host knows how to produce a show. It seems that all contestants will face quite a challenge in the first round. Death choice, a total of 3 stages. I wonder who will have the last laugh. Nancy's voice vibrated eardrums, and he cackled. "Let's get started." Boom. Suchi's eyes were fixed on the big round table in front of him, as if countless mechanisms were operating inside, the small board in front of each person. Collapsed, then rose again with a tray. Inside the tray, there were 2 transparent cups of water. Luck, Nancy's voice leisurely reached everyone's ears, is always a mysterious thing. Some can become 1 in a million lucky ones, while others are born unlucky. It seems life is not always fair. Nancy's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. In front of you are 2 cups of liquid. 1 cup is just ordinary water, the other is a corrosive liquid that is deadly. A normal person would die on the spot with just 1 sip. Nancy watched as each abnormality stared at the 2 cups of water, seemingly trying to discern a difference, squinting their eyes. Of course, you can try to distinguish them by observation, but I'm sorry to tell you that both cups are colorless and tasteless, with no difference in appearance whatsoever. This challenge relies solely on luck. Suchi looked at above the 2 liquids. Really? Nancy naturally didn't know that there was someone in the crowd with a wall hang. He started speaking with a smile. Contestants, please make your choice within 30 seconds. If you do not make a choice within the time limit, you will be punished, and one of the cups will be randomly assigned to you. Number 1. Butcher's eyes were cold as he stared at the 2 cups of water. He leaned in to smell them but still couldn't detect any difference. Number 5 Paperman, wearing a wedding red robe, her paper face got very close, seemingly trying to spot something. However, it was Brother Haishing in his underpants, who was making faces, his eyes bloodshot as he became more panicked, shouting. I can't tell them apart, I really can't. You could drink both cups at once. He. The clown seemed very curious about Brother Haishing, laughing wickedly with his mouth full of sharp teeth. Thank you, brother, you're such a good guy, hey. Brother Haishing actually picked up both cups and drank them all at once, thick smoke quickly appearing from his mouth. He continuously screamed. Pain. The entire body actually began to shrivel up, its face flushed red as if about to be pierced through by the corrosive liquid. Some abnormalities remained indifferent, while others appeared very cautious. The power of the corrosive liquid was immense. Some of them may not fear death, but they could also become weakened. However, the next moment, PFFT. A torrent of liquid gushed out from Brother Haishing's behind, and he let out a burp followed by a silly laugh. Seems to be not bad. The clown's eerie laughter stiffened for a moment. And Nancy didn't seem surprised by this. Among the contestants present, some had flesh and blood, others had undying bodies. What could kill an ordinary person might not be effective against some. Host, I have a question. At this time, Suchi suddenly spoke up. Nancy narrowed her eyes, sneering, I'm not going to offer any external help, nor will I answer any questions that might give you hints. No, I just wanted to ask. Suchi pointed to the person next to him wearing a pyramid-shaped metal hood. How does it drink? Nancy. At that moment, a black tentacle resembling a tongue suddenly extended from the metal crevice of the pyramid head, directly choosing one of the cups and draining it. Suchi gave a thumbs up in admiration. Then that's all. Nancy looked at Suchi. Haven't you made your choice yet? There are only 10 seconds left. It's a game of luck. Any hesitation or delay is just pushing you towards misfortune. After all, luck. If you don't seize it, it will slip through your fingers. Suchi reached out and grasped the cup on his right. Looking at the information on it, he said, I think this game is indeed very good, fair and impartial to everyone, with only luck being considered. He drained the cup in one gulp. And the next moment, Suchi's face suddenly changed, and he clutched his throat in pain. The abnormalities chuckled coldly. Watch this unlucky creature, failing at the very first round. Suchi's pained expression vanished, showing no signs of corrosion. He let out a small cough and his complexion returned to normal, apologetically stating, Sorry, just had a bit of a gulp that went down the wrong way. Blocked your mother. Nancy's forehead began to show lines of irritation, watching Suchi putting the cup back in place, discontented. It seems that contestant number 9 is also quite lucky. Out of 12 contestants, 4 were struck. But none had died. If they had died from a cup of corrosive liquid, they wouldn't be worthy of sitting here. Clearly, some had hoarse voices and were gasping for breath. The surrounding audience booed at the lack of deaths. Be patient, everyone. Nancy smiled faintly towards the audience. This was just an appetizer. The second round of the death selection is about to begin. In this round, you won't just rely on luck. Your experience and wisdom too. The center of the huge round table suddenly sank, revealing a dark hole. Then after a long while, 7 holographic figures slowly appeared. In this round, you will choose the one with the highest evil value from these 7 people. Nancy smiled. Of course, it's not a blind choice. Their words and actions are the criteria for your judgment. A little girl holding a doll and a book said demurely, I love fairy tales the most. A butcher, holding a cleaver and covered in blood, croaked, I am skilled at chopping meat into pieces. A man dressed in a suit and leather shoes, what you love is your life. Chapter 74 I really didn't cheat? Suchi almost wanted to choose directly, but it hadn't started yet. There were 4 more figures. The bearded man wearing a cowboy hat and jacket, he seemed to be called Arthur. A surgeon in surgical attire, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. And a priest in his usual attire, holding a cross and praying kindly. May all children have a bright future. The last woman lowered her head, her body covered in self-harm marks. As you can see, these are the 7 people, Nancy squinted her eyes and said. Among them, there are good people and bad people, and you can judge based on their appearances and your own experience. Of course. Please note that you only need to choose the one with the highest evil value. If you choose wrong, you will suffer a random punishment. Punishments vary in severity, Nancy said with a light laugh. It all depends on your luck. The abnormalities disdainfully looked at these 7 people. In terms of evil value, they were the experts. Most of these 7 looked harmless. They lacked brains and started choosing based on instinct. But Suchi was not in a hurry. Because A appeared on his screen, displaying, if you choose correctly, you will gain an advantage in the next phase. Looks like there's some trick to it. Brother Sue nodded, switching to serious mode. He scrutinized everyone, and although they were holographic images, still existed, but these wouldn't provide any data on evil values. Suchi could only judge based on the information. TSK. Wow. At least 3 individuals had killed more than 20 people. And that priest, it wasn't murder, but purely more disgusting malevolence. To Suchi's surprise, the butcher, who had a fierce appearance, turned out to be a good person. His information was all about good deeds, and he quickly noticed that the less bright contestants were fixating on the butcher. Young people were still too naive. Although each person's selection screen was in front of them, there was no long partition to block the view, allowing direct visibility of everyone's choices. But even knowing what other contestants chose didn't confirm if it was the correct answer. The hardest part here isn't judging who is the evil person, but judging whose evil value is the highest, Suchi pondered, finding the value hard to determine. His gaze flickered toward a particular figure. The abnormalities were judging based on instinct, they weren't hesitant or afraid of death. Brother Haixing didn't even look at the 7 figures and just picked an option. Contestant number 9. Now you're the only one who hasn't made a choice yet. Nancy's voice suddenly came. Suchi paused and said, I request to remove the wrong answer. Nancy. There isn't such an option. Then I request outside help. Even less so. Nancy clenched her teeth and shouted, just make a proper choice. Suchi shook his head, not even caring about the show's effect, you're too unprofessional as a host. He finally placed his eyes on the little girl holding a book. I'll choose her then. Although just a holographic image, the little girl's obedient demeanor was very lively, she even seemed to blink at Suchi, puzzled about why he chose her. Contestant number 9, truly an unexpected choice. Nancy squinted her eyes, holding the microphone, and said, looks like all contestants have made their choices. Now it's time to reveal the answer, and the method of revelation is. His tone tinged with excitement, his voice spreading throughout the venue, the most anticipated random death punishment. Everyone shivered, feeling the restraints on their bodies tighten a bit, as if afraid they would escape. And the next moment, bang! The stirring music started, and except for Suchi and the gambler, everyone's seats rapidly transformed into metal plates, 5 meters wide and 1 meter thick. They were chained up, confined within these bounds. Even the little cat was connected by chains, meowing plaintively. Around the metal plate, numerous cutting blades were extending one after another. And at the center of the round table, a cylinder arose, replete with iron spikes stained with copious amounts of blood. Nancy looked toward the excited audience and declared aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, the punishment has begun. Who will survive? And who will die? At that moment, a multitude of spikes fiercely shot out, and aside from Suchi and the gambler, the other abnormalities attempted to dodge. And the surrounding glinting blades had already begun spinning intensely. A live meat grinder. Bang! The power of these iron spikes was absolutely terrifying, brutally embedding themselves into the thick metal plates and even protruding from the other side. If one were impaled, they would be firmly nailed to the metal plate. And then, there was no escape, they were ruthlessly killed. At this moment, someone had already fallen, contestant number 1. He didn't even have time to pull out his chainsaw before being nailed to the metal plate. Massive amounts of flesh were sliced. Blood sprayed across the entire surface of the plate. And at that time, the gambler in the distance stared at Suchi and slowly said, I didn't expect I wasn't the only one. Who chose that little girl? You actually gambled too, picking the option that seemed the most normal and harmless out of the 7. Suchi gave him a glance. Gamble? Although it wasn't possible to discern the difference in evil values directly from the individuals, the items they possessed were the crucial elements. The doll held by the little girl was filled with flesh and stitched together with at least 20 different human skins, essentially a man-made horror pollutant. And that book wasn't any fairy tale, its cover strangely resembled the evil god totem, and also contained information, a type of blood sacrifice ceremony. She looked obedient, but in reality, she was the most dangerous evil here. The punishment ended. Out of the 10, 7 astonishingly survived. Contestant number 1 and number 5, these two were indeed too frail. And another, number 7, had also been physically eliminated. The scene was incredibly gory. But upon seeing such a sight, the audience burst into excited whistles and cheers. Hold on. Nancy raised her hand to signal silence, and she didn't clean up the seats of the 3 contestants, the horrific scene adding a bit of tension to the atmosphere. He turned his head towards the remaining people and softly smiled, saying, the remaining 9 players, up next is the final round of the death choice. But rest assured, this round is very simple and not dangerous, it serves as a preparation for the next round. This round is choosing an item of your own. Nancy squinted her eyes, reminding them somewhat sinisterly. Choose carefully. If you make a poor judgment, the next theme will be very gruesome. Tsuchi paused slightly. He saw the clown pulling out a balloon, emitting a strange laugh. The paparazzi's eyes glowed green as he pulled out a blood-stained long knife. The paper bride held onto a hairpin, looking even more sinister. The gambler materialized a card in his hand. Freddy sharpened his claws, eyeing the people behind, Brother Haishing, Cat. And Tsuchi, laughing ominously. Looks like you're being targeted, TSK TSK TSK, but there's no helping it, the weak can only become prey. Tsuchi watched the various abnormalities change, gradually revealing dangerous cold smiles, seemingly having designs on the seemingly harmless three of them. Bullying? Targeting? Just because we're handsome. But it seems a fierce battle awaits next, extremely perilous. One item seemed insufficient. At that moment, the in front of Tsuchi slowly disappeared, as prompt boxes appeared. You have successfully chosen the correct answer. Level has been restored to 16. You may additionally choose one item from the item slot and skill bar to remove the restrictions. Oh, so that's how it's played. Then no worries. Chapter 75-75, Turning the Tables. Except for the item Nancy had mentioned, Tsuchi could also unlock one piece of equipment and a skill. He looked around at the folks nearby. They seemed to have some special strengths of their own, and most of the tools have a bit of an oddity to them. For instance, the paper bride's hairpin clearly carried a whiff of pollutants and wasn't meant for physical combat. And the clown's balloon also seemed far from ordinary. Its red surface appeared to be flowing with copious amounts of blood. Judging from the recent punishment, many weren't afraid of physical attacks, but they most likely all had fatal weaknesses. After pondering for 2 seconds, Tsuchi had made his decision. The final phase of the death selection concluded in just 1 minute, and the host Nancy's voice amplified a bit. It seems everyone has finished choosing. Then, she said with a faint smile, next up is the second round. Death duel. These 4 words whipped the audience into an even greater frenzy. Now, please listen to the rule. Nancy's voice suddenly halted, and he squinted towards the distance, where a strange roar was emanating from a dark cave entrance. It seemed as if someone had arrived on the scene riding some massive abnormality. His expression changed slightly, and it appeared as if someone were whispering something in his ear. Nancy, somewhat astonished and speaking with a mixture of reverence and fear, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have a quite remarkable audience member." Countless audience members craned their necks but could not catch a glimpse of the true form in that shadowy darkness. However, Nancy didn't reveal the identity of the newcomer, but gave the gambler a glance, as the latter seemed somewhat nervous. So, let me continue with the rules. Nancy snapped his fingers. The death duel will randomly match 2 people into pairs. And they will be thrown into the map to fight. There will be no rules in between. The duel ends as soon as any one of the participants dies. Of course. Now with only 9 left, inevitably, one will be left out. It's just unknown who will be that lucky person, so let's proceed with the random selection. The booming music continued resounding, and their numbers lit up in turn. 2 numbers displaying the same color meant they were opponents in the death duel. Triangle Head vs Clown Cat vs Freddy Haishing vs Doll Gambler vs Paper Bride. Tsuchi looked at his own white number, with brows slightly raised. What a pity, the number 9 contestant ended up being the one left out. Nancy's face showed regret, his expression was genuinely rueful. Being left out made the other abnormalities' expressions turn frosty as they turned their sharp fangs or long knives towards Tsuchi with fierce glares. The gambler twirled a card in his fingers, sneering, "Not bad luck. Some get to live a little longer, but he definitely won't last until the end." The clown let out a hoarse laugh, his laughter airy and unsettling. Their harsh words were broadcast throughout the entire venue by the microphone in front of them. Tsuchi looked at a microphone 5 meters away from him, and turned to Nancy. "Don't you need to make the show more exciting? Watch as I, the Lord's on, read a quick script and scold them all back to their 18th ancestors. Give them a taste of what shock really feels like." Nancy. He shook his head and chuckled. "Don't worry, after your self-introduction earlier, I knew I couldn't let you get near the microphone." "Of course. You can get up yourself, as long as you can manage it." Tsuchi felt that this was discrimination. Every contestant was securely locked in place by mechanical restraints, with visible electromagnetic force flowing, making it impossible to leave their seats on their own. "Just sit quietly in your seat now and watch this death duel with me." Nancy calmly raised the topic and announced loudly. "Now, let the contestants enter the arena." The next moment, boom. Deep holes appeared beneath the seats of the other 8 contestants. They plummeted straight down. In the sky above, mirage-like visions of 4 different landscapes appeared. Their figures were released from their restraints and fell into them. The duel is about to begin. Nancy gestured grandly towards the multitude of seats. Now let me, Nancy, a professional host, commentate on these 4 duels. The 4 maps. Each different, but what they have in common is that they will burst with lethal crises. If the contestants don't quickly defeat their opponents, they might also die from the inherent dangers of the map itself. Of course, Nancy said with a mysterious smile. There might be some useful items on the map that, if found early, could have unexpected effects. Let's take a look at the first map, a gloomy little town where both contestants seem quite cautious. At that moment, an abrupt voice interrupted her. Hey, hey. The voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Nancy's voice abruptly stopped, and her expression froze as she turned to the round table, the audience. Including the one who had suddenly appeared, they too were stunned and all eyes became fixed on the round table. Nancy's eyes widened as she saw Suchi, who had somehow left his seat and grabbed the microphone, waved at her with a smile. Nancy couldn't help but roar. How did you get out? Suchi shook his head. That's not important. And besides, as a professional host, you can't even control your emotions, and this is live broadcasting. Nancy. She seemed to sense that things were moving in a direction beyond her control. Suchi's voice spread throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the interruption. Next up, let me join the host in commentating these 4 tense and exhilarating no-holds-barred fights for you all. Nancy was swept along unwillingly, her face pale and powerless as she gripped the microphone. She could feel it. Her professional career was facing a disastrous Waterloo. As the fight progressed, every second ticked by slowly. And Suchi's voice was already ringing in everyone's ears. All right. We can see now. The clown forward has burst into the Pyramid Head's back area, seemingly unwilling to charge straight at Pyramid Head. But Pyramid Head doesn't take a detour and smashes through the houses to make way. Nicely done. Clown. The clown contestant is ready to attack. Though it seems brainless, it actually knows how to flank. And it knows how to use traps. Oh. The trap worked. Pyramid Head seems to have been affected mentally. Nancy stood there with a dazed look, as the passionate voice left her unable to interject. And what was worse? The mood of the audience around was clearly stirred up, and she couldn't even interrupt. At this moment, Nancy felt her position was being threatened. Oh. The situation is out of control now. The clown has gained the upper hand. Look, it's picked up a crossbow. Suchi stood up and slapped the table hard. Fire. Ah, too bad it was dodged. The entire audience sighed along with Suchi's tone. Nancy. Now she just felt restless and uncomfortable. Chapter 76 What? The head coach is warming up. Listening to Suchi's wave after wave of passionate commentary, it was as if she was right at the scene. Nancy felt a strong pressure bearing down on her. And it seemed like the gambling had ended on the other side, with the paper bride being torn apart by a card. Suchi regretfully opened her mouth and said, after crossing this mountain, they would be able to hear your story, regardless of how the story ends. Paperman, push on. What push on? Nancy really wanted to retort, since the paperman contestant was already gone. She resignedly took off her jacket, even though at her level of strength, she wouldn't normally feel hot, but at that moment, she still felt an indescribable sense of constriction. And Suchi looked at her oddly, surprised. What? The host is warming up. Even everyone in the audience looked over in astonishment, and Nancy almost stumbled, her lips dry as she said, I'm just taking off my jacket. TCH. Boos came from the audience. Nancy fumed. Aren't I your favorite host? And you're booing me. This is normal, Suchi shook her head. For a host to not say a word for nearly 10 minutes. That's problematic. Nancy yelled. Did you even give me a chance to butt in? She was losing her composure. I've changed my mind, you're not allowed to touch the microphone again. But. Suchi looked towards the audience. Do you see them agreeing with you? The booing from the audience seats grew louder. It was obvious that Suchi's passionate commentary had given them a taste of what it was like to be on the scene, and for the spectators, this was what mattered most. Nancy's hand stiffened, her face paling. The host had been upstaged by a contestant. And moreover, it seemed like the audience wasn't buying her side. The jeers were non-stop, and some people were even whistling. Even those in the VIP section seemed to be watching her, apparently displeased. Nancy was dumbfounded. Suchi smiled faintly and said, All right, Mr. Nancy, I'll give you a chance now. What chance? Nancy's voice was somewhat hoarse. Let's make a bet. Suchi looked towards the third map's brother Haixing. Let's bet on. What will happen to it next? Nancy looked at Haixing, whose opponent was that toy doll. The two hadn't fought. Aji seemed to have realized brother Haixing wasn't smart, and they had actually become friends, hopping and skipping down the street. However, it was clear that Aji was setting all sorts of deadly traps along the way, apparently to lead someone to their doom. The next thing for Haixing. What will happen? Nancy squinted. What's the stake? Suchi laughed. If I lose, I'll stop commenting right away and get off stage. Enter into this map and participate in the fight everyone wants to see. And if you lose? Nancy felt a tinge of nervousness. Suchi looked at her gently and said, I will need to take over your role as the host for the next round, and you will replace me as a contestant. Of course, I'll follow the protocol. Of course, just for one round, after that I'll return to being a contestant. Nancy subconsciously wanted to refuse, but clearly the surrounding audience was going wild with provocation. What they wanted to see was the show's script, right? No. It was fun. The unexpected. She couldn't proceed according to her own wishes at all. I understand. Nancy's expression turned a bit bitter. She had seen countless demons and ghostly creatures. This was the first time. The only time. Damn it. She had been replaced by a contestant. And this guy was superbly professional, seemingly not from an academy, but his style was wild. She couldn't handle it. Nancy's expression gradually became solemn, looking at Haixing on the map. Although it's such an obvious trap. Judging by Haixing's various performances, I don't think it will notice. Aji will lead it into that hole, then it will fall down, and there's even a pile of combustibles below. I can't be sure if it will be burned to death, but what I've said should be enough. She had already envisioned Haixing's next moves. Suchi clapped her hands. It seems you're quite certain. He picked up the microphone and looked towards the audience. I wonder what all the spectators here think. What do you guess Brother Haixing will do next? Nancy looked down in shame. She even remembered to interact with the audience. I'm seriously crying to death. Spill your guess already. Nancy gritted her teeth, eyeing the two figures on the map. They're about to reach the spot. Suchi glanced over and said, Fine, I think it won't get ambushed. In fact, it's likely that Ghost Baby is the one lying there, and since its brain isn't big enough, it might even go to save it? What's that even mean? Nancy was totally confused. At that moment, Aji had already lured Haixing to the trap. Bro, thanks for walking with me this far. Don't mention it. Even though I don't know you, you seem pretty cool. Haixing was still licking his lollipop. Of course, naturally, we're good friends. And now, please kindly drop dead. Aji had already extended his foot, a bizarre smile with murderous intent on his face, and then he violently lunged at Haixing for a sneak attack. But in the next instant, Brother Haixing suddenly stepped aside, his eyes wide with excitement as he stared at something in a street-side showcase. Look, a conch shell, hey. Aji's kick missed its mark by a mile. Its expression drastically changed as its whole body nearly lost balance and tumbled in, saved only by its short stature as it desperately pulled itself back. And just then, Brother Haixing excitedly reached out his hand. Bro, hold my lollipop for me, I'll be right back. He dashed straight over. Aji's eyes went blank, and then he was brutally knocked down. With resentment, he said, No. About 10 seconds later, Brother Haixing came back looking dumb with a conch in hand. He looked around in confusion. Hey, bro, where are you? Idiot, I'm down here. Aji roared. Hurry and get me out. There wasn't any fire below yet, but it was all liquid, highly flammable. Brother Haixing seemed rather annoyed. My good friend wouldn't curse at me. Who are you? Of course I'm your good friend. Aji quickly changed his tone. It's too dark, I can't see. Brother Haixing picked up a match from the ground. Don't worry, bro, here's some light. He lit a match and tossed it down. A huge blaze shot straight up into the sky. Aji's screams made Brother Haixing anxious. Wait, I'll find someone to save you right now. He held up the conch to his ear. Hello. 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 What was I going to say? Wait a second. Brother Haixing looked at his other hand, shocked. Where's my magical conch? He even leaned over the hole and called down, Stranger, have you seen my conch? Aji. It was nearly ash. Why don't you speak? Have some manners. Haixing stood up, sounding naive and oblivious as his voice faded away. Well, I'm off to find my conch. Bye-bye, stranger. Hey. Nancy silently watched this unfold, almost crushing his microphone in his hand. Suchi also silently observed. He had anticipated the earlier events, but what followed was simply too absurd. But it didn't matter anymore. Anyway, it seems like I've won, so. Suchi picked up Nancy's microphone, turned to the audience with a smile and announced, Welcome, everyone, to the 2378th edition of Love, Death, Super Gamers Game Show. And I'm your host for today. Sect Hierarch of the Hustlers Sect. Chapter 77-77, The Great Death Challenge in the dimly lit corridor. The gambler gazed at the paper bride that had been torn apart, lowering his head as if aware that those outside could see him. In no one's presence, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. And on his forehead, a third eye, beamed a startling red light. The paperman's soul's fatal weakness is the eyes, now dealt with. The gambler revealed a sinister smile. There are probably 4 left. The cat and Haishing seem to both harbor monsters within, but as long as they don't lose control, they can be taken care of ahead of time. The rest are even less concerning. As for that one who got a eye, squinting his eyes, the gambler spat. Can't see through his weaknesses, and he also has the annoying kind of luck. His third eye could penetrate everyone's weaknesses, which was his secret to winning every gamble. Being a gambler himself, he hated luck the most, having lost a few fingers to it. Whether it's deathmatch or a bye, his luck has been extremely good, avoiding all dangers, the gambler sneered. But the next round? Can he still escape? The gambler seemed to still conceal some strength, emitting a faint scent of pollution, with his gaze revealing desire. No one can stop me from achieving the ultimate victory. At this moment, all confrontations across the 4 maps had concluded. The 4 survivors, the winners, were Clown, the cat, Brother Haishing, and the gambler. The cat and Haishing were the first to be brought back. The cat meowed docilely, but many spectators looked at it with suspicion. During its confrontation with Freddy, when cornered, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and stretched out numerous tentacles, dragging Freddy straight into its belly. Haishing looked around in confusion. Hey, I feel like I've been here before. It had not unleashed any strength, and its opponent was confused and defeated. Clown's figure was also brought back. Its mouth was bloody. After killing Pyramid Head, the clown's entire mouth revealed many sharp teeth, and it had ferociously gnawed off half an arm. He. Didn't expect the survivors to be you. And that lucky fellow. Clown looked toward Suchi's spot and then suddenly paused. Wait. Where is he? Suchi was standing with Nancy, the former smiling, the latter with a somber face. Clown didn't understand, but it detested others' smiles, when it was a circus clown. Others' laughter disgusted it, later realizing what it actually loved was others' screams or the smiles forcefully carved with a knife. Those were its favorite things. At this moment, the gambler appeared at the round table, his gaze subtly cold as he looked around, just as I guessed. Those 2 monsters survived. This clown managed to kill Pyramid Head through mental terror. They are all rather dangerous. Fellows. The gambler was not panicked, instead, his gaze was coldly calculating, never gambling on unsure things in the game of life and death. Regarding Suchi, who got a bye. The gambler suddenly paused. Because Suchi had already picked up the microphone, a smile curving his lips, his voice carried over. Congratulations to the 4 players, for successfully surviving the death duel, commendable. Both Clown and the gambler were somewhat dazed. The gambler frowned tightly, something unexpected occurring. Mr. Nancy. What's happening? His tone carried a hint of reverence, as after all, this host possessed power far beyond theirs. There had been many contestants who had broken the rules, even rashly attacked the host. All were directly suppressed by Nancy, without any resistance. Nancy cast him a cold glance. Don't ask again and I'll kill you. The gambler. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. Suchi patted Nancy on the shoulder. This contestant, don't just stand there, go back to your spot. What was he doing, and how dare he say such things? And the next moment, Nancy took a deep breath, and without a word, went and sat in Suchi's spot. He seemed displeased, but the loud cheers from the surrounding audience seats left him unable to lose his temper. The gambler's eyes widened. Fuck. Suchi waved his hand toward the sky. Props team, please make sure he gets 1 too, no special treatment. The next moment, Nancy was also tightly fastened. He was expressionless. He who accepts the challenge must accept the loss, and if he can't afford to lose, the surrounding audience will do more than just boo. Among the audience were powerful beings, and those in the VIP seats were not to be trifled with. Nancy even lowered his head, unable to resist checking the lock on his seat. No malfunction. How did that guy manage to open it? At this moment, Suchi stood on the stage, all the spotlights focused on him. Of course. Moreover, a screen was showing Nancy's expressionless face. The director too knew how to create a show effect. Suchi, with a meaningful smile in his eyes, said. Next, let's proceed to the 3rd round. He waved broadly. Death challenge. Nancy's eyelids twitched fiercely, this gesture was too familiar to him. This round's rules are simple, under numerous obstacles set up, all contestants start at the same time. Reach the end alive, and you pass this round. During this, combat and hindrance are allowed, with no rules to restrict. Suddenly, Suchi thought of something. Of course, considering Mr. Nancy's strength might be unfair to the other contestants, I've decided. He paused, smiling. To make no changes. After all, I'm not in the arena. Hey. Both the clown and gambler couldn't help but change their expressions and cry out. The cat seemed a bit dissatisfied too, meowing discontentedly. Brother Haishing, rather foolishly, raised his magical conch and laughed. Look, my magical conch. Nancy coldly sneered without expression. Don't worry, I won't let you have your way. This round was just about passing. He wasn't going to kindly help Suchi by eliminating a few competitors. After all, in the next round, he would be back to being the host, and Suchi would still have to participate in the final game. The gambler took a deep breath. He couldn't make sense of the situation anymore. Of course, he wouldn't dare provoke Nancy, a powerful player, but others had already caught his eye. The clown also looked sharply at Haishing and the cat, wondering how these two little ones had survived this long. And Suchi snapped his fingers. Contestants, please be prepared. The ground of the stage thunderously split apart, creating an endless, deep pit around the previously empty stage. Slowly, several floating platforms emerged from the pit. And on these platforms, like pools of magma from a fiery hell, enormous abnormalities with gaping maws, and insect nests. Copious amounts of insects showing their fangs as if about to devour them alive. Suchi looked at all this, his gaze unchanged, and he slowly said, the competition is about to begin. But, he paused, before the competition begins, let's have a commercial break. Nancy roared. No commercials. Is that so? Then, that explains the average commercial value of the show. Nancy swore he already wanted to strangle Suchi. Suchi calmly said, a truly good show isn't just about the contestants participating, it's about making the audience happy. The more involved they feel, the more they will be addicted to it. Nancy was stunned, he didn't know what Suchi was planning. But he already felt uneasy, because Suchi had a smile that gave him a bad feeling. Suchi turned toward the guest area as dark as the abyss. Those terrifying figures did not inspire fear in him, rather, he smiled and waved, saying, esteemed guests, would you care to place a bet? Chapter 78 Suchi's true purpose. Nancy shuddered all over. His pupils constricted and dilated in some fear as he looked towards that dim VIP area, where each presence was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Especially that adult sitting on the massive abnormality. His identity was even more astonishing. He never dared to directly engage in conversation like this. You're insane. Nancy couldn't help but roar. But Suchi ignored him, maintaining a smile while his gaze stayed fixed on that VIP area. And seconds passed. There was no answer from that side. A look of regret appeared on Suchi's face. Is that so? Then let it be. But the next moment, a voice sounded, showing interest. What do you want to bet? Suchi's eyebrows raised, his expression eased quite a bit. It wasn't easy. Finally someone took the bait. But not completely. Because the one who spoke wasn't his target. His real target was the important figure who entered later, marked with a deep red. Ever since that important figure made a sudden entrance, Suchi saw a huge deep red, as he had mentioned before. The deeper the color, the more dangerous it is, and the richer the reward as well. And the content of the exclamation mark read. Winning once against it might yield a reward. Suchi had already been pondering how to accomplish this. It was naturally impossible to win against it in combat. So it had to be approached from a different angle. But the difficulty was immense. First, to complete there were 3 challenges. First, to make contact and converse with this important figure. Second, to get it to agree to gamble with him. Third, to win the bet against it. The difficulty of the first step alone was high enough. To that end, Suchi laid the groundwork for a long time. He first used the artificial team's counterattack to successfully cause the chair to malfunction, reversing the situation. Elevating his own status and reputation in front of the audience. Only in this way would such an important figure pay attention to him. Otherwise, speaking as a player struggling on the brink of death, he'd be treated no better than an ant. Meanwhile, challenging Mr. Nancy to a bet wasn't to escape anything like the 3rd round, or to liven things up for everyone. That wasn't Suchi's style. He was inciting interest in this big shot by putting forth a challenge to bet. You watch people play fight the landlord on the sidelines, don't you want to join the table and play yourself? Having assumed the role of the host now, Suchi also found it more convenient to proceed with his actions. The current Nancy, strapped in his chair, was utterly unable to stop him. His eyes bulged with fury at Suchi. Of course. Suchi didn't directly challenge that big shot to a bet. That would have been too obvious in its intent. He was like an old man setting up chess on the street corner, casting a wide net to trap the unsuspecting. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Now the second step could be taken. That was to get it to agree to a bet with him, but the other party didn't directly enter the fray, yet the few figures beside it were quite interested. It seems I'll have to win against these few fellows first before I can have a match with it. Suchi's gaze lingered over the dark and turbulent VIP seats, unruffled. We'll bet on nothing but luck. Randomness adds the most thrill, at the same time it's the most fair and just. Agreed. The few figures all narrowed their eyes and consented. At this moment, Nancy dared not say anything. After all, those VIPs were already interested, and he had to be sensible. Whatever the bet was, he had to help these VIPs win as much as he could. That's the way of the world. Suchi's gaze searched the field. Then he suddenly noticed something, and lightly said, "The seventh block on the field, it's the dangerous land of strange tales with changing rules. When a contestant passes through here, the current rule changes. This process is random. Aside from the current rule of absolutely no talking, there are 9 other rules. We'll bet on what the next random rule will be. Does that sound good?" The figures didn't immediately answer but looked toward Nancy instead. Nancy's body trembled slightly, and he nodded. He's right, the rules do change randomly without any pattern, all based on luck. Purely based on luck? They spoke calmly. That's possible, but what's the stake? It seems you don't have anything valuable enough for us. How about this? Suchi, unhurried, opened his item slot, took out the speaker, and pressed the play button. The sound of horror nursery rhyme filled the air, carrying through the microphone to every corner. They suddenly changed their expression. This sound is so strange, there's an abnormality in its strength. Suchi spoke softly. This sound of the past seems to contain some sort of terrifying power. I could only record it with this speaker, lest the audience here suffer. I'm not sure if the original could be used as a bet. He was lying through his teeth. What he had was only a copy, he didn't possess the original sound disc. A few figures said nothing more, their eyes narrowed, showing a hint of interest. This seems like a good item, we'll take that bet. Of course, if you lose and don't have the actual item. You must know the consequences. Rest assured, as Team 1s, I never lie. The Tool group was also good at handling things. 10 placards appeared in the air, and each figure reached out and made their choices. Suchi quickly selected one of them. At that moment, Death's challenge had already begun. The constraints in front of the contestants were lifted, and they quickly set off. All the spectators were getting excited, they no longer wished to see the contestants' painful struggles but were eager to know the outcome of the bet. Mr. Nancy, hurry up, you have nothing to worry about with your strength, Suchi even said, urging him on with a laugh. Nancy cursed silently but dared not speak out. After all, everyone's gaze was focused on him. It seemed they were all awaiting the outcome. Finally, he approached the Land of Strange Tales. At that moment, the rules of the Land of Strange Tales were carved into the steel, showing, silence is required. Nancy took a deep breath and stepped onto it. The steel began to change slowly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on it. The next moment, the rule on the steel reverted to its original state, still, silence is required. The crowd was puzzled. And the figures furrowed their brows slightly. Why was there no change? What's going on? Nancy suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise. It seems like it randomly returned to, silence is required. So. He suddenly looked at the card in Suchi's hand, numerous spotlights converged on it, and the writing was displayed on the big screen. Silence is required. Faced with everyone's focused attention, Suchi coughed and said unabashedly. It seems. It looks like I guessed right. Damn it. Nancy couldn't help but yell out. How could you possibly guess that right? The host was too unprofessional, swearing on live TV. Furthermore, because he made noise, the entire Land of Strange Tales began to boil like a swamp and surged toward him, intent on killing. The gambling figure's eyelids twitched. Absolutely impossible. Are you cheating? As a seasoned gambler, he did not believe in such luck. Whenever this situation arose, someone must be cheating. You're talking out of your ass. Suchi glanced at him and kicked the ball back. Do you think it's even possible to cheat in front of so many powerful entities? Do you think they are blind? His words not only made the gambler speechless, but also brought silence to those figures. Indeed, they hadn't noticed any abnormality. Suchi wasn't panicked either. How could these figures catch him cheating on the spot when they couldn't even detect on their own heads? However, at this moment, the last figure finally stirred and slowly spoke up. Little guy. Its voice echoed throughout the venue, expressing no sorrow or joy, yet it sent shivers through everyone. Your luck seems a bit too good. Suchi's heart skipped a beat, but he still didn't panic. He even felt like laughing. Because this one had finally taken the bait. It said quietly, I'll bet with you, too. But not on luck, only on Life and Death. Chapter 79-79, Duel with the High Ranking. Tsuchi instantly felt a wave of danger wash over him. The color of the was as deep red as blood, seemingly ready to engulf him. Bet. Life and death? Tsuchi looked toward that terrifying presence that made everyone's heart quiver. With whom? Surely your excellency isn't planning to fight yourself? What are you fantasizing about? What is that being status? And yours? Bet life and death with you? At this moment, Nancy couldn't help but mock internally, as for why she didn't speak out. It was because she was still in the land of strange tales. Having made noise just now, she had already been wrapped in a kill intent from the land of strange tales, but every kill intent that approached disintegrated instantly. Her own strength was definitely not weak. Yet, the imposing figure did not respond. He simply raised his hand, and from afar, a strange power majestically descended towards the ground below. Tsuchi furrowed his brows. However, this power was not directed at him. Hey hey. The clown looked in astonishment at the piece of floating land beneath his feet, which seemed to be bound by some force, moving towards the stage. That is, towards Tsuchi. Flying over at the same time were the pieces of floating land where the cat and Haishing were, and Brother Haishing's eyes sparkled brightly. This is so fun, hee hee. Tsuchi watched as these chunks of floating land connected with the stage. And the fellows that came along, he raised an eyebrow. What does this being intend to do? And at that moment, boom. Other pieces of floating land, under this strong force, started to consolidate one by one. Eventually, a kilometer away, they formed into a complete floating landmass. Then, a path emerged, stretching 1,000 meters from the floating landmass to the stage, only 5 meters wide. At the same time, various pollutants on the floating landmass were influenced by the strange power. Hellhounds crawled out of the lava pools one after another. A large number of abnormal insects from the insect nest land had their eyes blaze red, roaring angrily towards Tsuchi's side. In the land of strange tales, eerie figures stepped onto the ground, letting out shrill screams. Using its power to stimulate the pollution source, it created a host of pollution abnormalities. Tsuchi guessed somewhat what the other party was intending to do. At this moment, the gambler who was still on the floating landmass looked around fearfully. He was the only one not sent over. And the imposing figure in the VIP area, looking towards the gambler, slowly said, "You come from Linyu on land, right?" Hearing these words, the gambler immediately knelt down, quickly producing a badge from within his clothes. "My lord. Yes. I am a person from Linyu on land." The shadowy figure spoke calmly. "If that's the case, I have a task for you." Its voice carried no ripples, yet it caused a colossal tremor in one's soul, unable to remain calm, that is to lead these abnormalities, using all your strength to kill those on the opposite side. The gambler, who was initially extremely nervous, brightened up at these words. "All right. Tsuchi. You've got to be kidding." He glanced at the cat, Brother Haishing, and the clown beside him. So sending these people over was to be his teammates. The clown roared. "Why am I on this side? I want to go to the other side. I also want to kill that guy." Tsuchi wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "Sharing weal and woe is what friends do. The hell with friends. Don't get mixed up with me." The clown's face turned pale, trying to dodge Tsuchi like the plague. Tsuchi said cheerily. "Being in the same camp as me is pretty good. If we win by chance, you're sure to gain plenty." The clown broke into a sweat. "You're blowing smoke, just look for yourself." The opposing floating landmass was already filled with an army of various abnormalities. "There's no chance in hell we'll win." It was being completely dragged down. "I request to change teams." The bigwig actually spoke calmly. "You may. Can we really switch?" Like granted a great pardon, the clown took off running towards the other side, looking back while running and baring its fangs. "Kid, you're done for." "Tsuchi." He looked at his side, at a meowing cat and Brother Haishing still playing with a conch shell. "Great. The odds are very good." "Very good my ass." Tsuchi grabbed the microphone to protest. "This is already against the 3-step rule of the gamble. Fair and open, indeed. People gang up on the few. This isn't about martial virtue, is it? Let the audience be the judge." The audience was dead silent. "Nancy. Where's the production team? Is anyone managing this?" Nancy stood at the edge with her head down, pretending not to hear. Tsuchi understood. He put down the microphone and looked at Haishing and the cat, saying solemnly, "Both of you, keep it up. I'll be heading over there first." Clown and Gambling were stunned to see Tsuchi actually ready to come over. The cat glanced at him disdainfully. Brother Haishing, chewing on his finger in confusion, asked, "Bro, where are you going?" "Don't worry." At that moment, the voice of a certain big shot slowly came through, gently saying, You still have other advantages. Tsuchi stopped in his tracks. Explain. They've just lost to you. Naturally, they will lend a hand. The next moment, Tsuchi understood what lending a hand meant. 3 figures from the VIP seats made their move at the same time. Tsuchi felt surges of strength coming his way. From the boost of a high-ranking existence, your physical strength is increased by 20 times. From the boost of a high-ranking existence, all your skills and equipment have their restrictions lifted, effects or power doubled, special items unaffected, and cooldown time reduced by 80%. From the boost of a high-ranking existence, with every enemy you kill, your 3 basic attribute points +1, strength, movement technique, physical strength. Note, the above boosts exist only in this instance, leaving the instance will cause the boosts to disappear. Squinting his eyes, Tsuchi then walked back, affectionately stroking the cat's fur, before shaking hands with Brother Haishing again. Both of you, how can we give up so easily? Let's give it our all. He looked towards the VIP seats. How is the victory decided? The high-ranking big shot didn't answer right away but said gently, every 2 minutes, all abnormalities, including those 2, will get stronger. The abnormalities are endless, but every 10 minutes, you'll get 1 minute of rest. And you? Its gaze seemed to penetrate the darkness, looking at Tsuchi. As long as you can survive an hour, that will be considered a victory. Tsuchi looked at the other party without moving his gaze. He wasn't sure what kind of high-ranking existence the other was, only that it was mysterious and powerful, yet it had not seen through him completely. I understand, Tsuchi softly said, then turned his gaze to the gambling and clown opposite. Are you sure you don't want to come over? We have a huge advantage here. Nancy, standing in the distance. You can actually say something like that? The clown sneered with a gaping mouth. Don't worry, we will come over. But it will be to tear you to shreds alive. Nice declaration. Tsuchi threw the microphone to Nancy. The hosting and commentary duties from now on are up to you. Nancy caught the microphone in a daze, feeling somehow entrusted. This is exactly what I've been doing all along, isn't it? However, she was no longer concerned with the inner monologue, took a deep breath, and addressed all the audience. Everyone. The show has changed its course, and this round is the finale of the program. Her voice grew stern. Now, I declare. This battle for life and death. Nancy's gaze swept over the contestants as her voice resonated, begins now. Chapter 80-80, Attack the Enemy Base. At the moment Nancy announced the start, a roar filled with overwhelming momentum burst forth. Kill. Nancy held the microphone, imitating Tsuchi's tone from just before, and exclaimed with excitement. What a powerful cry of kill, it brought forth the might of an army. It seems the gambler and the clown can't wait to. He suddenly froze. Because both the gambler and the clown stayed put, and the person who had just shouted kill was none other than Tsuchi himself. Tsuchi stepped onto the corridor, with a cat on his shoulder and a sea star by his side. He charged out directly, unstoppable. Nancy almost dropped the microphone. You're just 3 people. With 2 of them not even human, why shout so fiercely? The gambler and the clown watched coldly from the sidelines. Naturally they would not move out prematurely since the monsters were endless. Tsuchi took out the 100-man slaughter blade from his item slot and immediately activated the dark wind boots, shooting out like a meteor. His physical strength had already reached 20 times the original level. And the equipment, like the shoulder guards that provide 500 physical strength points, did not fall under the 20-fold enhancement but were instead counted as a double effect directly added to the physical strength points. But that was enough. Among these, the evil god's eye and the ancient god's heart received no enhancements whatsoever. Roar. Ablaze, the abnormality canine creatures were the fastest to react, with 3 ferocious beasts lunging towards Tsuchi. Beautiful dive. Nancy cheered loudly. Tsuchi sidestepped, his wrist twisted. The cold gleam of his blade ruthlessly decapitated the 3 abnormal creatures. Ah, what a pity they were beheaded, Nancy sighed. Tsuchi paused in his steps, an eyebrow raised as he looked toward Nancy. You seem a bit too emotionally involved. Nancy gave him a look. No matter whether I'm emotional or not, I stand with that person. Besides this battle, you were destined to have an extremely low chance of winning. Is that so? Tsuchi looked at the information appearing before him. Strength +3, movement technique +3, physical strength +3, spiritual attribute +27, physical strength points also increased by 30 into 20 equals 600 points. The 20-fold enhancement directly affected the physical strength points, instead of the physical strength attribute, hence it did not affect the spiritual power. But the killing of enemies could indeed provide an increase. Nancy's voice came at this moment. Those few monsters just now were clearly just foot soldiers. The power stemming from the pollution source is not simple. Look. Over a dozen powerful monsters are charging over. And behind them, a large number of enhanced abnormal insects follow. One mistake, and the three of them will be completely overwhelmed. Suchi looked at the cat and sea star. I may not count on Brother Haishing, but little cat, can you be of some use? The cat looked at him disdainfully, then suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a multitude of fang tentacles lashed out. Puff puff puff. The pierced monsters lined up, and Suchi, without any hesitation, charged forward, severing their heads. Suchi felt his entire body's enhancement but did not stop moving. He was unsure what kind of strengthening the enemy would undergo, but it did not matter. What a load of crap, about 1 hour. If we're doing this, let's make it a big splash. The gambler and the clown watched Suchi's fierce battle with a sneer. The crowd in the audience seats was shouting and cheering, although it's unclear who they were really supporting. With the little cat laying the groundwork, Suchi went from an initial buffer to killing more ferociously. In just 2 minutes. Both strength and movement technique had exceeded 100, and he had reached twice his previous power. He is killing faster and faster, but... With a snap of his fingers, Nancy announced. Now it's precisely time to ramp up the challenge. The next moment. All the monsters were influenced by some sort of power, suddenly bellowing in rage, the ones charging becoming faster and more fierce. Nancy's eyes were sharp as he spotted the change. These monsters have at least doubled their original strength. And Suchi? It only took him slightly over 10 seconds to adapt rapidly. But, at the same time, it's only been 2 minutes of killing. Soon. The monsters were strengthened once again. This time the enhancement is 3 times the base strength. If this trend continues, in 1 hour, they will become 30 times stronger. Nancy squinted, watching Suchi as he charged forward with his blade, finally dropping his mockery and coldly said. I don't understand why you insist on getting closer to the enemy territory. If it were me, I should pull back to the stage area now, while elongating the attack line of the abnormality, and use the several floating lands around the stage to limit their movements. If I can hold on for 10 minutes of rest time, I would catch a breather, and the abnormality wouldn't step onto the stage. That's the correct way to play the game, but this guy is completely cutting off his own retreat. No. There are no retreats left. Suchi glanced at him as if to say, you know nothing. Then he fought even harder, as if he wished to charge directly to the enemy's base. Nancy. The high-ranked ones above watched this scene in silence, but they thought Nancy was right. Priest, what do you think? They asked with a hint of reverence in their tone. The one known as the priest calmly said. The elemental devouring beast and that starfish are the greatest advantages I've given him for the sake of balance, but now it seems like he doesn't want to use that to his advantage. The priest calmly watched Suchi's figure. The abnormality could not be completely annihilated. What exactly did he want to do? Suchi's 3 attributes soared, but as soon as he started his wanton slaughter, the abnormalities also strengthened, just not as quickly as Suchi. The 100-man slaughter blade could probably now be called the 1,000-man slaughter blade. He was already dashing through them. Increasingly ferocious. Unstoppable. Meow. As the cat meowed softly, it swept a swath of obstacles in front of it with a single tentacle. Not bad. Brother Cat had done a great service. As for Brother Haishing, Suchi saw it obediently following behind him, miraculously not getting lost. That was also a great service. At this moment, the clown and the gambler were already eyeing him. He really is charging over. The gambler stroked his cards, his eyes going cold. The clown licked his sharp teeth, so eager to rush to your death. The next moment. Die for me. They did not hesitate to charge into battle. The two of them were much stronger than the abnormalities and possessed other abilities. They were not opponents that could be dispatched as easily as slicing vegetables. However, now is not your time to perform, Suchi said, not even looking at them as he activated the Rubik's Cube. The gambler's complexion changed as he was dragged into the magic cube domain by himself. What the hell? The clown immediately noticed the gambler being pulled away from the side, its expression a mix of shock and confusion. It growled lowly. Just as it prepared to make a move. A burst of tentacles suddenly erupted from Brother Cat's mouth, directly batting the clown away. At this moment, Suchi turned to look at Brother Haishing. I know you're not the brightest, Brother Haishing, but don't zone out now. It's time for you to play a role. Their strength would not grow with the killing of enemies, in the early stages. It's useful, but once it comes to the late stages, it won't be enough. Suchi looked at the dense insect nest and the numerous abnormalities blocking his way. Brother Cat, toss me over. The cat meowed displeased, but still did as asked. At least one cat and one starfish could communicate. If they were both like Brother Haishing, they might as well just stand idly by the stage. Suchi was caught and lifted by the tentacles. Then, he was flung toward the insect nest land. The teeming swarm of insects rose like a tide, their heads lifted to watch Suchi, as if awaiting their food to descend. If Suchi fell in there, he would undoubtedly meet a graveless death. But at that moment, Suchi, while in midair, turned to the audience and even had time to wave goodbye to them. "Folks, this is my final ripple." Nancy's eyelid twitched. The clown and the gambler also sensed something, their pupils constricting. And the next moment, Suchi drew out a terrifying sphere of lightning in his palm, the electricity surging, emitting a grating sound. The twice-amplified effect gave it a larger range and power. In front of everyone's stunned gazes. Boom. The frenzied sphere of lightning exploded. Within a 20-meter radius, it devoured the entire insect nest. And the numerous dense abnormal insects surrounding it. Chapter 8181, Unleash the Unrivaled. Question. How many insects are there generally inside an insect nest? According to estimates, an ant nest typically has about 500 to 2,000 ants, and it is very common for larger ones to have tens of thousands. And the insect nest before us, the insect queen is swollen like a small hill, and under the priest's power, she is rapidly breeding, and the outcome is almost breaking free. In short, the number is quite astonishing. At this moment, the audience is staring in disbelief at the aftermath of that thunderous explosion. I just seemed to see a little mushroom cloud. The large amount of residual smoke engulfed the entire insect nest land, including Suchi, who himself was swallowed up by it. And the shockwave even overturned other abnormalities nearby. You can imagine the terrifying power. Boom. At this moment, the land of strange tales shakes violently with a frenzy of mud and mire boiling over, unleashing an indiscriminate attack that swallows all the abnormalities around it. A monstrous mud abnormality boss over 10 meters tall is born. It lets out a world-shaking roar, its hands pounding heavily on the ground, making the whole earth tremble. Nancy looked towards the land of strange tales. It seems the deafening sound of the explosion has clearly crossed the toleration limit of this pollution source. It wants to kill the troublemaker who broke the rules of this place. Meanwhile, the little cat is presently overwhelmed by a mass of monsters. Brother Haishing is being torn apart by various abnormalities, unable to struggle, yet still protecting the Kong, angrily saying, "Hey, don't snatch my Kong." The gambler and clown, having added another boss to their list, are not too relieved, and they stare fixedly at the dissipating smoke and dust. The clown uneasily nudges the gambler. "That guy, he's dead. Definitely dead." The gambler mutters. "Not sure, but this move obviously kills the enemy at the cost of significant damage to oneself. There's a high probability of mutual destruction with the insect nest. Then he's definitely gone." And Nancy watches in silence up front. "You two better not fucking jinx it. Forget it. It's too late now." And the next moment, Suchi's figure slowly emerges from the smoke and dust. He pats the dust off himself, looks towards the countless monsters and the crowd, and softly recites, "There are mountains higher than mountains, skies wider than the sky. I stand tall, my voice echoes in the wind, seeking a worthy opponent to duel with, the loneliness of lofty heights." "What the fuck are you even talking about?" The clown roars in anger. Suchi shakes his head. "You don't understand this." He looks at his own 5-figure strength and movement technique. "What I mean is..." He smiles. "Next up, we're going unrivaled." "We?" Nancy is startled at the fall of the words. Boom. The overwhelmed cat explodes, casting off all monsters, transforming into a massive tentacle monster, its shrieks deafening, with sharp teeth crowning each tentacle, wreaking havoc and slaughtering rampantly. Brother Haishing is also unhappy. "Snatch my Kong. I'm angry now." His body convulses up and down, his limbs inflating crazily as if pumped with water. His entire body expands to 100 meters, casting a shadow like a dark cloud above the whole floating land. At the center is an abyssal, deep maw. A large number of monsters are caught by powerful suction, densely drawn into it. The spectators are stunned by this sight. Several people in the VIP seats are even more silent. They look towards the priest. The priest, although still expressionless, noticeably. His eyelids quiver slightly. It's clear that not even he anticipated such a turn of events. And the boss of the land of strange tales is already roaring as it charges towards Suchi. Each step shakes the ground. Its giant palms stir up gales that rush at one's face. "Cheer up, big brother of the strange tales." The clown and the gambler are already screaming in their hearts. And Suchi, looking on with interest at this boss, turns on the speaker, humming the tune of sound of the past's invigorating little song. His figure vanishes from the spot. Like a rainbow of light bursting at the fingertips. The entire giant body of the strange tales boss is penetrated through with a massive hole. The clown and the gambler stare blankly at this scene. The clown slowly comes to his senses, quietly nudges gambler. "Suddenly, I remembered, I'm not from here." Gambler roars, "Hey!" Just as he's about to scold this turncoat, his words die on his lips. Because Tsuchi's figure has already appeared in front of the two of them, looking at them with a smile. The clown trembles all over, quickly giving a forced laugh. "Brother, you know me, I came here as a spy. I never had a double heart." "Brother?" Tsuchi squinted his eyes. The clown trembled, cautiously saying, "Big brother?" Racking his brains, the clown suddenly had a revelation, his eyes lighting up. "Sect hierarch." Bang. The clown was directly smacked to the ground. Tsuchi shook his head. "Our sect doesn't keep idle people." He then looked toward the gambler. The gambler, at least, was a real man. His expression stone cold, he said. "You actually had a plan all along. But no matter how strong you are, what of it? It's just the blessings given to you by the adults. Without these, you're nothing. You would have died by our hands a long time ago." Tsuchi looked at the gambler's fierce eyes and his kneeling legs. "When you say this, can you not kneel?" The gambler roared, "What do you care? I won't stand up unless you let me go." Tsuchi was stunned. What a shameless guy. Can't stand it. Tsuchi slapped the gambler, sending him flying. The gambler hit the ground hard and passed out. Dropped equipment? Tsuchi squinted at the Linyu on tag and the card on the ground. He picked them up, showing they could be added to the item slot. Well, he gladly accepted them. Tsuchi re-entered the fray, continuing the slaughter. From the VIP seats, the priest. It had designed this life and death combat to be a scene of horror, weirdness, and desperate struggle, but now the atmosphere had completely changed. The priest could hardly bear to watch any longer. Closing its eyes as if sighing, it slowly said, "Let's end this." As its voice emerged, all the aberrations in the floating land seemed to sense something, letting out shrieks and vanishing amidst the struggle. Tsuchi was slightly taken aback, feeling it was a pity. Although the strength was temporary, the blessings were substantial, especially since his spiritual power had already reached a very high level, approaching 300,000. It seemed with a little more, he could peer through the black fog concealing the VIP area. At this moment, Nancy, holding the microphone, didn't dare utter a word. He understood what would follow, but he couldn't announce it himself. "Little guy." The priest calmly looked at Tsuchi. "What's your name?" Tsuchi didn't respond with his ID. There must be a reason why his game name was hidden. If that was the case. Tsuchi lifted his head, speaking, "Standing before you is." Nancy was taken aback. Why did that sound so familiar? He jolted, holding up the microphone and hastily answering. He previously claimed to be the sect hierarch of the Hustlers. The priest narrowed its eyes, seemingly surprised by this title. The Hustlers? Sect hierarch? Seems like you have quite the ambition. Then, little guy. Its gaze met Tsuchi's. "You win." Its voice spread throughout the entire venue. Countless people held their breath. Nancy's eyes widened, disbelieving that this exalted being had actually admitted defeat. On the other hand, Tsuchi shouted, "What do you mean by you win?" Nancy quickly shoved the microphone to his mouth, interrupting him. "Congratulations to this contestant for winning the gamble and for becoming the victor of the show. Let's cheer for the sect hierarch of the Hustlers." Cheering erupted from the stands. At the same time, streams of confetti burst throughout the venue. Wherever the eyes could see. It was a dazzling display. Tsuchi ignored the commotion, as two message boxes popped up before him. "You have completed the main line, winning in the show. Instance countdown teleportation has been initiated." Oh! There was the main line too. And the other came from that deep red, skill acquired, unrivaled, chapter 8282 settlement. Name, unrivaled, type, skill, function. When activated, your attributes will be replaced with blessed state values. During this period, you cannot use skills, activate equipment effects, or voluntarily pause. Consumption consumes 3% vitality per second, and automatically stops when vitality drops to 5%, after which the player's original attributes are restored. Physical strength drops to 10 points, and neither vitality nor physical strength can be recovered by any means for 10 minutes, can only be used once per instance. Note, triggering unrivaled always comes at a cost. Tsuchi fell silent. The skill was undeniably strong, with a massive increase in basic attributes, but the cost was equally terrifying. Now I finally understand why Ultraman waits until the red light flashes before using his special moves. Tsuchi closed the panel, unable to help but mutter to himself, why are my skills always so all or nothing, either self-destruction or self-harm? And that damn mosquito, I've never had the chance to use it. No, I must find an opportunity to try it in the next instance. He shook his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, Brother Haishing and the kitten had returned to their normal states. Brother Haishing rubbed his head, looking around somewhat dazedly. What just happened? He was suddenly startled, Where's my conch shell? It's gone. The kitten's mouth gaped open, a tentacle extended, and handed a conch shell to him. It seems it had picked up the conch shell for Brother Haisheng just now. TCH. Why does it feel kind of warm and fuzzy? And the CP of a cat and a starfish? Seems like a hard ship to sell as well. However, Brother Haisheng stared at the conch shell for a second, then lifted his head to look at the kitten in shock. So it was you who stole my conch shell? Kitten? At this time, the shadows in the surrounding audience stands were slowly fading away. They seemed to be projections too, and those few figures in the VIP seats had also left this place. Suchi turned to Nancy and suddenly asked. Actually, I'm curious about something. How do you select participants? And how do you handle the aftermath? Nancy had regained her composure by now and said. All of you are people who have lost your way in the 10,000 realms, guided here, of course, there's a price to pay. Losers are naturally detained by us, and winners, we send them back to their own worlds, Nancy said softly. Except that starfish probably can't go back. What happened to it? Its original world has already been destroyed. Who did it? Suchi had seen the terrifying power of Brother Haisheng's transformation. Nancy didn't speak. Suchi understood. Nancy paused. So, when the time comes, wherever those two want to go, our show's team will try to accommodate as much as possible. How about that? Isn't our production team very conscientious? Suchi looked at her oddly. Can you really say that with a straight face? Why not settle the commentary and hosting salary I did before first? That can be done. Nancy actually agreed, but the next moment she revealed a smug smile. But as a descender, you'll be leaving soon, so you might not be able to get it. Suchi was stunned for a moment, then realized that even Russell knew about descenders, so it was normal for Nancy at her level to be aware. Were there many descenders participating before? Descenders are regulars on this show. It was obviously not Nancy's first time encountering them. But more than surviving, they care about becoming famous, really hoping to make the audience remember their names. It seems like they were grinding for reputation. Leveling up titles. This show is indeed a good place to grind for reputation. However, they do not realize how difficult it is to gain the approval of this picky audience, Nancy said, shaking her head. Suchi gave her an odd look and said. Is it that hard? That one question rendered Nancy silent. She looked solemnly at Suchi. Suddenly I remember I have other matters to attend to, goodbye. Teleporting out of instance, player Suboxian has cleared solo instance number 3,127,676, game difficulty, hard, game score, 100, calculating results, earned perfect level clearance experience and 5,126 game coins, and obtained 1 lottery draw chance. Your level has risen to 17, gained 17 assignable attribute points. Instance summary. This was a regular show that many players have participated in, striving to survive a little longer, to make the host and the audience remember them. Yet, few have managed to emerge. Not only did you accomplish that, but you also became the host, changing the flow of the show, and the host Nancy has made a deep note of you, adding you to her blacklist. Don't bother to improve yourself, but always put others down. Suchi felt disappointed with Nancy. Notice, title has been upgraded. He opened his reputation system. Title, Sect Hierarch of the Hustlers, 15,238 out of 100,000, current level LV2, emerging, current title ability, simulation, can simulate someone else's aura, including name, panel information, etc. Does this not possess actual panel strength, requires contact with the object of simulation's aura, will consume corresponding physical strength. Note, your name seems to have started circulating among a small group of people. However, be aware. In the countless worlds, this is but a trivial beginning, and you are still unknown. Seems quite good? Suchi pondered. He took out the gambler's token from his item slot, then tried to activate the simulation ability, and the next moment, Suchi noticed his panel began to change, which means at least under others probing, his panel would appear as someone else's. There was no change in aura, though. How could such a weakling have a significant aura? Suddenly, Suchi thought of another character. The evil god. His gaze fixed on the evil god's eye and his aura began to change gradually, but at the same time, his physical strength plummeted rapidly. With this rate of depletion, it can last less than 5 minutes. But he wasn't so idle as to simulate the aura of the evil god for no reason. Reputation system reminder, someone has developed a strong curiosity about you, reputation plus 102, who is secretly curious about me? And to add so much at once? Suchi paused slightly. It couldn't be Nancy, could it? Didn't that person just blacklist him? Meanwhile, at a certain location, a middle-aged man, Sister Allen, and Yan Nank were bidding farewell to a young man in front of them. This young man was named Danzō, the sole heir to the Sunset Spirit King, doted on by the Spirit King, but he did not like the weird pollutants. The environment for receiving guests around him was considered the most normal among all the Spirit Prince's heirs. I will convey the message to my father, Danzō said calmly and indifferently, aware that the people opposite represented paradise. He didn't recognize the other two, nor did he care. However, this middle-aged man had a great reputation, and he had heard of him. We look forward to the Spirit King's response, the middle-aged man said softly. We'll take our leave now and not disturb you further. As they left the premises, Danzō glanced at the gifts they brought. More weird pollutants. Butler, throw these into the storeroom as well. Understood. The butler, dressed as a steward but not in human form, with compound eyes covering his head, watched as Danzō stepped into the room, humming Two Tigers Love to Dance, and shook his head. Lately, the young master had been brainwashed by this song. He often inquired about the piano concerning the sect hierarch of the hustlers, seemingly filled with curiosity. I wonder if I should report this. The butler was hesitant. Chapter 83. This is Subuxian. The second day was clear with temperatures of 23 degrees, appropriate for making wishes while traveling. Tsuchi never made wishes. Of course, that's a different story when it comes to drawing lots. His principles could sway based on his mood. So, he chose to venture out of the mountains, to stroll around the neighborhood park. Although the name of the hustlers' sect hierarch hadn't spread in Abyssal Paradise yet, Tsuchi was somewhat famous around the neighborhood, local community, and adjacent resident committees. Little Sue, come here, keep this old man company for a game of chess. The old man sat beside the chessboard, waved at Tsuchi, and rolled up his sleeves, ready to battle it out for 300 rounds. Tsuchi glanced at the chess table. There's no stakes, I won't play. The old man became fierce. You brat, you want stakes? How arrogant. Narrowing his eyes, the old man said mysteriously, then I have a treasure here, over 30 years old. Tsuchi stepped back cautiously. Are you trying to sell me your daughter who's over 30 and still unmarried? You actually guessed it, the old man said, startled but calm. There's a saying, an older woman is a treasure trove. Think about it, that's a lot of gold bricks. Just be a decent person, old man. In the end, Tsuchi still played chess with the old man, and of course, the stake was half a soy sauce stock bought by the old man. Speaking of which, kid, you haven't been going out much lately. Been busy. Just finished a reality show yesterday. While playing, the old man said earnestly, you must not get hooked on any games. Recently, I've heard of many young people getting addicted to this paradise, quitting their jobs, selling their homes, rambling on about logging on to raid every day. Games really can ruin people. That is actually happening. In short, if you don't have enough power in the game, you could pour money into it, but that carries risks because if you can't get into paradise, then all that investment goes down the drain. At that point, it's one seat for the rooftop VIPs. Oh, no. Rooftop VIPs full house. Tsuchi reassured with a smile, don't worry, old man, I never play games. Sometimes, it's better to lie than to argue. At that moment, Tsuchi's phone rang, a voice message from Night Guard. His tone was urgent and serious. Brother Sue. Remember to log on at 7 tonight, I need to discuss something important before the raid. Upon hearing log on and raid, the old man stiffened slightly, peering intently at Tsuchi as if waiting for an explanation. Unflustered, Tsuchi reached out and picked up a chess piece. General. Wait, that move doesn't count, I want to take it back? Fine, take back whenever you want. Half an hour later, Tsuchi, carrying his soy sauce stock, strolled back home. The message from Night Guard was naturally about the resurrection tool mentioned by Zulinki earlier. A precious item seemed about to emerge, and many rookies were expected to compete for it. Moreover, the instance was named Line Yuan Land. Although it wasn't an instance their current level could handle, Tsuchi had heard this term many times already. In the previous show of Death, Super Gamers, a gambler claimed he came from Line Yuan Land. After eating the soy sauce duck, all Tsuchi could say was it was smooth. Freeloaded stuff has its own flavor. At that moment, Tsuchi's phone in his pocket vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone was on Do Not Disturb mode, partly to prevent interruptions by ringtones while gaming, and secondly, the vibration was noticeable enough for him. Opening the phone to see the ID, Yan Nank, the message sent was. A series of ellipses often marks the start of a lot of hidden frustrations. Tsuchi responded with a. As a reply. I'm on a business trip today. So? On a business trip accompanying the leader to meet a client, Yan Nank blurted out. What happened? Did the talks collapse? Cough cough, not really. Yan Nank said. This client is like a second-generation rich kid, our real target is actually this client's father. Tsuchi curiously said. That sounds a bit complicated, seems slightly troublesome. Quite troublesome. Yan Nank expressed helplessly. It's all about preparing gifts and making house calls. The other party has a high status, and I feel like the gifts we presented didn't catch his interest. The attitude was very aloof and cold, overall not very agreeable, but the guy is a big shot's son, so when you need a favor, there's no other way. Suchi pondered and said. You should give him a couple of punches, then he probably wouldn't be so indifferent. Now it was Yan Nank's turn to be confused, he complained. If I really hit him, I might end up dead. And trigger a series of disastrous consequences. Then, you'd have to collect my body. Feels like you're really in Myanmar. Suchi seriously suspected Yan Nank had ventured into illegal arms dealing. Just kidding. Yan Nank paused. I'm logging off first, I've been too busy these days. When I find some time, I'll treat you to a meal. He logged off very quickly. Suchi muttered to himself. Anyone who says they'll treat you to a meal another day is just leading you on, plus he'll probably forget about it. No worries. Your brother Su will always remember. Suchi looked at the gradually darkening sky outside, and it was nearly 7 p.m. He drew the curtains. Then he lay down in the gaming capsule. Neural connection in progress, connection successful, welcome player Su Buxian, ID number 985211, logging into personal space. Suchi snapped out of his brief trance and arrived at his personal login space. He walked straight to the loot box, as he had not used yesterday's draw chance yet. As the loot box shook continuously, eventually, with a bang, the box burst open revealing a piece of equipment, and it was a weapon. Suchi's eyes brightened. The 100-man slaughter blade didn't hold much improvement for him anymore, and he was looking for a chance to switch weapons. Here it was. Name, Thunderclap Bone-Shattering Hammer, Type, Equipment, Quality, Excellent, Function. This powerful hammer has a significant attack strength, with a 20% chance of causing a thunder strike effect on each hit. Equipment condition, strength must reach 40. Note, the forging master Orn, who is constantly imitating and making counterfeit equipment, seems to have been targeted recently and is on the run with funds. Though all his equipment is counterfeit, it surprisingly has quite good quality. It's quite heavy. Suchi gripped it. The silver-white rectangular hammerhead reflected light slightly, clearly not something just anyone could wield. Luckily, he had allocated the 17 attribute points he gained from leveling up yesterday mostly to strength, especially since he also had a shoulder guard that could add 500 points of physical strength and several physical strength recovery potions. He glanced at the daily shop again. Either nothing good had appeared, or merchants were asking astronomical prices, so he closed the interface. At that moment, Yishao sent him an invitation. Would you like to enter Linjian Club Hall number 2? After Suchi confirmed, he pushed the door open. In the hall, apart from Yishao and Zhu Lingqiu, there were 5 other people. The moment he appeared, all 5 turned their gazes towards Suchi, each with a different expression. Evaluating, surprised, dumbfounded, confused, and flabbergasted. And Yishao silently watched as Suchi walked in carrying a box of beer in his left hand and a bag of snacks in his right. Brother Su, what are you doing? I just felt like we might be here a while, so I thought it prudent to prepare something to pass the time. I am about to discuss something important, you idiot. Zhu Lingqiu, pressing his temple, looked towards everyone and slightly paused. Everyone, this is Su Buxian, and he is your final team member. Chapter 84-84, Super Rookies. Set out. Bang. Everyone silently watched Suchi open the can of beer. Are you sure you don't want some? All 5 shook their heads in unison. What about the Night Watch? The Night Watch coughed. If it had been him before, he might have just declined. He whispered. Give me that bag of chicken feet. Zhu Lingqiu. He found that no matter how serious the situation was, as soon as Suchi arrived, the mood always seemed a bit different. However, that was fine for now. In the future, when they stepped into paradise, they would understand that Abyssal Paradise was a symbol of terror, severity, and fatality, and struggle was the norm. Time is limited, so I won't let you introduce yourselves and get to know each other one by one. Zhu Lingqiu didn't notice that he had seemingly made a very wise decision unintentionally. After all, except for Su Buxian, each of you is a superstar newcomer from a major club. Even if you don't know each other, you've heard of one another. The 5 chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, that was the case. The investigation bureau was essentially management, a kind of GM. They all came from different clubs, but their camp was under the banner of the investigation bureau. Now, the 6 of you are going to enter Lin Yuan land to compete. Zhu Lingqiu softly continued. And according to our information, the other 2 major forces have also gathered 2 teams of superstar newcomers from their clubs below, holding the positions, ready to enter. The so-called other 2 major forces. were human powers that had been established on their own during the times when the Investigation Bureau was not yet stable, constantly fighting in the abyss. Their overall strength was even stronger than that of the Investigation Bureau, and they divided Paradise into 3, training newcomers, attracting clubs to station there, each defending their own corner. It looks like they're all some famous guys. A young man with earrings chuckled faintly. I have a hunch it's going to get very intense and fun. The others flashed eager looks, ready to try their hands. Zulinki watched this scene, somewhat accustomed to it. After all, he had also emerged from the ranks of newcomers. Each superstar newcomer possessed innate talent, they could complete instances others couldn't, they played a role beyond ordinary people, and their combat strength was exceptional. Among them, only Suchi seemed not to have much of a reputation yet, and Zulinki watched in horror as Suchi and the Night Watch added water, ready to eat a self-heating hot pot. You two are too idle. Never mind. He was already accustomed to it and had even been forced to participate. Zulinki coughed and said with a gradually serious look. I remind you, what you should be most wary of are the cultists. Those guys will definitely want to seize this precious special transference item. Once taken by them, in the ranking battle before entering Paradise, their strength will increase again, and they will become even more dangerous. Don't worry, we'll be careful, they said, their expressions turning slightly more serious at the mention of cultists. It's about time to go in. Zulinki glanced at the time and reached out to take out 6 strangely ored stones, handing them to the 6 individuals. These are special items that will allow you to enter Line Yuan land, and you must remember to carry them on you. They can ensure that you can still contact each other even if you are scattered. Will we be scattered? A wavy-haired woman paused and spoke slowly. As I said, Line Yuan land is a special place. Zulinki said. Anything can happen. A muscular man wiped his double-barreled shotgun and squinted with a smile. It seems indeed dangerous, but quite a challenge. Indeed, interesting, said a man with a pigeon on his shoulder, pulling his hat brim down a notch, emotionlessly uttering these 4 words. The last young man, with his arms wrapped in bandages, chuckled. I, for one, am already eager to start. Suchi looked at the others, seemingly everyone had spoken, so he felt he should say something too. I just made some instant hot pot, mind if I finish eating first? Everyone. Are we sure he's not someone's relative? The young man with earrings twitched the corners of his mouth and said. We don't have much time, let's get ready to begin. They were preparing to head back to their individual rooms, that is, the login space. And Suchi simply decided to put the self-heating mini hot pot into his item slot, where at least time should be paused, and while he was at it, he also added some sunflower seeds and beer. Zulinki ignored Suchi's actions and, looking at the people about to enter the rooms, offered one last reminder. I understand that you all have a lot of confidence in yourselves. But Line Yuan land is very special, and for you, it has already become an instance beyond nightmare level. The first thing to consider isn't the main mission, but to stay alive. To survive until the special job transfer items emerge. The next moment, 6 doors were shut. And 10 seconds later, a prompt appeared in all 6 people's vision. Using special item, attention, about to enter team instance number 238,714, warning, this instance is extremely special, current level of all individuals temporarily restricted to level 1, item slots and skill bars temporarily disabled, some of them change their expressions, others deepen their gaze. Restrictions? These restricted instances are the most troublesome, most dangerous, but it seems they're not completely restricted, there should be a way to regain their strength. Meanwhile, Suchi was startled. Restrictions? Well, that's interesting. The next moment, darkness consumed them before they could react. A terrifying voice sounded close in their ears, with an exceedingly weird laugh, welcome to Abyssal Paradise. At the same time, 2 powers. Yun Zanshan of first sequence. His 7-person team was also preparing to be transported to the Line Yuan land instance. Zone 9, those rookies they've found seem to have some fame, with good strength. It's a pity not to join us in Sequence City, said a man carrying a broadsword calmly. Investigation Bureau. After all, they are the founders and controllers of Zone 9, many people are willing to reside there, nothing much we can do about it. The short-haired girl blowing bubbles turned toward Yun Zanshan and giggled. Zhao Yun, it seems like you've encountered the Investigation Bureau's people before, did you get any intelligence? Yun Zanshan shuddered and couldn't help dodging away. I only came across a player called Night Guard, and there's another named Suboxian, he should also appear in this instance. Night Guard, huh? The son of that existence, damn 2nd generation. As for this Suboxian, I've never heard of him. A short man adjusted his glasses. He was wearing a mechanical backpack with steam coming out of the seams, I also don't know what kind of team the folks over at Free City have. The man with the broadsword gripped a stone. Let's go. Let's move out. Meanwhile, on the other side, another power was also poised to strike. The 5 from Free City, adorned with various colorful decorations, some completely encased in technology, others covered in runes, had varied expressions but all had eyes brimming with excitement. One stepped on a chair, with a cigarette in his mouth, sneering, "Time to move out. Let the so-called super rookies from Zone 9 and Sequence City feel what being truly powerful is all about." Chapter 85-85, A Bizarre Beginning. Your level has been restricted to 1, skill bar and item slot temporarily unavailable. Ignore this message that popped up again. Tsuchi slowly opened his eyes. He found himself sitting on a chair in a bedroom, with yellowing walls and a black and red carpet. Sitting next to him on another chair was a boy with his left arm wrapped in bandages. His ID was simple and blunt, named Left Hand. It was hard not to imagine whether something like the Black Dragon Wave skill was sealed in his left arm. Left Hand's eyelids trembled slightly as he cautiously opened his eyes. Then he was greeted by Tsuchi's smile, who gently said, "You're awake. The surgery was very successful, you're now a genuine boy." Left Hand looked stunned for a moment, then bellowed after 2 seconds. "I was already a boy, damn it." Left Hand took a breather and looked around. "It seems like the others aren't here." Tsuchi sat on the chair, pulled out a book from next to him, flipping through it as he spoke. "As old Zeus said, we did indeed get separated, and it's likely in pairs of 2. This book is interesting though. It even has recipes, like red wine braised beef." Left Hand looked slightly astonished and touched his left arm. "I thought the world view of Linyu on land would be all fears, pollution, and barren lands, but it seems it's still a modern world view." "Don't jump to conclusions too quickly." Tsuchi looked at the bedroom window boarded up with various steel nails. Not even a sliver of light or gap could penetrate. He felt a sense of familiarity. "Although I still don't know what the outside world is like. It's better to stay alert and not miss any information." Left Hand snorted softly. "Do you think I need you to tell me that? I have already observed the surroundings. The bedroom clearly is a double room, likely for a couple. The outside world is invisible, and there are stains on the carpet, possibly blood, as I can barely detect a faint smell of blood." He exhibited excellent observation skills, crucial for a super rookie, not just for strength but also for judging instances. "Is that so?" "Not bad, but you haven't completely assessed the information." "How is that possible?" Left Hand frowned. Tsuchi reached out and picked up an ashtray from nearby. "For example, from this ashtray, we can tell. The man of the house likes to smoke." Left Hand fell silent. He tried to awaken the system. "Can I change teammates?" But Tsuchi ignored him, staring at the ashtray, squinting his eyes and observing closely, softly saying, "The man of the house is about 40 years old, slightly overweight, about 6 feet tall, with curly, slightly yellow hair, and he wears size 44 shoes." Left Hand. "Is there such information on the ashtray?" "Right." Tsuchi paused, then added, "This man also has a heavy tongue coating, and there's also a large black mole near the corner of his brow." Left Hand finally couldn't hold back anymore and roared, "You can tell all that from an ashtray?" Tsuchi gently put down the ashtray, his eyes calm, staring at Left Hand. "You only see the surface things, unable to see through the deception, unable to notice all minor details. Clues often lie in the smallest margins." Left Hand was shaken, feeling the genuine presence from Tsuchi. Could it be he really saw all that from the ashtray? "Pass me that ashtray then, let me see." Taking the ashtray seriously, Left Hand couldn't see any marks. He slightly lifted it. Suddenly, Left Hand froze. Above, a slightly yellow ceiling lamp swayed slightly. And beneath the lamp, strung up by a rope, hung the silhouette of a middle-aged man, pale-faced with a long, dangling tongue, also swaying slightly. After a moment of silence, Left Hand bellowed, "So the damn man was right here, and I thought you actually found all those clues from the ashtray." "Bastard." Tsuchi snapped his fingers. "Don't mind these details, I was merely supplementing the clues." Left Hand looked at the ashtray in his hand again, forcibly resisting the urge to throw it. "Fine, this time it's on me. There's a corpse hanging overhead, and I didn't notice it." Left Hand raised his head and looked at the hanging corpse. Just like Tsuchi said, this must be the male owner. His appearance was exactly as previously described. At that moment, an information box appeared before them. "Main mission triggered. Find a way to leave the bedroom, regroup with your teammates, and escape the house." Left Hand paused slightly. "It looks like the others are in this house too. We need to get out of this bedroom first, then meet up with them." He walked over and tried to open the bedroom door but obviously failed. The door didn't seem to be locked, since when is there a door that locks from the outside? Yet, There definitely was a sinister force blocking it. As expected, it won't open. It looks like the two of us need to find a key. Left Hand pensively looked at the corpse. Suboxian, I'm planning to take down this corpse, what do you think? The two of them were now a team, both limited in strength, and had to cooperate. I think you should abandon that idea. Why? Suchi looked at the middle-aged man and murmured. Because this seriously injured owner is very dangerous. Left Hand roared. Where is he seriously injured? This is a corpse that couldn't be deader. Dead? That's debatable. Physical death doesn't mean the soul is dead. Left Hand was stunned for a moment, his face in disbelief. Are you saying he's turned into a ghost? Or perhaps a spirit? Is there a difference? In any case, Suchi picked up a screw that had popped out. The ceiling light above is barely holding up. As soon as he lands, I think something bad is going to happen. You see? Suchi squinted his eyes. His eyeballs just moved a bit, seems like he's staring at us. Shivers involuntarily ran down Left Hand's back, he looked up. The hangman already looked extremely terrifying, and now with Suchi's words, it felt as if he truly was being stared dead by the middle-aged man, not sure about the movement, but the chill on his back intensified. Left Hand took a deep breath. Understood. He had unknowingly fallen into following Suchi's rhythm, and began rummaging through the room, looking for the key. At that moment, bang! 2 screws fell down, and the ceiling light suddenly dropped a bit, causing the middle-aged corpse to shake and fall as well. This time Left Hand saw it too. The middle-aged man's eyeballs were indeed moving and staring intently at them. Left Hand shuddered deeply. Even he couldn't avoid feeling a chill upon seeing this scene. With no strength to rely on, his sense of security was paper-thin. What's more, the middle-aged man's face with his tongue sticking out became even more eerie, coupled with a creepy, mocking laugh that was hissing through his tightened throat. It seemed to mock their overconfidence, laughing at their inability to escape. Stop laughing. Suchi turned the doorknob and cracked the door open. Time to go. The middle-aged man's smile abruptly ceased. Chapter 86 Quadrilateral Game? The middle-aged man's smile froze, as he blankly stared at the open door, and the two people chatting. Left Hand exclaimed in surprise. You found the key. Suchi nodded and thought for a moment. Right under the carpet. Damn, it's that obvious. I was flipping through the cabinet for ages and found nothing. To think it was in that place. Left Hand rubbed his chin in annoyance. Watching the two chatting as they walked out, the middle-aged man roared inside his heart. You're tricking ghosts. The damn key was right under my tongue. By the normal process, you were supposed to find the key and then try to carefully retrieve it before I hit the ground. Then, at the moment you were about to take it out, I would hit the ground. And slaughter you too. Why aren't you following the rules? And how the hell was this door opened? Come back here. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man, with his neck tightly constricted, couldn't say a word, making an indistinct sound. Abba abba abba. Left Hand was taken aback. What's wrong with him? Suchi looked back at the middle-aged man. Maybe he's in a rush to use the bathroom. Is that so? Left Hand followed Suchi out, still somewhat confused. He vaguely felt that something was not right, wondering if leaving was too simple. Was this really beyond nightmare-level difficulty? Bang. The next instant, the door shut mercilessly, leaving the middle-aged man still hanging there, gently swinging as if on a swing. After the two left the bedroom, there was a dark corridor. Suchi looked at the corridor, which, though flickering with dim lighting, appeared very dark due to the enclosed environment and the absence of any external light sources. It seems they haven't come out yet. Left Hand squinted. Their item slots were temporarily locked, so they couldn't contact each other with stones. Suchi didn't explain. He skipped a level directly through the hint. Wasn't it quick? In Tentacle Man's apartment, it was the same. Doors were just not that much of a challenge for Suchi. They walked around and both realized the issue. Left Hand frowned deeply. Did you notice? Yep. Left Hand spoke gravely. There's no exit in this corridor, it's a swastika shape. And even the door we just came out of has disappeared. Suchi's eyes held a bit of interest as he looked around. Ghost wall, huh? Indeed, there was a sinister strength influencing this place. Suddenly, Suchi saw a. He walked over and looked at the darkened corner with interest. There's some writing here. It was carved forcefully with a sharp object. The next moment, a prompt appeared in both their sights. To break the ghost wall, you must play the Four Corners game. Left Hand's gaze sharpened. The Four Corners game. A kind of spiritual exploration game. Suchi softly explained. 4 people stand in the 4 corners of the swastika corridor. One person walks behind the next, taps his shoulder, and calls out his own name. Then the next person does the same, Continues walking forward. Relay this until the fourth person reaches the first person's original spot and coughs to signal everyone is in place. He showed some interest. The most interesting part of this game is that there might appear a fifth person who doesn't exist. Why are you so familiar with it? And where is it interesting? It's obviously very eerie and dangerous. Left hand furrowed his brow. But right now, there's just the two of us. Tsuchi looked towards the distant wall, where suddenly a door flickered in and out of view. It seems the other two have arrived. Earring youth, King Ling, wavy hair woman, Baekhyangwei, the two suddenly burst out, quickly closing the door behind them, ensuring that nothing inside had emerged before they began to gasp for air violently. It was clear from their bodies that they had been in a fight. Oh. Don't misunderstand. It was a real fight. They suddenly heard footsteps and looked up with extreme caution, only to see Tsuchi and Left Hand, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It's just you guys. After a few more gasps for air, they had recovered somewhat. Then they began to recount how they too had been trapped in a storage room, where a ghost baby had been lurking. Very dangerous. In order to obtain the key, they nearly faced a fatal threat. Thankfully, being super rookies, they reacted swiftly and, using all the information and clues from the room, they managed to turn the tables and escaped. Left Hand's silence grew deeper the more he listened. This didn't seem to match their experience. You guys seem to have come out ahead of us, King Lang observed, noting no signs of battle on them. Their clothes were even tidy. Left Hand opened his mouth. Well, similar to you guys. Tsuchi's eyes darkened slightly as he spoke. We nearly died in there too, the deathly gazes, the terrifying laughter, the meaningless speech. Finally, we opened the door with difficulty and luckily escaped with our lives. Left Hand. Is that so? It sounded very believable. But something didn't feel right, damn it. Left Hand sighed. Anyway, a warning for you all now. We've encountered a ghost wall and are trapped in this hallway puzzle. He led the two over to where the inscription was. King Lang and Baekhyangwei's expressions tightened. They were obviously familiar with this four-cornered game as well. And there were several more cautionary rules. Rule 1, in the event of anything happening, please absolutely do not look back. Rule 2, when tapping someone's shoulder, please announce your own name. Rule 3, if you notice something is amiss, choose your own method to deal with it. Baekhyangwei looked down, her expression grave. It looks like there will be great danger. The male protagonist and a ghost baby have appeared. Next, I'm afraid the female protagonist will make her entrance. King Lang calmly proposed, if a fifth person appears at that time, then we would only be able to run frantically along the hallway until an exit from this ghost wall appears. The other two are probably trapped in a room somewhere. They won't be able to leave on their own. The game must be completed by us four. In this instance, there were many fatal threats. The passage of time was not meaningless, as dragging things out felt increasingly dangerous. Tsuchi snapped his fingers. I think there's an even better way to handle this. What is it? They looked at this somewhat unfamiliar man before them. If something feels off, don't make a fuss. Just play a few more rounds, maybe a sixth person will show up, and we can let them fight it out. That way, everything would be resolved. What an odd idea. And the serious way you're considering it is freaking us out. Watching as Tsuchi walked towards the end of the hallway, Baekhyangwei looked somewhat stunned at Left Hand. He must be joking, right? Left Hand was about to nod but hesitated. Well, he really wasn't sure. Let's go, King Lang said with calm composure. Time waits for no one, we'll decide on the spot. In such an instance, any plans or strategies could easily lead to unexpected accidents, so it all depended on each person's ability to judge and react to the situation. Four corners. King Ling, number 1. Left Hand, number 2. Baekhyangwei, number 3. And Tsuchi was the last. But as they took their positions, the lights in the hallway suddenly went out. Complete darkness, without a single glimmer of light. The three of them couldn't see anything in front of them, and their hearts sank. Yet in the darkness, Tsuchi's vision was crystal clear, seeing through everything. Chapter 87. Guess who I am? Sweep away the darkness, return to oneself. Anyway. Tsuchi got excited. The night demon gene disregarded any limits, adding 30 points each to physical strength, and movement technique in the dark. It had played a significant role in the previous orphanage instance, where these enhancements work into a bug-level existence in restriction-type instances. Moreover, while others were blind at a glance, Tsuchi, relying on the night vision function, could clearly see every movement in the darkness. At this moment, King Lang reminded once again, remember. No matter what happens, do not look back. Only follow the name, and proceed only if the name is correct. If you notice something abnormal, whether you choose to deal with it discreetly without startling the issue or decide to make a break for it outright, trust in your judgment. King Lang kept his composure, slowly walking forward. In the quiet corridor, the sound of footsteps was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. He groped in the dark and quickly reached behind Left Hand, patting his shoulder. "I'm King Lang." Left Hand steadied his heart a bit and then moved forward as well. Walking in complete darkness is an extremely unsettling affair, and it's difficult to walk in a straight line without veering off course unknowingly. Bang! A loud thud suddenly erupted in the quiet darkness, startling everyone. Bei Qianghuai's voice trembled slightly, as she couldn't turn to look, and of course, even if she did, she wouldn't be able to see. "Left Hand, what happened?" Left Hand's voice came with annoyance. "I have no idea." Suchi's voice followed. "Calm down, it's me. I dropped something." "What the hell could you drop that would make such a loud noise?" Left Hand was stunned for a moment, murmuring. "I always feel like letting him go last is dangerous." He held his breath, disregarding these thoughts, and continued to feel his way forward in the dark. He soon reached behind Bei Qianghuai, patting her shoulder. "I'm Left Hand." Bei Qianghuai's heart steadied a bit. "My turn now." As one of the super rookies, she was not afraid of the dark and began to move forward. In fact, as long as the first round hadn't ended, everyone was probably still safe. The most critical point was Suchi. He volunteered to be number 4, which meant a much higher risk than the others. She touched the walls, feeling her way slowly, and stepped behind Suchi, patting his shoulder. Bei Qianghuai. Be careful. Something might happen next. Stay safe. Suchi said. Relax, my greatest strength is being steady. Listening to Suchi's tone, Bei Qianghuai calmed down a bit, figuring that Senior Zhu wouldn't recruit any players without capabilities for their team. Although she couldn't see, she could already sense that Suchi had started moving. And in the darkness, Suchi picked up an ashtray. Without relying on the wall or slowing down, he walked straight forward with no impediment. Everything around him was within his sight. He was contemplating one thing: whether the ashtray could hurt this vanishing mistress. After all, they've encountered a ghost hitting a wall, and if the opponent was undead, physical attacks might not be effective when the time came. The other 3 were unaware that Suchi had already begun to entertain a dangerous idea. At this time, Suchi also arrived at the empty spot, and as he stood firmly, he coughed lightly, signaling the end of the 4 corners game and indicating to the others that he had reached the destination. One round over, let me see what will happen. Suchi watched the darkness closely. And the others also began to look more solemn. Because the footsteps of the 5th person appeared. In the darkness, the clear and heavy footsteps reached everyone's ears. The sound was extremely odd, making it impossible to determine where it originated from. But it seemed as if everyone felt that the footstep was right behind them, slowly creeping closer with each step. Did any of you move? Left Hand, sensing the footsteps behind her, quickly asked. But at this moment, there was no response, as if the sound had been blocked. Being in complete darkness was an extremely unsettling experience to begin with. Fear would escalate continuously over time. Moreover, there were slowly approaching footsteps from behind. It was as if an echo effect had been activated, resonating gradually. Everyone could no longer distinguish whether the sound came from a teammate or the 5th person. The 3 people began to sweat on their foreheads, feeling a chill throughout their bodies, as it was now their turn to decide whether to stand still or flee forwards. King Lang's body suddenly shivered, a hand landing on his shoulder. This was no illusion. He only felt a tightness in his shoulder, a nameless chill rushing to his heart, causing his head to grow dizzy. It's me, who else could it be? Report your name. King Lang was just about to speak out. Ah! A frightened and painful scream came from behind. Hurry, save me. King Lang's instinct almost made him turn around, but he forcefully stopped himself. It looks like someone is in danger. Let's hurry over there. Subuxian urged from behind him. At this moment, King Lang had regained a bit of composure, his voice hoarse as he spoke. You're Subuxian, right? Yeah, what's with the question? We need to save them quickly. But King Lang narrowed his eyes. Please, repeat your name once more. But I've just answered you. King Lang's eyes remained narrowed. Something was definitely off. The voice, though similar to Subuxian's, was unwilling to give its name and was even more unnerving. The conclusion was already apparent. Although the rule forbade it, King Lang gritted his teeth, growling loudly. He actually struck his head violently backwards, attempting to repel the ghost behind him before preparing to flee. But the next moment, he hit nothing. King Lang only felt a pair of hands firmly resting on his shoulders, slowly moving toward his neck. A creepy female voice sounded in his ear. Why don't you trust me? Turn around? A strange force was trying hard to turn King Lang's head. King Lang let out a roar. But he couldn't break free at all, trembling incessantly, unable to move, as if a ghost was pressing down on him. and his head kept tilting backwards, looking behind him. This was an absolutely unbreakable rule: turning one's head would invariably lead to a deadly threat. Hee. The woman's laughter was odd, imbued with a horrifying and peculiar strength. You seem even better than my worthless husband, so stay here. It was over. He couldn't hold on any longer. King Lang's body shook, his head uncontrollably leaning back. And at that moment, a hand gently laid on the ghost woman's shoulder. The strength in the ghost's hand momentarily faltered. Then a voice came to her ear. Madam. Why not guess who I am? Chapter 88 Andy, take it down a notch. The female ghost was somewhat frozen at this moment. She hadn't expected someone to actually approach under the influence of her strength. King Lang was clenching his teeth hard, his face flushed red. He probably knew who was behind him, but rather than feeling relieved, he roared, Suboxian, right? Her strength is very strange. It seems like spiritual control. Be careful. Look at that. This is the professionalism of a superb rookie. At such a life-threatening crisis point, there was no screaming, no panicking, just quick communication of information to his teammates. Suboxian's indifferent voice came through. Ghost hitting walls, naturally, such situations would also occur. In the darkness, he had seen King Lang's figure standing motionless, his mouth moving but not making any sound. Then, this woman opened a door from the wall of the corridor, slowly floated out, and lunged at King Lang. Of course. What Suchi cared more about was the, above her head. Prepare a candlelight dinner for her, maybe there will be a reward. Suchi looked at the female ghost. TSK, why aren't you talking anymore? Weren't you asking me to guess who I am? Suchi's grip on the female ghost gradually intensified. The female ghost hoarsely said. Do you want to die? I don't mind if you don't want to guess, I can introduce myself. King Lang was somewhat dazed. With so little time, what are you doing? Don't tell me you haven't noticed? Suchi looked at the figure of the female ghost still holding King Lang's head in the darkness. She can't turn her head back either. The female ghost's expression was a mix of surprise and doubt. What do you want to do? I warn you, I am a married woman. If you want to do that kind of thing. Her tone changed slightly, and her whole lower back bent down further. Hurry up. As long as he doesn't find out, it's fine. King Lang. Suchi. The female ghost smirked. If you satisfy me, I might consider collecting you all properly, putting you in the toy room. Suchi watched the female ghost's body sway intentionally, leaning backward. He silently lifted an ashtray and slammed it hard directly onto her head. Auntie. You're nearly 60 years old, your skin is almost sagging to the ground, tone it down a bit. Bang. With that sound, Suchi viciously smashed the ashtray onto the female ghost's head. Although she could create strangeness and control minds, it seemed she wasn't immune to physical damage. This ghost, polluting the world, was different from the traditional concept of a ghost. Auntie Ghost's head was knocked askew by the ashtray, and even her neck broke apart. She was smacked senseless. But amidst the cracking sounds of bones, her head twisted back into place. Her expression was even more fierce and angry, emitting an ear-splitting shriek. You're asking for death. Bang. Suchi suddenly hit her again. After all, she couldn't turn her head back. The female ghost was even more bewildered. Actually, you should be able to feel excitement and thrill because the ashtray I'm hitting you with belongs to your husband. How about that? Does it add excitement, make you want it more? King Lang's eyelids twitched violently. Damn it. You got the wrong kind of excitement. Listening to the slap 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 sounds behind him and the female ghost's piercing growls, King Lang swore. His desire to turn his head around now was 10 times stronger than before. No, 100 times. And he also noticed that the female ghost's hand had withdrawn, and the strength controlling him had dissipated. Suchi's hand suddenly swung through empty air. He narrowed his eyes. I see. The other party could only show a tangible body when touching someone else, only then could she be physically harmed. Once she let go, she would become a spiritual body state, and her greatest strength was still the ghost's forte, spiritual control. The female ghost at this moment had unkempt hair, face full of wrinkles and a strange smile, staring fixedly at King Lang. Kid. You've angered me. I'll tear you to shreds. King Lang felt a chill on his back. That eerie strength and murderous intent were all surging towards him, constantly causing his brain to ring and his ears to burst. He roared. What's it got to do with me? You tell him, it's not me who annoyed you. Stay calm, she just can't turn her head back, Suboxian said, looking at the dematerializing female ghost. And then, something unexpected happened. The door next to them suddenly opened. The female ghost let out a ferocious laugh, her hair growing explosively long. Oh no, Her black hair strands tightened around Suchi like iron wires. Suddenly, it yanked her towards this direction. Suchi had not expected this at all. The strand of hair was not a spiritual impact, although it looked fierce, it didn't carry much strength. He could even pull it back with a bit of effort. However, Suchi only hesitated for a moment without resisting and chose to be taken inside. Snap. The door slammed shut. King Lang felt the movement behind him but could only shout ahead. Suboxian. Are you still there? But there was no response. Meanwhile, the eerie strength in the corridor also vanished. The flickering lights slowly recovered. Realizing that the Four Corners game had ended, Baekhyangwei and Left Hand had quickly arrived. They noticed King Lang with 2 blue handprints on his neck and exclaimed with shock and suspicion, "What happened? Where's Suboxian?" Baekhyangwei and the others had just been affected, unable to hear any sounds. At that moment, a large number of doors also appeared along the wall. 2 people were flung out from one of the doors. They were Muscle Gun Man and Pigeon Man, whom they had not yet met. The muscular man's ID was simple and robust, known as Muscle Bully. The hat-wearing man was Tuner. They shook their heads, feeling somewhat groggy. It seems that by completing the Four Corners game, they can come out, Left Hand said with joy. But at that moment, before they could exchange words, click. 2 more doors slowly opened. The crying of the ghost baby came from one door, and the terrifying figure of a middle-aged man stood at the doorway, about to come out. Shit, I knew it. The one to curse was unexpectedly Baekhyangwei. Run. King Lang growled low. The 5 of them began to flee without any hesitation. Now, without strength, naturally, they could not confront these things. As they ran, King Lang recounted what had just happened. Suboxian was just taken away by that female ghost. The door she took him through, I glanced at it. It leads to the dining room. And right in front of a big door. That must be the exit. Left Hand frowned tightly. That means now we have to find that door. And rescue Suboxian. Anyway, hurry up, we don't know if Suboxian can hold out until we regroup. They moved very quickly, trying to open each door densely packed along the corridor. Most of them simply revealed a wall and sprang back, making it easy to get confused. And behind them was the relentless pursuit of the middle-aged man. With the ghost baby lying on his back, emitting shrill cries, inflicting spiritual impact on them. They were almost chased for several rounds. Their faces were all as pale as death, extremely disheveled. However, Tuner played a significant role here, with his excellent memory. He remembered every door that each person had opened. Finally, after a thorough screening, he said in a low voice. Found it. Hurry in. Muscle Bully roared, and after the 5 people rushed in, their figures streamed out one after the other. Left Hand commanded in a low voice. Where's Suboxian? Hurry up and rescue him, and then leave this place straight away. Right. Where was Suboxian? He should have been with the female ghost. King Lang's eyes suddenly trembled. Beside the long table in the dining room, the older female ghost was tied tightly to a chair with blood-stained ropes, unable to break free. And Suchi used a torch to ignite the tablecloth, overturned a large basin with red wine. And a bloody steak was placed on the table. Left Hand stood there stunned. What are you doing? Was this some kind of evil ritual? Suchi glanced at above the woman ghost's head and said. I'm preparing a candlelit dinner for her. Feeling that the flames were not big enough, he tossed in another bottle of alcohol, causing the fire to leap several meters high. Can't you see? The rest. Setting aside the eerie scene for a moment. All they wanted to say was. You really call this a candlelit dinner? Chapter 89 The Terrifying World Outside Run. Left Hand could no longer mock these absurdities overflowing with all kinds of ridiculousness and couldn't help but yell out loud. Because the middle-aged man carrying the ghost baby had already rushed out. His appearance was terrifying, with fierce light radiating from his eyes, and his long tongue could even shoot out, though not as threatening as the liquors, but still extremely dangerous. Suchi watched as above the female ghost's head slowly dissipated, and he didn't hesitate. It's been pleasant, see you next time. He turned and ran. The female ghost was a spiritual impact, naturally suppressed by him. But the middle-aged man was different, he was a purely strong corpse, combined with the ghost baby's ability, the whole family was gathered, drastically increasing the danger. And Suchi had also gotten what he wanted, it was time to slip away. Name, blinding, type, skill, function, can designate a target, causing their spirit to be impacted, with a certain chance of their senses falling into chaos. Consumption, 200 physical strength, judgment method. Your spiritual power needs to be higher than the opponent's. The higher the spiritual power, the greater the chance of the opponent's senses being confused. Note, this is a method essential for ghosts, They often use it to toy with those who fear them. Everyone had already rushed to the door, which was wrapped with layer upon layer of iron chains. "I've got this." Muscle Bully lived up to his name. Grunting softly, he tore apart several chains. As long as they opened this door, they could also escape the house, completing the main mission. Watching this scene, Tsuchi spoke softly, "Something is not right, family." Indeed. Tuner turned back calmly. They haven't followed. Everyone also turned back, noticing that the middle-aged man had stopped and stood in the distance, that terrifying ghost face watching their actions, actually revealing a hesitant and wary expression, as if he dared not approach the door. It seems that the world outside must be extremely dangerous. Baekhyangwei observed the emotions on the middle-aged man's face. The female ghost let out a sinister snicker. "You want to go out? What a suicidal act." King Lang squinted his eyes, trying to extract more information, but the female ghost didn't utter another related word, just disheveled and with that whole demonic pale face and blood-red eyes, eerily watching them, muttering as if casting a curse. "You will all die. You will definitely die. Especially that guy called Suboxian. Tsuchi? I kindly set up a candlelight dinner for you, and you curse me like this?" Click. The door was open. A cold wind blew in from the crack and looking through, you could see a dilapidated street in the doorway. Tsuchi's gaze extended. Linyuan land. According to Zhu Linkyu's words, it was extremely dangerous, and it also had quantum anomalies with bizarre changes. Anything could happen. "Anyway, let's go out first," King Lang said, pushing the door open. "To see what comes next." Left Hand took one last look back as he stepped out of the room. He saw that the family of three all had creepy smiles, as if watching dead people. The player has completed the gathering and successfully escaped from the house. The main mission is completed. Reward 1, all player level restrictions lifted. Reward 2, never lost compass. A compass design slowly appeared on everyone's wrist. The pointer on the design was trembling slightly. Tsuchi's eyes swept over. Name, never lost compass. Function, it constantly points towards the final pure land of Linyuan land. Can it be taken out of the instance? No. Note, in this strange world, the only thing you can trust is this pointer. Without it, you'll be trapped in a lost land forever. Look. Baekhyangwei pointed into the distance. It was only then that everyone noticed. The scenery within 50 meters centered on them was all composed of strange and surreal images. It was as if it had been pixelated and then smeared with various abstract colors, constantly transforming, and permeated with an overwhelming sense of horror and intense unease, as if looking at it for too long would cause an explosion. Indeed. This is the true Linyuan land. King Lang's expression turned grave. The mansion behind us was just a greeting. Tsuchi looked at the mysterious colors around them and spoke softly. I remind you all, don't stare at these mosaics, or you'll get lost in them. Just pay attention to the pointer in your hand. Everyone nodded. After only a few seconds of looking, they felt dizzy and like they were about to fall in. Then why are you still staring? Left Hand noticed that Tsuchi hadn't looked away. Tsuchi patted his shoulder. When my phone is down to 3% battery, I still won't go looking for a charger. This alone proves my willpower is strong. What's that got to do with willpower, you ask? Left Hand was about to retort, but he suddenly sensed something and swallowed his words. He said in a deep voice, you think I'm going to retort? No, I held back. Tsuchi was momentarily stunned, then clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up. Impressive, impressive. That certainly isn't worth applause and praise. Left Hand almost spoke again but held back. That was close. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The tuner looked at the pointer. Our pointers are all pointing in the same direction, so let's make sure not to get separated. The 6 of them headed in one direction. This so-called lost land. Truly eerie. As Zhu Linkyu had said, anything was possible, because with every few steps taken, a different scene would appear. One moment it was a decrepit street. A few steps later it would turn into a graveyard. A few more steps and there would be a crashed, abandoned airplane with its insides full of severed limbs. Or a town where countless crosses were planted in the ground, all with dead bodies nailed to them. In short, these scenes were like a world pieced together from countless eerie fragments. The only thing they could trust was the pointer on their wrists. Hush. Tsuchi suddenly held up a finger. Everyone stop and stay silent. They didn't see anything amiss, but upon Tsuchi's command, they immediately halted their steps and fell silent. This was the quality of a good teammate. If they had been the type of pig-headed teammate who, upon hearing such a command, would foolishly inquire, why should we stop? Why should we stay quiet? Resisting the urge to give them a couple of punches was the sign of a good teammate. The tuner slightly narrowed his eyes. He hadn't heard anything, but his intuition told him that some danger was looming close. And at that moment, a heavy, thunderous sound approached, with the ground trembling faintly. What was that? The group couldn't help but look up, gazing into the distance. A colossal foot, stepping on a house, crashed down with a bang, pulverizing it into powder. This figure also let out a low growl, descending from the sky dome like a siren at its highest power. The surrounding pixelations flickered with the vibrations. The terrifying aura changed everyone's expressions, their ears ringing and throbbing, and it was unbearable to look directly at it. At the same time, information appeared before everyone's eyes. Spiritual Power, 1, Chapter 90. The Ghoul of the Pure Land. As the terrifying figure departed, everyone finally caught their breath. Baekhyang's complexion wasn't looking good, a bit pale. I just lost some spiritual power. King Lang's tone became heavier. Me too. I've lost a bit, only 29 left now. They began to calculate each other's spiritual power. What are we calculating this for? Suchi asked, curious. The group was taken aback, looking at Suchi strangely. We must calculate, because spiritual power can't be replenished in an instance, and it's extremely precious. The tuner brushed the dust that had just sprinkled on his clothes and spoke softly. This so-called lost land is riddled with vast amounts of spiritual pollution. If we want to reach the so-called pure land at the end, we need to be extremely cautious. Although we each have spiritual power equipment, it's a pity we can't take it out now, so we must plan our every move meticulously. Left hand patted Suchi on the shoulder. It seems, kid, you haven't experienced an instance that places huge demands on spiritual power. If you had, you'd understand how terrifying it is. Suchi. He glanced at his prompt box. Spiritual Power, 1, current 453. At this moment, everyone revealed their spiritual attribute, with Baekhyang at the lowest. She only had 18 left, while the tuner was the highest. He had an impressive 65. Looks like he specializes in the spiritual attribute, and his future career direction is also related to it. Based on the differences in their spiritual power, they could also determine their next plan and strategic allocations. Suboxian, what about you? King Lang asked Suchi. Just assume I'm about the same as you all. Suchi pulled out a steel bar from the rubble of a nearby abandoned building. I suggest we get some weapons. Our levels have now recovered. At least we have the power to fight. He then looked towards left hand. You don't need to grab one. When any monster appears, you just need to open the seal on your left arm's bandage, recite the incantation, and release the sealed black dragon. Left hand. First of all, that kind of thing doesn't exist. He took a deep breath. Besides, I'm not into such Chaunabu antics. The group continued to move forward. Most of what they had seen before were bizarre scenes, but as long as they didn't actively delve deeper and kept to the side, generally, nothing dangerous would happen. But the further they went, the more living things they encountered. Some could be circumvented, while others were unavoidable. For instance, the path in front of them. On both sides were mosaic-like twisted images, with only a narrow alley in the middle. If they wanted to get by, they naturally had to go through the middle of the alley. But standing in the alley was a sinister figure, its face indiscernible, seemingly waiting for them with a scythe in hand. What do you think? Muscle Bully couldn't help but ask. The tuner whispered. Not enough information, hard to analyze. Baekhyang, we can only try to probe first. King Lang nodded. I suggest we divide into groups to avoid a team wipeout. Left hand spoke solemnly. Exactly, in case of danger, we should support each other. Suchi pondered seriously and suggested hesitantly, then I suggest we use rock paper scissors to decide who goes first. The group. Hold on. Wasn't there a strange tactic just now? I'll go first. The tuner's gaze was calm. It seems the other party is also of the pollution class abnormality. I have the highest spiritual power here. In case there's a problem, I should be able to withstand it. I'll go with you. King Lang chose to accompany the tuner. Because the tuner had high spiritual power, it inherently meant his physical attributes were low, and King Lang had to step in to balance that. Suchi gazed at the black shadow, which displayed the word, ghoul, above it. It seemed to have no hostility. As the two cautiously walked forward, approaching the black shadow, they encountered no danger. 2. The black shadow, dressed in a black robe and holding a scythe, lifted its head but still had an indiscernible face, only a cloud of black fog swirling around it. It spoke gently, its voice hoarse yet ethereal, as if communicating directly with their souls, conveying a sense of vainness and insubstantiality. Lost ones. I am the ferryman spirit of the Pure Land. You want to pass through here, to proceed ahead. Its tone was devoid of any ripples, but it was hoarse and eerie. You need to answer 2 questions of mine, and lying is prohibited. The tuner and King Lang exchanged glances. Since they could communicate without fighting, that was the best outcome. You say it, King Lang said gravely. Outside the alleyway, the onlookers could only see their silhouettes and couldn't hear what they were saying. It was only about 3 minutes later. The black shadow slowly put away its scythe, signaling they could pass, and the two looked back. King Lang attempted an okay gesture and pointed towards the road ahead before they walked on. And then disappeared from sight. It seems safe enough, though once you step in here, it seems impossible to retreat. Baekhyangwei and Muscle Bully also set off following them. Left Hand watched their figures and glanced at the compass on his wrist. It looks like this so-called Pure Land can only be reached through here, and the identity of this black shadow, while debatable, it must be the one guiding us to the Pure Land. Suboxian, what do you think? Suchi, what else is there to think? In many dark and narrow alleys in the city, there stand such beings, the only difference being how much clothing they wear. This one seems quite promising. Left Hand helplessly said. Forget I asked. Suchi spoke softly. We'll know when we get there. Speculating blindly will only lead to preconceived notions. Look, it's our turn now. Baekhyangwei and Muscle Bully moved a bit faster, walking forward and gradually disappearing at the end of the alleyway. Let's go. Suchi strode forward, and Left Hand quickly followed. The black shadow watched them intently, its hoarse voice repeating the previous instructions. 2 questions, can we not lie? Left Hand pondered the wording. Suchi looked at the black shadow. I never lie, but if. Notice I only said if. If I did lie, what would happen? The black shadow's face was expressionless, its aura suddenly grew more formidable, and the scythe began to emanate a terrifying power. The tiles all around were shaking violently, and the entrances of the alleyway began to close in as if to swallow them. It said nothing, its calm filled with a heavy aura of death. Understood. Lying was a one-way street to death. Suchi also composed himself, knowing the other wasn't an entity they could contend with. It slowly asked the questions. What is the thing you fear the most inside your heart? Who is the person you are most grateful for inside your heart? Left Hand was silent for a moment, glanced at Suchi, and said helplessly. I'm most afraid of spiders. The person I'm most grateful for is my father. And you? The black shadow stared at Suchi. The thing I'm most afraid of. Suchi hesitated for a moment, then said pensively. Is probably boredom. Probably. Can't you be certain? Left Hand saw that the black shadow made no move, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As for the person I'm most grateful for. Suchi had no hesitation in his confirmation. Of course, it's the evil god. He's my biggest benefactor, always providing me with great help. The black shadow calmly sheathed its scythe. Then, you may proceed. Left Hand paused. Is it really that simple? They could only walk forward, but upon exiting the alleyway, they didn't see their teammates. Instead, they were slowly engulfed by mist. What's going on? Left Hand suddenly startled. Suboxian, where are you? Suboxian was no longer in sight. And Left Hand's face turned pale at the sight of countless spiders swarming out of the mist ahead. Fuck, so many spiders. He trembled all over. Just as he thought to turn and run, a voice was calling his name. That's my father's voice. Left Hand's gaze trembled to see his father looking kindly at him, but in the next instant, his father was devoured by a multitude of spiders, screaming. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a low roar. No. The black shadow watched this scene, emotionlessly saying, overwhelmed by one's greatest fears. Witnessing the death of a loved one. The human heart is mostly so fragile. Chapter 91 Evil God. Goes online? Suchi was different from Left Hand. After seeing the faint white fog, he wasn't immediately affected but instead noticed that Left Hand stood still, seemingly trapped in the state of the earlier quad game. Just as he thought to press on and to wake him. Then, the white fog suddenly increased. Suchi was then drawn into the illusion realm. He looked around, and he was in an abandoned old city. No one was around. Everywhere were the mottled traces of time, and the slight afterglow cast from the sky enveloped the area with a lonely atmosphere. Suchi's eyes flickered slightly. Is it because I mentioned the word boring? So you created all this? But you are mistaken. The boredom I spoke of was philosophical, asking where life begins and where it ends, what the value of a person is in the boundless universe, and in the vast flow of time, how one should leave a mark. True boredom isn't about being alone, but about being unable to prove one's existence in the grand scheme of things. Suchi said no more. Because streams of white fog approached him directly, as if a wave of desolation and loneliness were about to surge into his heart. If understanding is insufficient, then hypnotism will suffice. However, Suchi's spiritual power was too high, and in the incredibly real darkness, he could still see many. Constantly reminding him that this was an illusion realm. It was too damaging to the immersion. Stop bothering. Suchi shook his head. He could tell that this illusion came from a pollutant of level D or higher, capable of creating illusions, but weak in effect on him. The white fog seemed insulted. Since the most feared thing could not achieve the expected effect, seeing the death of the person you most respect and love right before you, you couldn't possibly remain indifferent. A large amount of white fog began to gather. It seemed to materialize the image of the evil god from the depths of Tsuchi's heart. A figure was forming. It exerted all its strength. Finally, the evil god appeared. However, it was only 2 meters tall. With a cute sheep head, and the body was human-like, albeit not quite, but that seemed to be the best it could do. Tsuchi consoled. It's alright, being able to replicate this much is already quite impressive. Then he looked at the evil god. And it's quite adorable being so small. The white fog furiously boiled. Looking down on whom? This time, let you feel the sensation of sorrow and pain. Suddenly, a metal fragment appeared around them, piercing directly through the chest of the anthropomorphic evil god. A large amount of blood spurted out. The evil god's body trembled, as if looking to Tsuchi for help. No. Tsuchi cried out in anguish. Evil god. He rushed forward. I'm coming to help you. The white fog trembled excitedly. Help. You can't help. It wanted to engulf the other with a feeling of helplessness. It was about to pull out that metal fragment. But in the next moment, Tsuchi had arrived and actively pressed down the freshly pulled out metal fragment. Spurt. The evil god suddenly vomited blood. White fog. It was shocked. So ruthless to your most respected person. Is your heart made of iron? Not only was Tsuchi's heart made of iron, but he was also preparing to stab the evil god a few more times. The Black Shadow, who was observing all this with a scythe in hand, also fell silent. It was his first time seeing such a person. It was quite fitting for the lunatics in the Pure Land, and a sheep head, but it's not a big problem since it's just an ordinary goat's head and it's just an illusion, having nothing to do with that being. At that moment, a black shadow shuddered all over, a strange sense of danger rising in his heart. And Tsuchi also realized something was wrong. He looked up at the sheep head above, and was pulsating wildly. Tsuchi's eyebrows twitched violently. This scene seemed familiar. It was just like the scene from his first encounter with the evil god. Wait a second. It couldn't be. A bizarre aura suddenly permeated the air. The sheep head, which initially didn't resemble it much at all, began to transform, becoming more ferocious, with runes beginning to emerge. Damn. Tsuchi was stunned. Could this abstract illusion actually connect to the evil god's true form? And at the same time, outside, the black shadow's eyes trembled even more as it looked toward the illusory evil god. Its previously expressionless face now showed intense fluctuations. It was shocked, terrified, scared. Its entire body was actually trembling frantically. The next moment, the black shadow hastily struck out, using a scythe to unleash an astonishing burst of strength, slashing fiercely at the illusion realm where Tsuchi was. Boom. The illusion shattered like broken glass. And that strange aura immediately burst forth, recoiling onto the black shadow. Tui. The black shadow suddenly spat out a cloud of black fog as if it had been severely wounded. Tsuchi was forced out of the illusion realm, and he immediately saw the figure holding the scythe in the distance. Its voice hoarse and panting, it gasped heavily, the black fog around its body dissipating grayly, staring intently at Tsuchi. Who exactly are you? Are you the high priest of the cultists? Or do you possess an advanced shrine containing that power, or perhaps have you seen that being yourself? Otherwise, the descent phenomenon wouldn't have occurred. Tsuchi could tell that the other party was panicking, but that was okay. He was panicking too. Turns out the evil god had almost truly descended. Tsuchi coughed. I don't know what you're talking about. The black shadow did not continue to question and instead turned its hoarse voice toward the horizon. It seems you don't realize where this is. This is Lin Yuan land. Its voice reached Tsuchi's ears, contaminated by a sliver of strength leaked from the abyss, turning into this eerily twisted, semi-collapsed world. The black shadow took a deep breath and hoarsely said, in Lin Yuan land, anything from the abyss is taboo and most likely to trigger unstable fluctuations. Whatever secrets you hold, such foolish, deadly acts must absolutely not occur a second time. Tsuchi was displeased. The thing is, you were the one asking the questions and it was your illusion. Isn't it a bit improper to push all the blame onto me? Black Shadow. It surely was at fault too. After all, as it's a taboo, it was something never mentioned in this world. And even if mentioned, it was only spoken with fear and reverence, that being. Who would affectionately call him evil god as if shouting to a dearly beloved relative. The Black Shadow no longer talked to Tsuchi and just wanted to distance itself from this hot potato. The scythe swung again. And everyone's illusion shattered, their faces pale and confused, each looking as though they had awoken from a nightmare, looking at one another baffled. What happened? What was that? The black shadow did not answer them, only using the scythe to point towards the distance, a streak of black fog blasting out, seemingly paving the way. Follow this path, it leads to the Pure Land. Though called the Pure Land, it is actually a city yet to be covered by pollution. However, inside are nothing but extremely vicious villains. It said coldly, once you enter, you are on your own, take care of yourselves. Chapter 92 Despicable Person. Everyone followed the compass needle toward this so-called Pure Land. Always feels a bit strange, left hand had recovered from the illusion from earlier. Baekhyangwei nodded. Right, I feel the same. King Lang pondered. That black shadow had always appeared calm and expressionless before. How come he suddenly revealed so much information to us? He even took the initiative to clear the way and point us in the right direction. The tuner added. And his tone carried a hint of apprehension. Unable to make sense of it, everyone could only attribute it to being the necessary guidance after the end of the illusion realm. Only Suchi saw through it all. Above the black shadow's head? The fellow's thoughts had become clear. It inferred from your previous words and behavior just now that you must have a significant connection with the evil god. It fears you and keeps a respectful distance. That guy knows how to play his cards right. This included doing favors that went with the flow, but those favors came from the evil god, and the beneficiary was Suchi. It was another day when the evil god played its part. Without any subsequent abnormalities, everyone's pace quickened significantly. Pure Land City is getting closer, said King Ling, looking at the compass on his wrist. By the angle of the compass needle's rotation, one could actually estimate the distance. Now it pointed almost directly ahead. And soon, they saw the so-called Pure Land City. It was surrounded by high city walls. Outside, there stood a stele. The characters for Pure Land were inscribed on it. At the same time, a notification box appeared before everyone's eyes. You have arrived at Pure Land, the uncorrupted city. Main quest second phase completed. Reward. Everyone's item slot and skill bar fully unlocked. Everyone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Left hand tugged at the bandage on his left arm. The tuner took a pigeon from his hat and placed it on his shoulder. The muscle bully even pulled out his double-barreled shotgun. Damn, finally no restrictions. The attribute points that came with levels were nowhere near as important as equipment and skills, which were key to enhancing their combat strength. And at that moment, a striking notification box popped up again. Warning, the final stage of the main quest, survive until the silent day. Did you all see that? It's just asking us to survive? The muscle bully chuckled, clearly more confident with his equipment and skills. This seems to be underestimating us a bit. Or does it mean the being inside is more dangerous than those oddities outside? Left hand remembered the words of the black shadow. At that moment, a voice slowly rose from not too far away, with a hint of humor. They say the super rookies from Zone 9 are of decent quality, but I think that's not necessarily true. Who? Their gazes immediately became wary as they looked over. They saw a young man with red hair standing in the distance, hands in his pockets. You are the red blade from the first sequence, recognized Baekhyangwei. Be careful. This guy's swordsmanship is strong. The red-haired young man gestured that his sword was sheathed and not drawn, saying dismissively. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to be your enemy. King Lang squinted his eyes. Which eye of yours sees us as nervous? Or are you saying you alone want to take on all of us? A cocky smile spread across Red Blade's face. Well, that might not be entirely impossible. So arrogant. The muscle bully had already aimed his gun at him. I've said it before, I'm not here to fight. Red Blade clicked his tongue. I'm here to talk about cooperation on behalf of everyone in the first sequence. The tuner stroked the dove's feathers. Why should we cooperate with you? Because if we don't cooperate. His smile gradually faded, and his tone became somewhat sharp. The probability of any of us living until Silent Day doesn't exceed 30%. The damp streets, the pungent smell of blood. They moved like rats, only daring to traverse unnoticed corners, avoiding making any noise. This city is deadlier than you can imagine, teeming with danger everywhere. Red Blade led the way ahead, speaking calmly. Most of the city's residents are various beings that have poured into Pure Land City from the Lost Land, including brutal slaughterers, insane gamblers, and powerful abnormalities. Everyone understood. Just like that family of 3 in the mansion before. If they wanted to escape the Lost Land, they'd naturally seek to flood into this Pure Land. So, to avoid overpopulation. Every night there is a population purge, an unrestricted free-for-all. Left Hand couldn't help but say. This is no Pure Land. It's clearly a slaughterhouse. Red Blade spoke calmly. But that's the rule, and as long as you kill others, you can get coins. If you accumulate enough coins, you can get a token to enter the inner zone, avoiding participation in the 9-day bloodbath. It's just that, you can forget about it. The token is extremely difficult to obtain, virtually impossible through normal means. Suchi, who had been surveying the surroundings, paused for a moment. Extremely difficult? Suchi glanced at the token in his item slot. It was from the Love, Death, Super Player show, taken from that gambler. It seemed he could use it to enter the inner zone. So Suchi asked. By the way, red hair. What's in the inner zone? Red Blade couldn't help but glance at Suchi. Although he was called Red Blade, shouldn't normal people bloody use the last two words? He was a bit annoyed but still said. The inner zone is actually a huge death casino. Everyone who enters must gamble. So, getting a token doesn't guarantee safety. If you lose the gambling, you either go bankrupt or die there. Suchi, that sounds truly terrifying. Of course. Apart from killing and looting, you can also earn coins through work. Red Blade said in a deep voice. Everyone in our team is already working to save up coins. To prepare for what's to come. If that's the case. Baekhyangwei squinted her eyes and said. It seems we don't need to cooperate with you then. Red Blade turned to look at the group, letting out a strange laugh. Do you think we want to? The only reason we want to cooperate with you is that we've found out about those cultists, and moreover, those lunatics from Free City are actually making deals with them. At these words, the faces of the group darkened, showing a hint of gravity. Red Blade said no more, casting his gaze forward and stopping his steps. All right, we've arrived. This is the workplace we found. He pointed to a massive construction site for a statue, where many people, including abnormalities, were busily at work. Building a statue? For whom? Are these madmen planning on worshipping it? You're wrong, this isn't about faith. It's about idolatry. Idolatry? Red Blade spoke lightly. This world is corroded by the power of the abyss. Many people naturally fear and hate it but cannot resist it, for it's an existence they can never contend with. But recently, someone angered it and seemed to have gotten the upper hand, leading to a huge bounty for their capture, a name that has spread across vast swaths of the world. To them, this is unprecedented. A cause for celebration and madness. So, Red Blade's gaze lingered on the statue before him, speaking softly and with a hint of admiration. They've erected this statue to celebrate that being known as the despicable person. Suchi, who had been contemplating his next plan, suddenly looked up upon hearing this. Who are you talking about? Chapter 93. It turns out to be myself. The last time I heard the term despicable person was also the last time the traveling merchant had mentioned it at the orphanage, and unexpectedly, I heard it again here. And, most importantly, Suchi realized something. He had a bad feeling and asked again. Red-haired classmate, may I inquire? Who is the entity you speak of? Red Blade narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't tell me you don't know. The name is taboo here, the most terrifying being in the abyss. Worshipped by countless cultists, the true. Okay, that's enough. He already knew who it was. It just feels a bit ominous. The evil god had been mentioned repeatedly, far too often. And most importantly, the despicable person they mentioned, could it possibly be? Suchi looked up at the statue. Faceless. One could only see short hair, a tall figure, other details ominous, with the right hand holding a long sword, the left a hatchet, and a hunting shotgun slung over the back. Looking at the statue that vaguely exuded a familiar vibe, Suchi gradually understood everything. At this moment, left hand patted Suchi on the shoulder. It seems that you're not well informed. This matter has spread not only through various instance worlds but also throughout paradise. Suchi glanced at him and said, then Mr. Zuo, what can you tell me? Left hand coughed. You're being so polite, let me then satisfy your curiosity. The despicable person has been issued a warrant by that being. Once his presence is detected, then all of its followers must pursue and kill him with all their might. But that's not the end of it. All the major forces, various powerful entities, even some great figures we can't reach. They are all looking for this despicable person because it is said that the one in the abyss has made them an offer that they can't refuse.